Welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we're continuing our public hearing. Typically, we call these in panels of 5. I've pre-assembled our first panel. We have Tony from panel 28, Phil from 40, Sandra from 42, Alex from 44, and Jean from 54. So please come and approach. And we'll call on you first, Tony. So you have 5 minutes. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, good morning, Mayor Farkas, City Council, City Administration. I hate reading speeches typically, but given the time, it's the best way to cut through content. My name is Tony Morris, and I'm known to some of you as the president of the Calgary River Community Action Group, formed after the 2013 flood. But I'm here as a representative of the Rideau Roxborough Community Association, and to confirm that my community, which at 25% high density is above the city average, is in favor of the repeal of the citywide blanket upzoning imposed without mandate by the prior city council. I wrote the original submission we made for this hearing, which I ask you to read, not to raise or argue any of the vast array of issues around blanket upzoning presented in the last public hearing, or that I knew would be repeated here, or to talk about the perfectly foreseeable ugly consequences such a profoundly broad and thoughtless policy would have on established community and city infrastructure. I knew there would be many folks much better able to speak to these things than me, given their professional credentials, market expertise, and actual experience with that policy. Instead, I wanted to talk in my original submission about the core value of trust in our elected representatives, that the folks that provided you the opportunity and the privilege to sit in your chairs can rely on you to have the courage of your convictions. I wrote about the many ways that that trust was really violated 2 years ago, and how that council seized upon the language of crisis around the very real concern of housing affordability, and to rush through an ill-conceived and executed policy just after it had started its citywide LAP project, to hear from citizens about how they would like to see their communities evolved. It seemed obvious to me that council had tucked the politically toxic upzoning policy into the belly of the Trojan horse of the affordability crisis in order to get it passed. And the council, for some reason, wanted to get out of the nasty business of having to talk to constituents about zoning changes. What resulted was an incredibly lazy planning approach dumped on all Calgarians in a grand experiment to see if myriad housing problems might be fixed with little regard for actual impacts. But then as I've been listening to a few of the excellent presentations offered at this hearing, I realized that my original submissions didn't provide much beyond what you've already heard in spades. In fact, I decided not to come here to just pile on like a grumpy old scold, but on reflection, I think a few points are really important to make, as some folks already have. First, please uphold your promise as a candidate to repeal this destructive policy. From there, you can do the harder work of building the lasting foundation that doesn't ignore the public you serve in the conversations of how a neighborhood evolves, which is the greatest sin of blanket upzoning. Don't entertain amendments to a few rules or do piecemeal massaging. Just take it away and start over. Doing that is key to rebuilding Calgarians' trust in City Hall, which will provide license for what's next. Second, develop a clear master plan and framework to take on the needed densification of established communities without alienating so many of your constituents. You've heard many terrific suggestions on this front, and such a plan should be based on clearly defined pain points, goals to achieve, sound research and expertise, and best practices learned from elsewhere. Because executing on this master plan may require hard structural and business process changes at City Hall, I suggest that you do not rely on city administration alone to formulate this. You've had surplus budget, use it for this important work. Third, once your thoughtful plan is in place, execute. Be transparent with Calgarians. It's so clear that you have their support to reinvigorate the ongoing development of this city, if done with care. The frame of reference for development has been shifted in the last 2 years. Leverage that. Again, most importantly, I'm here to ask you to follow through in your electoral promise of full repeal. Unlike the last council, you have a clear mandate to act. In fact, Calgarians put you in your chairs to do just that. Failure really would kill what remaining trust exists in this elected body when it comes to the development of this great city. Thank you very much for your attention and for your commitment to Calgary.
Thank you so much for being here. We'll go to Phil on panel 40, then Sandra on 42 after that.
There should be a presentation I submitted. Starts page 3860. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, members of Calgary City Council, thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Philip Hancock, a resident of Wildwood in Ward 6 since 1981. Mayor Farkas, you might remember this T-shirt from opposition to the East Glenbow Dam. For the benefit of other councillors, it reads, "Don't piss off old people. The older we get, the less life in prison is a deterrent." Next slide, please. Well, I am pissed off, especially with groups like More Bad Neighbours, who think that seniors are quite happy climbing 3 floors in a brand new, cheaply built row house. A group that does not want seniors to gracefully age in place in a single-family bungalow in an established neighbourhood with big, mature flowering trees, and instead should be in a sterile abomination of ugly multiplexes, skinny aspens, and streets littered with parked cars. I'm particularly pissed off with the former city council, who against overwhelming opposition, detailed and factual presentations, approved blanket rezoning in the first place and refused to hold a plebiscite. We would not be forced to go through the expense of another public hearing, a waste of time and possible rewrite of the land use bylaw if they had genuinely listened. I am pissed off with misinformation by administration, which clearly swayed many councillors. For example, on Saturday, May the 13th, 2024, a former city councillor, no names, asked questions about rents after upzoning. A senior member of administration responded that Auckland, New Zealand was a good example and stated that since introducing rezoning in 2016, rents had decreased by 15 to 30%. Next, please. She clearly contradicted administration's own data and failed to mention the fine print, which showed prices in real 2016 New Zealand dollars and not nominal or actual current dollars. So councillors, when you go to buy a car, do you ask what the price is in real dollars? No, of course not. You want to know what the exact price is now. To the best of my knowledge, no other prices in administration's presentations were in real dollars. Next, please. Picture on the right shows Auckland rents in red in 2016 real dollars, which actually increased. Next, please. This shows Auckland rents in nominal or actual dollars. And again, not much of a decrease. Next, please. Blanket rezoning was meant to speed up the approval process. So here's an example of what really happens when an appeal is based on the proponent providing false information to the DA, who ignores this and other city policies. This was submitted in March 2025, and over a year later, it is still pending release. Next, please. Regarding proposed changes to the RCG district, this is a step in the right direction, but the new draft zoning bylaw, if approved, will make these irrelevant. There is also the proposed Calgary plan. These changes must be delayed to allow for meaningful input. There must be a greater emphasis on designs that are compatible and sensitive to existing neighborhoods. This is addressed in theory in the MDP, LAPs such as Westbrook, and the low-density residential housing guidelines. However, this is totally ignored by developers, the Development Authority, and SDAB. Regarding the City Building Program Phase 5, what we heard report, housing was a topic of greatest interest to participants, but always with an emphasis on maintaining neighborhood character. Contextual design was emphasized, with calls for new homes to complement surrounding scale, style, and streetscape, while supporting privacy, durability, and quality of life. And the response? Oh, the city building team is thinking about, well, read ignoring this theme. Next, please. Regarding landscaping, there must be a greater number and variety of new trees. 5 spindly aspen are no replacement for often tens of mature trees, including flowering varieties. RCG should only be allowed on corner lots, not 3, as this will compound parking problems, increase loss of tree canopy, as well as many other issues. Some LAPs, for example, the Westbrook LAP, only allow 3 or more residential units on corner lots. Even so, during the Westbrook LAP engagement, there was extensive opposition to corner lot development. In conclusion, time and time again, people have said that they support increases in density, providing it is sensitive to and complements the neighborhood, or is located where it makes sense, for example, major corridors and where transit-oriented. The 2024 blanket rezoning is not the answer, excuse me, and should be repealed, replaced starting with a revamped and updated LAP process. Regarding the proposed changes to RCG, these should include improving landscaping, be only on corner lots, and genuinely include neighborhood character. These changes must be dependent on more extensive public discussion.
Thank you so much, Phil. Unfortunately, you're at time.
Okay, can I put one last page up to show development?
We'll ask, we'll ask Sandra to please approach from panel 42. And then
Thank
after
you.
that, it will be Alex, but please don't go far. What I'm gonna just politely request is for presenters on to go forward, let's, if we can, just refrain from naming specific groups or advocacy organizations like More Neighbors Calgary or Calgarians for Thoughtful Growth. Others, I think we can really just focus on the merits of the issue in front of us rather than casting aspersions or trying to weigh in as far as the motivations might be for residents or developers or any other groups. Hopefully, Council, you can support me in trying to rein in some of that commentary. So please go ahead, Sandra. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. My name is Sandra Harper, and I'm in favor of repealing blanket rezoning. My husband and I reside in Ward 8, and we bought our house about 40 years ago, so we're still there. I'm pleased to see some of our experienced councillors back. My hope is that the new members will illustrate empathy and understand the negative impact that this issue has had on many of our lives. I walk every day, all seasons, with friends and family all around the city. I know the city well as we explore many neighborhoods and parks. Every community has their own vibe. I have found that these new multi-unit structures have no vibe. They all look similar, have no green space, gardens, or trees. In fact, there has been a significant loss of trees on these lots. They tower over the neighbors and cast shadows on their gardens, and in some cases take away their privacy. Also, the streets now have become crowded with vehicles as there is not enough parking allotted on these properties. My husband and I have worked hard, invested time, money, and commitment to be able to live our lives in a comfortable environment. We do not consider it a house, we consider it a home. The house next door was put up for sale last summer. We were informed of the sale earlier by the neighbors in order to give us a heads up. The lead up was extremely stressful, not knowing what the outcome would be. It's not only the character of the community that needs to be considered, it's the disruption of people's home life that is in jeopardy. I know some people think of it as just a place to live, but we have spent many years enjoying our home and neighbors. Thank you for letting me speak. I refer to the quote on the city website, "Our purpose, making life better every day." I assume that means everyone.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Please don't go far. We'll go to Alex on panel 44 now, and then Jean on 54 after that.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my family, my wife, and my kids. Over the last 45 years, I've lived in 3 quadrants of the city, in the Northeast, Northwest, and Southwest, and I appreciate the beautiful diversity of neighborhoods. Currently, we live in the mature, established neighborhood of Banff Trail in Ward 7. We chose this neighborhood because of its developed character. Many of our neighbors are seniors in their 80s and 90s, having invested into the community over half a century. Many of them have told me plainly that they do not have the practical ability, nimbleness, or technological savvy to advocate for themselves, and thus urged me to advocate for them. We feel that many, not necessarily all, but many of the developments that have been approved since the introduction of blanket rezoning go against the spirit of RCG. The city's development authority has routinely approved developments that are wildly incongruent with the character of the neighborhood and the wishes of the community, seemingly without any empathy or compassion. Even though RCG is discretionary use, it seems that the city's DA often behaves as if it were permitted use, with DPs being approved over the last 2 years, with all sorts of relaxations and many going to SDAB, as you all know. The problem isn't RCG per se. I agree that RCG can work quite well in the right locations. The problem is indiscriminately applying RCG as a base district throughout the city. When initially introduced, blanket rezoning was portrayed as a solution to provide affordable housing. While there has certainly been more density, direct causal evidence for improved affordability, I believe, is lacking. That is, data that's taken into consideration secular trends and potential confounders. In reality, blanket rezoning has largely facilitated the ability of some developers to build 8 plexes, 10 plexes, and 12 plexes in place of single-family homes anywhere they want. These developments were built to maximize profits for certain developers, and blanket rezoning has removed the ability of existing residents to maintain their community and property value. I'll describe the DP next to me as a representative example. What the developer submitted to the city was for a 12-plex development in the place of a single-family bungalow from the 1950s, located mid-block on a regularly shaped pie lot with limited frontage. The DP was for 36 bedrooms, 34 bathrooms, and 12 kitchens, with the developer claiming that it's developed for families. Each unit was approximately 600 square feet. The bedrooms were so tiny that the floor plans did not include closets. There were no living rooms, no dining rooms. Let me ask you, what type of family dwelling is this? Yet the DA approved it with some minor changes last month, despite its incongruity with the LAP and NDP's policies, and allowing for multiple bylaw relaxations, including those related to the number and distribution of units and building depth. This is a real example of why RCG doesn't work equally well everywhere. In this case, under RCG zoning, a 12-plex, 36-bedroom dormitory-like structure was approved by the DA on a non-corridor road, mid-block, where an existing neighborhood character is single-family homes. I see some, again not all, developers abusing blanket RCG zoning, claiming they're building affordable homes, but instead of taking advantage of relaxed approvals that they are frequently given to create disturbing builds. I see incongruent overdevelopments that are not in keeping with surrounding neighborhood streetscape, frontage, or setbacks. I see many large and sensitive secondary rear units that dominate surrounding homes and overlook into neighboring backyards. I see some profit-motivated owners wanting to create dormitory-style builds for Airbnbs, in other words, to be used for short-term rentals for visitors, not affordable long-term housing for Calgarians, either for rentership or ownership, which is what the city really needs. I would like to point out that blanket rezoning is not necessarily more efficient for all residential developments, especially the disruptive ones, as many of these end up at SDAB. I think it's important for transparency and citizen engagement that there are opportunities for public hearings for land use changes, as was the practice prior to May 2024. Contrary to what some earlier speakers have said, I don't think it's a waste of time. This is a valuable part of the process so that Calgarians can have a voice, especially when a DP is discretionary. The large community outcry that's been seen in the last 2 years, the fact that many people on current council were elected in view of repealing blanket rezoning, and the massive turnout for this public hearing and the previous one in 2024 speak to the fact that everyday people of Calgary want to be heard. I think the greatest anxiety that established communities have with new developments pertain to 8 plexes, 10 plexes, and 12 plexes, especially mid-block, not the gentle and sensitive developments that are in keeping with existing neighborhood character. Thoughtful, purpose-built master plan communities that are strategically zoned are prime examples of excellent ways to add to the diverse housing stock of the city, many which have been mentioned already by other people. But this is not the result of indiscriminate blanket rezoning. In summary, we're not against new developments or increasing density, but it should be done in a respectful way. We support gentle, sensitive, sensible, and contextually appropriate developments that can provide good homes for Calgarians. And we'd like to urge City Council to consider repealing blanket rezoning and to focus on thoughtful planning, attention to contextual factors such as whether a parcel is mid-block or in the corner, preservation of neighborhood character, and offering sincere engagement with neighborhood residents as it continues to grow the city. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you for being here. We will go now to Jean from 54 to round off this panel, please.
I submitted some slides this morning. I don't know if they're available. Here we go. Good morning, Mayor Farkas and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jean Weller. I'm a former past president of the Bowness Responsible Flood Mitigation Society, homeowner and resident of Bowness, and disillusioned former volunteer of our Community Planning and Development Committee. Today, I speak on my own behalf. I live in a community that is shouldering more than its fair share of new construction, increased density, and all of the inherent downsides, such as loss of tree canopy and softscapes, significant traffic congestion, and an increase in street parking, which makes safe navigation through the community a challenge, and more importantly, a strain on infrastructure. I'm mostly in support of what's being proposed as part of the hearing. I support repealing blanket rezoning to bring back the low-density residential zones that existed in the land use bylaw prior to citywide rezoning. We were promised by past council that the changes as a result of blanket rezoning would be transitional. This is not our experience in Bowness. DMAP from March 24th makes Bowness look like a measles rash. I'd like to see other established communities sharing the increased density and the city consider the cumulative impacts to traffic flow as a result of Bowness densification. I also support the proposed RCG changes that were summarized on the city website. The proposed changes to RCG, such as prohibiting townhouses and row houses mid-block, reducing the building height, prohibiting zero-lot development, and reintroducing a minimum setback, seem more respectful of the established community. I support the repeal because I think it's important that planners consider community context, which does not happen with blanket rezoning. Sean Heffel on Tuesday spoke of the CPKC railway crossing as a context that has been ignored in planning in Bowness. It should also be noted that Bowness is squeezed by the river on its north and east and the tracks on the west end and Highway 1 on the south side. A community's risk of flood is another important consideration that planners seem to ignore with blanket rezoning. Next slide, please. From the Calgary River Valley Project fact sheet, you can see that 218 properties are in high hazard flood category and 200 in the flood fringe. The majority of these properties are found in the community of Bowness. It seems inappropriate to allow increased density in Calgary's flood fringe with which blanket rezoning does not take into account. Consider the effect of this increase in density when the community must evacuate during the next 2013 size flood, given the limited exits out of the community. When 16th Avenue is rerouted onto Bowness Road as a result of feeder main construction, it is a nightmare trying to turn onto Bowness Road to exit the neighborhood. In the event of a flood evacuation, there might be only 1 or 2 exits out of the community. Consider the number of residents living in basement suites and the damages to their home, contents, and their displacement as a result of another large flood. Some of this damage can be mitigated by planning where it's appropriate for increased density, and specifically for basement suites. I said that I'm mostly in support of what's being proposed, meaning that I do not support all of the exceptions with respect to grandfathering of applications. In anticipation of the repeal and new restrictions soon to be proposed in flood areas, developers have rushed to submit applications to avoid future restrictions, such as disallowing living spaces, including suites, below the defined flood elevation. I'm happy to share what I know about some of these proposed building restrictions for flood hazard areas after my presentation. Next slide, please. Here's a DMAP showing applications with status of under review, in circulation, or in advertising as of March 24th. How many more rushed and inappropriate applications will be received before the hearing's first reading of the bylaw? For this reason, I ask that Council reconsider the exception for properties that have submitted a permit for subdivision application before the first reading of the proposed bylaw. Perhaps the exception could be limited to only those applications already approved, thereby reducing the number of applications that do meet planning council planning objectives. Context matters when it comes to urban planning. A community's character and risk of flood should be an important planning consideration, among others. This is just one reason why I support the repeal. For a return to more intentional urban planning, possibly through local area planning. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. This concludes this first panel of the day. Over to Councillor Pantzopoulos for questions.
Thanks so much, Mr. Hancock. You had 1 or 2 slides you wanted to finish up on. Would you like to finish your thoughts?
Through the chair, Councillor Pantzopoulos, hopefully I pronounced that right.
Perfect.
That was really appreciated. It was really just a very final slide talking about where density should be taking place, so page number 9. And this is by Westbrook LRT station, and it's been sitting, growing dandelions and garbage for, I think, 12, 13 years. And I believe it was the 2016 developed area growth plans suggested there could be an additional 11,000 people in the Westbrook Mall area. That's obviously assuming that Walmart lease expires and is taken over for development. So this, in my mind, is somewhere where development should be taking place. And as I say, it clearly isn't. Thank you for your question.
Maybe just finally, you mentioned you're from Wildwood. Your thoughts on a gentle densification along Spruce, where there's a bus zone, et cetera. Your thoughts there. I think you actually in your slide said corner units don't come a block or two in, I think was, is that a fair? Just maybe expand on that, Wildwood, but then also sort of generally what your thoughts are where, if you have to have density in the community, what plan should you follow?
Thank you again through the chair. And I do have a slide from the Westbrook LAP that shows that 3+ units are allowed only on corner lots. And it's my understanding that the LAP, it takes precedence over the city bylaw. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong. In terms of Wildwood, first thing about Spruce Drive is there is a proposal to do a lot of improvements along Spruce Drive. There's been recognized as issues on traffic. So I'm going to avoid the question by saying we need to look at that proposal first and then see how we can fit density in. The one area I strongly disagreed with, and we tried to get an amendment for the Westbrook LAP, was 45th Street. That is neighborhood connector, HGO, and it's right opposite a number of schools, and that extends down into Westgate. I know Westgate had a lot of opposition. And in my mind, the new process should be break it down into smaller units. The issues I had with the Westbrook LAP, and I was a member of the Wildwood Development Committee, it involved too many communities with too many diverse interests. It involved parts of two wards. I'm going to stick my neck out and say one ward had a councillor who was rather weak, and the other ward had a councillor who was very, very strong. I believe, I'm going to go back to your ward, councillor, you can divide it into the developed areas, for example, a small group, which would be like Wildwood, Westgate, Glendale. The next group would be Signal Hill, Strathcona, which have had a lot of development, and the third group would be further out, Aspen Woods. Each of those areas has separate concerns, and the hope would be that we can come together at the end, and just by dividing it up into wards, we would have the support of the councillor who has the knowledge of the area, and in that case, if we can convince the councillor this is where density should happen, then hopefully other councillors would support him. Sorry, it's a rather long-winded response. Thank you.
Appreciate the comment and your thoughts. It gives lots to think of through. Thanks so much. I really appreciate coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tice, please.
Yeah, my question's for Jean.
Sorry?
My question is for Jean, just
Oh, yeah.
behind you.
Jean? Oh, well, there you are. Okay.
Thank you.
Sneaking up behind me.
It's nice to see you, and thank you so much for the work that you do with the Bowness Flood Mitigation Society. And I didn't realize that you're also helping out with the plan and development with Bowness CA as well. So I was just wondering about your opinion. So you were showing us the map. You said it looked like a measles rash, which it certainly
Actually,
did.
the other map has all of the.
Yeah.
So some of those projects are underway and others are waiting approval.
Yeah, and others are paused, like due to different bylaw applications and that kind of thing. I was curious, like for your expertise, if you think that all of this could be mitigated by a well thought out local area plan for the community.
I think local area planning is the way to start. We're not part of a plan yet. We're scheduled out in the
3
future.
years from now. Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard from people who have been engaged through local area planning, and to me, it's clear the process needs some change. I've heard that people don't feel heard, and I've experienced that through the Main Streets project back in, when was that, 2016, 2017. Spent a lot of time in that engagement, providing our input, and some was heard, but a great deal of our effort was actually disregarded. As a matter of fact, that went into the development of our ARP. And I was here in council, I think it was January 2017. In the morning, the ARP was approved. And in that afternoon, there was a development on Boness Road that received a land use change to allow six stories when 4 was recommended in the ARP. So the ink on the ARP wasn't even wet, and there were changes already within the same day. So I guess that concerns me as well in the local area planning process, just how much of our time's going to go into a plan with it just to be disregarded. I mean, plans have to change, I understand that, and evolve, but I guess our time and our thoughts and our lived experience really needs to be considered during the planning process.
Yeah, no, that seriously concerns me as well, because there's so much time put in to these engagements, and you're hoping that your voice is included in these planning procedures. So would you have any advice about how to improve the system if we were to engage in that process again?
I guess one of the improvements might be to go back to area redevelopment plans. I'm hearing that local area plans, and I'm looking at the communities that Boness is being lumped into. And
yeah, I've heard they're going to lump it in with Valley Ridge.
Yeah, very suburban.
Yeah, extremely different. And so an area plan is smaller?
Smaller, more community focused. Takes into, maybe some of the historical significance of a community might rise to the surface. Like Boness is we all say we're a unique community, but I really do think Boness is really different given its landscape, its proximity to nature, its historical significance having just been incorporated in Calgary. I think it was 1945, and we still have that small town feel along the main streets, and community members are really tied to that angle parking, and it feels like a small prairie town when you drive through, along Boness Road until Highway 16 or Highway 1 is rerouted through there during the feeder main work, but.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe smaller, more effort at putting communities together that are more alike rather than different.
Yeah, that seems to make a lot of sense. Thanks a lot, Jean. Really appreciate you coming here today. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, please.
Ms. Wohler, if I could. Sorry. Thank you for coming out. Boness, it's a great neighborhood. I went to high school in Boness. I grew up actually just north in Scenic Acres. So Scenic Acres, Silver Springs, on sort of that side is where I went to school for my elementary, junior high. But where we're seeing like the map that you've brought up here, right, the amount of development on this side, we're not seeing that level of redevelopment in other neighborhoods, right? And I think that this actually kind of speaks to this idea of what areas are sort of having to sort of take on the amount of development that we are seeing in Boness and Montgomery and the inner city neighborhoods. Scenic Acres is right beside Crowfoot train station, right? We've got community amenities and these kinds of things that have been built out, transportation networks. They've got Crowchild Trail, right? Like there are many things that are sort of making it so that we could land some housing there, and yet that's not what we're seeing. So I just guess, how do you see I guess like one of the reasons I think to have sort of like something that is put across the city is to have more equitable redevelopment across the city so that inner city communities and older neighborhoods like the ones that you and I live in are not necessarily taking the full brunt. And of course, that's going to also be about the ages of the housing and
Councillor
these kinds of
Atkinson, I'm going
things.
to ask you to ask a question.
Yeah, so I guess I wonder how you see other communities outside of sort of these older neighborhoods like yours and mine that are sort of, rooted in a different time, not taking the full burden on and sort of sharing that with other neighborhoods that are maybe a bit newer, a bit more affluent than ours.
Well, it's challenging. Bowness is a community that's ready for renewal, and our land values, I think, are relatively, like, I'm not a realtor, but I think they're lower than some other communities. There's definitely communities where the market value of that lot, they're immune to blanket rezoning, right? Like, it's just not going to happen. So I don't know if, I think there needs to be a change in the zoning so that I think the community could handle, duplexes and that sort of thing. So we need to restrict what developers can do in the community, but then maybe we need to incentivize in other communities somehow so that developers will redirect their efforts to those communities. Like I'm a bit not a libertarian, but I think the market should, so I'm kind of torn. I think the developers need to be incentivized somehow to develop elsewhere, and then a place like Bowness, maybe we need to restrict what can be developed there, partly because of like logistics. Like, I'm really concerned about during the next big flood. Like, it's really hard to get out of the community.
Right.
And so does it make sense to have density in a flood-prone area? Like, we are not going to receive any kind of flood protection over and above what we have for more than a decade to come.
Yeah.
Like the Bow River, I probably shouldn't get on this topic, but there's flood mitigation that's being planned, but we're still in the very early phases. Nothing's going to get built in my time living here in Bowness.
Right.
And so meanwhile, we build up the density and we keep building basement suites. And, I have a real problem with somebody making revenue off of a basement suite where that person, that family, could be totally dislocated for a year or more after a big flood and lose all of their home.
Right. Yeah. No, and I think I appreciate that. Like, I guess what I'm trying to sort of figure out is like this path. We have housing to deliver for Calgarians, right? We need to use the existing city in as efficient a way as possible to try and keep property taxes low, right? That's also a big piece that we need to work on. I'm just trying to get from your perspective, like as someone who's living in it, how do we sort of incentivize, like to your sort of your notion there, these other communities that, like where I grew up, which is not sort of seeing the level of change. What do you see as some potential ways to sort of make it not all land in Bowness and go up the hill, go to the north, go to the south, go to different areas that maybe are not taking on their level of figuring out this puzzle that we all need to figure out together?
Well, another idea I had came from a speaker from the first hearing. I was here to speak there as well. He was a retired planner, and he had done, it'd be great to go back and look at his presentation. He had done a bunch of stats on what brownfield land was available in Calgary, and I think his projection was that it was enough, like if you utilize those areas that already have some services and add density there, it had housing out to 2030, I think, or 2035. The other thing is to look at greenfield and maybe think about how can we build more density. Like I look at Discovery or University District, that could have been built higher in my mind, some of those units, some of those condo units could have been even a story higher. It was brand new development. You had an opportunity, Calgary had an opportunity to increase density there, and I think we missed the boat. So how many more places are there like that that would then take the pressure off a community like Boness that shouldn't be receiving that kind of density because of flood and access in and out of the neighborhood? There's probably a bunch of levers that the city can pull. I'm not a planner, and so I don't have all of the answers, but there's been some smart people talking to you guys around the horseshoe. And maybe it's a whole bunch of things that you pull together. But you got to disincentivize mass density in a place like this and incentivize at other places, and maybe look at brownfield, maybe doing more density in greenfield. That's what I can think of right now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this panel, and to you and to Eugene and Tony, thank you for your leadership with the Calgary River Communities Action Group as well. Thank you for your community leadership. We will assemble, that's it for this panel. We will assemble our next panel. Is there anyone from panels 1 through 30 who is in the chamber with us or on the line that has not had an opportunity to speak? How about panels 31 through 40? Great, come on down. So I'm just going to find 4 more people, and then we'll start with you, sir. Just hold on just a moment, though. How about panel 41? 42?
I'm on.
Thank you. Who just spoke?
That's Steve Such on panel 42.
Thank you, Steve. Please stand by. All right, we'll go through panel 43 now. Do we have Leas Ferreira with us? Gersharon Pabla? Heather McDonald-Furco? Linda James?
On the phone. Hello.
Thank you, Linda. Please stand by. Was there another gentleman who spoke?
Hello? Yeah. Bert Fetchernacki, panel 42.
Thank you, Bert. Please stand by. Okay, we need one more person.
Hello? Harvey Woo's on panel 44 is here.
Yep, just one moment, please. Do we have, did I ask Linda James? Are you with us, Linda?
Yes.
Okay, and then we have Bert. Harvey, you're with us?
Yeah.
All right, so this will be our next panel. We have a gentleman in the chamber with us, and then it will be Steve from 42, Linda from 43, Bert from 42, Harvey from 44. So I'll ask the gentleman just to please approach. Please let us know your name and which panel you were on, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Harvey Birnbaum, panel 40.
Thank you, Harvey. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
I believe we have your presentation as well.
Thanks, Mayor Farkas, members of council. Pleasure to be here today. My name is Harvey Birnbaum, and I've lived in the Scarborough and Sunolta communities for 48 years. I'm an architect, and I'm a builder in both renovating historic homes and designing new homes that are highly contextual in design. I've also served 2 terms as a member of the City of Calgary Development Appeal Board. I'm here to talk about my community, Scarborough, and other heritage inner city neighborhoods, and to urge you to vote to fully repeal the blanket zoning in inner city communities for the following reasons. Scarborough is very small by comparison to many other inner city communities. However, the housing stock is still wonderfully intact. Some history about Scarborough. It was planned and designed by the famous Olmsted landscape architecture firm hired by the CPR in the early 1900s. Olmsted's firm is best known for designing Central Park in New York, but also designed Mount Royal in Calgary and the uplands in Victoria, as well as Scarborough. And all are trend-setting landscape architecture and planning, and each celebrating their hillside locations, treed boulevards incorporating parks and curving streets responsive to the topography. The repeal of blanket zoning is an essential idea, critical to reinforce and support not only the Scarborough community, but all inner-city residential communities that are historical in nature. Lower density residential inner-city communities are an essential balance for the higher density communities in the core. They are healthy neighborhoods in the truest sense. Property owners invested in their homes, strong community associations, tightly knit neighbors who know each other and live there long-term, taking pride in not just maintaining their property, but supporting the community. This is not true of densely built communities with multi-unit condos and high-rises. Calgary, like other great cities of the world, Venice, Rome, Paris, known for their historical architecture, strive to preserve and celebrate, cherish and protect their architectural history, just as we cherish Fort Calgary, the Stampede Heritage Park. Rescinding blanket upzoning in the inner city is essential to preserving the greatness, stability, safety, and success, not just of those specific communities such as Scarborough, but of Calgary itself. Good planning is not about tax dollars, but preserving and cherishing our quality inner-city communities, the soul of our great city. In particular, we have concern regarding the proposed increased density of Scarborough's southern perimeter that is, that is now zoned for up to 6-story residential and commercial mix as part of the 17th Avenue corridor. Could you please put on drawing number 1? Oh, you have, thank you. That's drawing number 2. Could you flip to number 1? That's 3. Do you not have it?
I believe these may be the only 2 slides that are included.
Okay. I have it here if I could. It's a shadow study, and it shows the southern border. Thanks very much. This drawing illustrates the south edge of Scarborough along 17th Avenue Southwest. There was never any detailed study for a clear understanding of the nature of this segment of our community and how upzoning would affect homes in this community. In this area of 17th Avenue, there are only 14 out of 35 properties that have back lanes, and that 21 out of 35 properties back directly onto the neighboring property behind them. About half the properties in this strip are approximately 16 feet higher than the neighboring properties that they back onto. This drawing demonstrates the broad shadow effect of 6-story development combined with steep property height differentials to the existing homes to their north. This would eliminate any possibility of using solar and also contributes greatly to the value of the property and the comfort of living there. Could you put up drawing number 2, please, now? Thank you. This drawing shows 2 properties, one property fronting onto 17th Avenue. The house is divided into 2 units, and a single-family property to the north fronting onto Salem Avenue. Again, no back lane dividing these properties. If both properties remain status quo with their existing houses, you can see the generous landscape buffer between the backyards of each home and virtually no sun blockage to the north property from the bungalow on 17th Avenue. Of prime importance, the property fronting 17th Avenue has easy vehicular access and egress and sufficient parking on grade. This all works together very well, and as a good neighbor to the house fronting onto Salem Avenue, it is backing directly onto this property. Drawing number 3, please. This drawing is another shadow study, and it illustrates these same two back-to-back properties. This drawing shows 4- or 6-story development with no back lane. You can see the tremendous shadow effect of a 4- or 6-story building. Due to the mass of these buildings and the paving for vehicles, concrete...
Unfortunately, you're just at time, but please, if you had a final sentence, I know we had a bit of mix-up here with the
I'll
slides.
just sum up. My last sentence here is, let's keep Calgary as one of the great cities in the world and sustain our heritage neighborhoods with compatible development and recognize the uniqueness of each community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please don't go far.
I'll be here.
We'll go next to Steve with 42, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Farkas and members of council. My name is Steve Such. I live in Ward 8, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family. I'm here to express my support for the proposed bylaw that would fully repeal blanket upzoning, or, at a minimum, reestablish RC1 as an acceptable urban form and allow communities to redraw the LAPs that cover their area, incorporating that form where appropriate. Blanket upzoning was introduced as an urgent response to a housing shortage driven largely by several years of unsustainably high immigration levels. Since 2024, federal immigration targets have been normalized, and as builders catch up, housing prices in Calgary, Toronto, and Vancouver have already begun to soften. With the primary driver of the crisis now easing, Calgary is left to manage the consequences of having applied a citywide rezoning approach rather than a targeted one. While there are many consequences of blanket upzoning, in my available time I would focus on 2 in particular: infrastructure costs and the loss of family-friendly inner-city neighborhoods. With regard to infrastructure costs, I know other people have mentioned this already. As density increases in areas never designed for large populations, existing infrastructure, sewer, water, electrical systems must be upgraded. Because blanket upzoning applies everywhere, the city is forced to upgrade multiple neighborhoods simultaneously at a far greater cost than if density were concentrated in planned, strategically selected areas. By focusing growth along transit corridors and other designated locations, the city could invest in infrastructure upgrades far more efficiently, delivering higher capacity where it is really needed, rather than attempting to expand capacity in nearly every neighborhood at once. With regard to the loss of family-friendly RC1 zoning, preserving Calgary's RC1 neighborhoods is not about resisting change. It is about protecting irreplaceable urban assets and ensuring long-term planning aligns with real demographic needs. Low-density inner-city neighborhoods contribute far more than housing. Their tree canopy, parks, yards, gardens, and generous setbacks create a benefit for all Calgarians through cleaner air, safer streets, walkable routes for children and seniors, and attractive streetscapes. Blanket upzoning increases lot coverage and hard surfaces, dramatically reducing greenery and open space. Once these RC1 areas are redeveloped into high-density forms, these benefits for all Calgarians are lost and cannot be restored. The resulting urban form may suit some residents, but is far less appealing to families seeking yards, quiet roads, and access to green space. This pushes families outward, away from the core and towards the city's edges, ultimately increasing urban sprawl rather than reducing it. RC1 zoning is not an obstacle to housing choice. It is a recognition that families are a demographic with specific needs: yards, green space, privacy, and neighborhood stability. Developers understand this. In one of the earlier panels, a group of developers said they were shifting their building capacity to Cochrane and other outlying areas. If demand for inner-city row houses and eightplexes were strong, developers would be building them here. Instead, demand for condo units and row homes in Calgary is soft. Demand for single-family homes remains very strong. Developers will follow that demand, not ideology. Densifying all inner-city neighborhoods does not create affordability, but it does misalign supply with what young families actually want, pushing both families and builders to the city limits and beyond. Some zoning reform advocates have labeled single-family zoning as exclusionary, implying discriminatory intent. This framing misrepresents why families choose these neighborhoods. Families seek communities where children can walk or ride to school, where there are other young families, where neighbors share the same daily rhythms and lifestyles, where their kids can play street hockey or ride bikes safely on roads with little traffic. This is not about excluding people. It's about having an environment that supports child rearing, safety, and community cohesion. Cities need a diversity of housing forms, and that includes neighborhoods that are appealing to families, not just on the outskirts, but in the inner city. I'd conclude by saying preserving RC1 zoning is not a rejection of growth. It's a recognition that some urban assets, green space, tree canopies, are irreplaceable, that families are a vital demographic whose needs should not be dismissed, and that forcing density throughout the inner city drives people and development outward. A balanced housing strategy should welcome RC1 neighborhoods as an essential housing choice, and preserving them strengthens Calgary's long-term livability. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. We'll go next to Linda from 43, please, and then Bert after that.
Good morning. My name is Linda James, and I live in the southeast community of New Brighton. I am speaking on behalf of myself to let you know that I'm in favor of repealing the blanket rezoning that was passed by the previous council, excuse me, despite the overwhelming wishes of the Calgary constituency. Before deciding to purchase our home in New Brighton, we've reviewed the planned housing density of the area. As you can appreciate, the purchase of a single detached home is a significant investment. We didn't think of the future market value of the property, as this was to be our forever home. What did concern us were quality of life factors. Because I live in an area of New Brighton that provides homeowners with attached garages and driveways, I felt that street parking shouldn't be a factor. However, a number of my neighbors have developed secondary suites and run customer-centric home-based businesses. This has resulted in a significant number of vehicles parking on the streets, and at times cars block my driveway as parking becomes scarce. I can only imagine the parking issues households will face that rely on street parking only. We also chose our lot based on how much sun we would enjoy in our backyard and which plants and bushes would thrive in that environment. Fast forward to when our neighbors started planting trees in their yards, changing the amount of direct sunlight we received. If the planting of trees affects the amount of sun in my yard, I can only imagine the effect a 3- or 4-story building would have. I find it abhorrent that at the time this issue came up, the city mayor and council lied to taxpayers, saying that the millions in funding promised to the City of Calgary by the federal government had no bearing on the city passing blanket rezoning. Also at issue is how the need for blanket rezoning was framed. We were told that this was required to provide more affordable housing for Calgarians. I disagree. From what I've seen, it leads to higher-priced, high-density homes which drive up land values, and it fails to provide the promised affordability. I strongly urge Council to vote to repeal blanket rezoning. A number of councillors ran on this very issue, and it is incumbent upon each and every one of you to keep your campaign promise and act in the interest of your constituents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Bert on 42 and then Harvey on 44 after that. Please go ahead, Bert.
Hi, my name is Bert Fedfernecki. I live in Ward 10, North Glenmore community. My wife, Patty, and I have lived in our house for 30 years, and we have seen directly the impact of this blanket rezoning. We wish to see it repealed. You know, when our neighbor decided to move away, we were offered a chance to buy the property, but not in a time frame that we could have done. He opted to go to a cash for home seller, who then promptly handed the property off to a developer. Now we are stuck and have had an experience that I would not wish on anyone else. You know, you have noise, you have dust, you've got, you know, all kinds of things happening on a work site. One of the worst things, though, has just been the lack of respect for the neighborhood and the adjacent property owners. I've had numerous neighbors walking by ask, how the hell are we managing to keep our sanity because of what they see as well as we see. If it's not foul language and yelling, loud music being played on the work site, then it's also the state of the work site, unkept, material cutoffs all over the place. Also, material cutoffs falling in our yard. A 2-foot setback is not enough room. And in addition, not only are we having materials fall in the property, but the 2-foot setback is not enough for legal constructability. There's nothing but encroachment and trespass when you're that close to the property line. Safety hazards. I've seen, all sorts of building materials with nails sticking through them scattered across the site. The falling debris from the build includes shingles, building papers, roofing paper, stucco wire mesh, aluminum flashing cuttings. My wife and I, last summer, we could not leave our dogs outside in our backyard because of safety issues. We saw just too much materials in our yard. I've kept a box full of it as evidence. And unfortunately, there was just a lot of problems with this developer. The next thing is about the urban canopy. We used to have 2 57-foot spruce trees in our backyard. These were planted by the original owners. They unfortunately were planted rather close to the property line. I don't understand why at the application planning stage these weren't flagged and we were engaged by the developer or the application planning group to say these are at risk, because exactly what happened was the original plan had the garage 4 feet away from the property line. Then on the fly, during construction, that was changed to 2 feet away from the property line. They brought a bobcat in one Saturday morning, and they dug out all the roots for the trees that were across the property line. I had to bring in my own landscape developer or landscape person to provide us with a report that showed that the trees were unstable and at extreme risk of coming over. We had to pay for the removal of 2 57-foot spruce trees. They were 60 years old, and they were healthy. I'm at a loss here to really articulate how frustrated and angry we are at what has happened and what is happening around our city, because as much as we are upset with
Thank you, Harvey. Unfortunately, you're at time, but if you had just a final statement to conclude your thoughts.
Sure. Blanket rezoning is not working, and there needs to be better planning and tree canopy protections put in place.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll go now to Harvey as our 5th and final panelist for this panel on 44.
Hello? Hello? You can hear me, I presume.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Hi, I would like to thank Mayor Farkas and councilors for keeping your promise to re-examine the rezoning issue. So, as the saying goes, the horse has left the barn. Gene, I believe in Bonus, said some of my talking points in the previous panel, but I live in Montgomery. If rezoning is repealed, I want my home to be RC2, not RC1. And if I'm switched to RC1, I want to be able to move to RC2 without cost. Others should have the same opportunity. I can explain why if asked. I agree with Jean also. All row and townhouses currently in review and advertising should be delayed until rezoning has been voted on, especially in Montgomery and probably Bowness and other communities. Development costs do not translate into lower priced homes. It will if the home is for personal use, but not for resale. Backyard suites. I have a view on my backyard. They should not be allowed in areas that are view lots. I don't care what the law says. Rezoning, from what I've seen, has made a difference of between 1% to 3% in lower costs for rent and home prices, but make no mistake, costs will always rise over time. AI, meaning ChatGPT, agrees with me. Bylaw literally means by law, and builders break this all the time, knowing they full well can just file and get a relaxation after the fact. It's a farce. When a complaint is filed by a homeowner, you just get lip service and it's never really dealt with. I know because I've filed. If you want lower home prices in established neighborhoods, force or incentivize builders to communities like Huntington Hills and Marlborough, for example. DMAP clearly shows no development in these areas. Again, ChatGPT agrees. If you want inner city will always be expensive and inherently not affordable. Waste collection drivers could tell you which alleys and roads are not suited for row and townhouses. Create commercial apartments for artists so they can write off 70% of their rent against tax like Vancouver to create more affordability. When I bought my home in Montgomery in 1997, I wish I could have bought in Mount Royal, but I could not afford it. You can't always get what you want. I hear a lot about landlord licensing. I am a landlord also. There would also need to be reforms for landlords also. The bigger themes that I hear throughout the hearings, and I've listened all the way up to now, younger people and renters seem to paint RC1 owners as privileged and selfish and should just suck it up. RC1 owners think the process was flawed and unfair at the first go-around, and they were not heard and democracy failed. Developers think process is flawed, which it is, but that RC1 owners should just suck it up too, and that appeals and complaints are not warranted from homeowners around that neighborhood. Affordability is a macroeconomic issue and should not be viewed solely as a local planning outcome. Housing affordability pressures are driven by factors such as interest rates, population growth, urbanization, and construction costs. While increased density can help at the margins and should be part of the solution, developers ultimately operate within a market-driven system and build based on profitability. Rents are also market-driven. So I'm just going to expand briefly. The RC2 designation I want, because in Montgomery, let's face it, all the homes that are older, and I live in an older home, are going to be redeveloped to RC2 at maximum anyways, and should be the maximum for this area. So I don't want to have to go through the process of rezoning, and if somebody buys my home, I don't want them to have to go through the process of rezoning just to get an RC2 designation, which they would anyways. And I don't want to bear the cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes this panel, and I believe we have no questions from members of council. So at this point, we will assemble our next panel of speakers. Let's first have, for this panel, Greg from 45. You'll lead us off. On the line, do we have Michelle from 34?
Michelle Hebert from 30 is here.
Oh, from 30? Okay. Do we have Kevin from 34?
Yes, Kevin from 34 is here.
Great. Please stand by. Is there anyone in the chamber that was on panels 1 through 45 but hasn't been called yet? Anybody on the phone who is on panel 1 through 45 and hasn't been called yet?
Heather McDonald Furco?
Heather, was that you?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have you as our fourth panelist. Do we have anyone else through panels 1 through 45 who is on the phone and hasn't had a chance yet?
Patty Auger, panel 44.
Okay, could you just please repeat your name?
Patty, last name's Auger.
Great, thank you so much. So our panel here will be Greg, then Michelle, Kevin, Heather, then Patty. So Greg, take us away, please, sir.
I have slides. I don't know if they're up. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Greg Miller. I want to let you know that I grew up in a bungalow in the then town of St. Albert. I've lived in apartments in Montreal and owned a detached home in a Toronto suburb. 30 years ago, my wife and I moved to Mackenzie Lake in Calgary. We live now in inner city Highland Park. We've lived here for some time now and we love it. So I have experience with many of the home types on this slide and then some. They were a choice for me at a time in my life that was right for me and for my family. And citywide rezoning reflects this very conservative principle. Choice, especially market choice. Next slide. Repealing RCG contradicts this conservative principle. A repeal restricts property rights. It adds bureaucracy. It creates uncertainty with other governments and our builders that employ thousands. A repeal promotes costly sprawl that drives taxes. It is not fiscally conservative. Next slide. And that's concerning. Yes, many of you say you campaigned on repealing citywide rezoning, but you've also made other commitments. Cut red tape and push for automated permitting. Lower taxes. Respect the very limited focus of municipal government. Let the market decide. And some of you proudly wear the labels of fiscal hawk and fiscal conservative, and that's good. Because more than ever, we're going to need fiscal conservatives. How do we know? Because we're finally saying the quiet part out loud. Low-density development is expensive. Our bills reflecting low-density residential form are coming due in a big way. Next slide. For example, a key finding from the business leaders who prepared the feeder main report was that Calgary has the highest per capita water infrastructure versus major Canadian peer cities driven by low-density growth. They also say Calgary remains a low-density municipality, resulting in more kilometers of pipe per resident than any other large Canadian peer city. Congrats, we're number one. They called our water system one of the most largest and complex in Canada. Their report, in fact, draws a direct line between low-density development and costs, in this case, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Next slide. Others have made a similar connection. In a January interview with CBC Radio, the mayor acknowledged how we grow is a big driver of property tax. And then a big piece of that as well is how we choose to grow, right? And whether we choose to be much more geographically efficient versus continuous sprawl in the suburbs. Where and how we choose to grow in the suburbs is a really big cost driver in terms of the taxes that Calgarians pay here now. Next slide. Now, as if to prove his point, the Alberta government obliged by slapping us with a $200 million education property tax hike. While we certainly agree our schools are overcrowded, we also face an issue of kids not living near schools. According to the Calgary Board of Education, schools in central Calgary are just over 2/3 filled by students who actually live there. The 20% provincial tax hike we'll all pay will go to add school capacity mostly on the edges of our sprawling city. Next slide. Now, higher taxes shouldn't come as a surprise. A year ago, city admin warned us that property taxes were not keeping pace with costs. And this month, we're coming to terms with an astonishing $49 billion bill for our infrastructure, of which $18 billion are in assets that are in very poor condition. Next slide. Now, it's not just our taxes that are impacted by sprawl, it's transportation, which is largely privatized in the city. Just over a year ago, a federal government study added median housing costs to median transportation costs and compared them to median incomes. Guess what? In our city that prioritizes the automobile in service of low-density neighborhoods, the share of household income spent on transportation and housing is higher here than in Toronto. In fact, we're higher than Edmonton, Vancouver, Montreal, or Ottawa. Next slide. Well, so how can RCG help? Well, it's one way to correct our tax distribution problems. Neighborhoods predominantly zoned for the historical single-family homes simply do not generate the same revenues as inner-city or even new neighborhoods. It would be fiscal folly to restrict 68% of the city to a form of housing that can't keep pace with the revenues we need to pay our growing infrastructure bills. Next slide. So I ask all of you, are we big city gatekeepers or are we enablers of homes? Next slide. In closing, please say yes to homes, provide choice for housing, improve housing affordability, use an inexpensive market mechanism to meet demand, grow tax revenues per unit of land, offset looming higher property taxes, make common sense use of our existing infrastructure like schools, and don't make it harder to build homes, reject red tape. In short, live your values, be fiscally conservative, and vote no to repeal. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Do not go far. I think we have a few speakers in the queue for you. All right, we will go now to Michelle on panel 30. Take us away.
Good morning, Mayor Farkas and members of City Council. My name is Michelle Hébert. I'm here today representing the Fairview citizens for thoughtful planning, as well as my neighbors in Ward 11. Every neighbor we contacted is in favor of repealing the blanket upzoning bylaw. Not one expressed support for the current bylaw. That alone should give us pause. We're not opposed to growth. We are opposed to a one-size-fits-all policy that disregards the realities of communities. Single-family neighborhoods were not designed for this level of densification. Infrastructure is limited. Parking impacts are poorly assessed. The removal of on-site parking requirements raises serious unanswered questions about congestion, safety, livability, and environmental impact, such as sewage, is questionable regarding development. Also, we unanimously want to preserve the heritage and large, open, green spaces in our mature neighborhoods, spaces that give our children and families safe places to play, gather, and build community. These are not incidental features. They are essential to our quality of life. Equally concerning is the process that led to this bylaw. Many residents only learned of the hearing at that time through neighbors. Access to official documents was inconsistent at best. A plebiscite was refused on a deeply contentious issue. At the hearing itself, scheduling was arbitrary, participation uneven, and public trust eroded. We witnessed a process that felt reactive, not inclusive, procedural, not democratic. Calgarians deserve better. We deserve thoughtful, targeted planning, one that considers infrastructure, transit, and community character. We deserve meaningful engagement, not the appearance of it. We want balance and respect for land diversity. We urge Council to repeal the blanket upzoning bylaw and return to communities for genuine consultation. Growth must be planned with us, not imposed on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We will go now to Kevin, please, on panel 34.
This is Kevin Lillis. Thank you, Mayor Farkas and City Council. Thank you for keeping your word on your election promise. I am in favor of repealing the blanket policy. Blanket policies have been proven ineffective. One size fits all does not work. I do understand that there are areas that we're going to be using differently. throughout the city. And that makes a lot of sense. And this way, it can be done logically and effectively with a new plan in place. I hear lots of heated thoughts and opinions from people, and I think what we're, in general, all looking for is a really good, thoughtful balance and remove the free-for-all. And I think that pretty much sums up what I have to say.
Thank you so much for being with us. We'll now go to Heather, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time permitted to speak this morning. My name is Heather McDonald-Furco. I am present to speak in favor of repealing blanket rezoning. In my opinion, there should be no blanket ruling of any kind, as it is seldom a case of one size fits all or fits every community. Blanket rezoning creates, in the short term, housing, but it does not seem to consider the makeup of the area and long-term effects. Has anyone considered appropriate standards for parking and building height based on current community standard? Any new building should incorporate living on one level, such as preferred by residents with accessibility concerns and often seniors. With bungalows disappearing, the city will still need places for these residents to be able to call home. Infrastructure has been largely talked about, but I don't know or recall that anyone has mentioned the brownouts we were suffering from in the last couple of years because of the demand on our electrical grid. That is another consideration in terms of infrastructure. I would like Council and Mayor to please maintain the character and quality that make Calgary communities great places to live. That means making sure any property needs to provide off-street parking for residents the same as secondary suites. In Maple Ridge, where I live, a single detached home has an average of 2 off-street spaces per resident, and many have 3. Another requirement should be that no new build should exceed the tallest single residence in that particular community. Allowing massive buildings to go up and wreck current residents' quality of life is not acceptable. Homeowners choose their residents with great care and at great expense, and their investment should not be affected by rezoning. Honestly, I'm wondering why these hearings are happening a second time. Wasn't the first set of hearings overwhelmingly against blanket rezoning, with 70% of live speakers and those who sent letters providing their feedback? Nothing has changed except that the previous mayor and several councillors have been replaced because of this issue. For me, a repeat is only a waste of everyone's time and significant taxpayer funds. Will all quote unquote feedback be treated in the same way, where an abundance of residents speak, taxpayer funds are spent, and concerns are ignored? I hope not, because you are all elected to do these jobs based on the feedback of your voters. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Patty on panel 44, please.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas and councillors. I am a born and raised Calgarian of 53 years, an accountant for over 25. I've also served on my community association board for 15 years, the last 5 years as president, and reside in Ward 7. I spoke 2 years ago against the adoption of blanket rezoning, and I am here today to echo the same comments I made then in support of repealing blanket rezoning. When this was before the last council, it became about creating affordable housing and the housing crisis. And even now, some of those who speak against repealing feel that the blanket rezoning is still the answer to affordable housing, lower rents, better landlords. I disagree. In the news, increased housing starts in 2025 compared to the years prior are quoted, implying that blanket rezoning resulted in more building, yet the statistics don't actually speak to the types of housing starts. The majority of the housing starts in 2025 are condo apartment-style units. This is what is contributing to the decline in rents that we have heard people mention. I empathize with those in Calgary struggling to find housing. I grew up in a low-income family. My parents rented various houses until my mid-teens when they received a small inheritance which allowed them to purchase their first home in Altadore. Within years, the infill development started, as many of the properties were 50-foot lots. They were not contextually designed to fit the neighborhood, and the infill box that was built beside my parents loomed over their little bungalow. An air conditioner unit from the neighboring property was within feet of their bedroom window due to limited space between the properties. This pushed my parents to sell. They reaped the benefits of the impact of developers pushing property prices up as they competed to scoop up real estate that is prime for upzoning. Their little bungalow was bought at $500,000, torn down, and 2 infills built, just to sell each of those for more than $400,000 individually. Not more affordable, less house for the same money, more money for the city as property taxes. The same applies today. Input costs are extraordinary, so once a developer or investor purchases the property, the average property owner cannot afford to do this. The inputs are still high. Building materials, government fees, labor costs, and more. None of that in my math adds up to affordable housing, so long as it remains in the open market and up to private developers and investors. A speaker noted that a family member took 18 months trying to secure a duplex, even offering over list each time. This is the effect of developers pushing up prices on those prized lots that they see as ripe for those large developments, where they can afford to pay a little more as it's short-term pain for long-term gain. This means that the average Calgarian isn't able to compete to purchase their forever home. In 2024, it was stated that approximately 84,000 households cannot afford housing. The statistics show that 23% of those are seniors. Infills and row houses built on a 50-foot lot are narrow and tall in order to get the square footage people desire. Steep stairs are not what seniors need, nor people with mobility challenges. Accessibility has rarely been mentioned and is a challenge in the city as well, not just affordability. Blanket upzoning is not the answer to creating affordable housing, nor adding appropriate density that works for all Calgarians, including individuals with mobility challenges, small children, etc. We need to continue to have strategic planning that allows existing infrastructure to be updated or replaced as needed, given older communities are starting to fail, and needs investment before adding more to it, as well as investments by all levels of government into non-market housing. As many others have said before me, repeal blanket rezoning and revisit planning processes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes our panel. It was asked previously why the public hearing was being conducted. This is a legislated provincial requirement. So based on the notice of motion, a public hearing is a legal requirement for us to be here. We have some questions for the panelists. I'm just looking at the time now. We're at about 11 o'clock. Our regular scheduled break is noon. I'll just invite my colleagues to show discipline in your lines of questioning. It's the purpose here is not to engage in debate with presenters, but please ask a question if it can clarify the presentation that we heard from the member of the public. But again, please, I'd implore you to show some discipline so we can have the opportunity to accommodate one more panel before we break for noon. Over to Councillor Kelly, please.
Mr. Miller, please, if you don't mind. To the mayor's point there, just about clarity. Oh, thank you, clerks. To the mayor's point about clarity there, just sounds like you're pretty convinced that property taxes are going to go higher if we repeal the blanket rezoning. Just wondering if you could expand on that in terms of why you're convinced and what you think is going to happen if we go down this road.
Well, thanks for the question. I think at this stage, I think we are all preparing ourselves, and you on council are already preparing us for a property tax increase. Would RCG in its own bring them down? I think that's probably a pretty strong statement. However, over the long term, if you're actually going to put more units within a given hectare that has the opportunity to generate more tax revenue with very little incremental cost to us, I think that can only influence in a positive way the cost structure of the city. So I think over the long term, absolutely, I think it's one of the tools in your toolkit to look at mitigating tax increases.
I appreciated your slide in there showing Pierre Poilievre making this exact argument. I remember during that federal election campaign, it kind of surprised me, and I appreciated that economic argument. Your presentation resonated with me because, I'll be honest, this is what I'm struggling with, is that, and maybe I'll ask you specifically about your approach to this, because For me, like, I'm hearing lots of neighbors coming forward and saying, we don't want this, we want to repeal it. But at the same time, I'm worried about being able to keep their school open. I'm worried about being able to afford to send transit there with any form of frequency that makes it usable. Yeah. Wonder if you can speak to that a little bit, because that, if you were in this chair, how would you be thinking about that balance between those two things?
I think I would be honest with Calgarians that, you know, we can choose to have 68% of the city as RC1 or R1 zoning, but let's be honest about the cost, about what it takes to service a 50-foot lot with a single a bungalow on it versus servicing a row house with multiple units on it. So there is, you know, we're already starting this discussion, but we've seen the Venn diagram many times. You can't have it all. You can't have high services and low taxes and low density. It doesn't compute. Something has to give. So if we're not prepared to correct some of the imbalances we have in tax across the city, you know, so for example, we all recognize the inner city still pays a very large amount of tax. We recognize, and I fully concede, that new communities built on the edge of the city are generating more tax revenues than frankly, than they ever have. But there remains the donut in the middle. And that's what RCG is one small attempt to try to redress. And if we don't, you know, I live in a community that has begun to densify. It was a community of promise once upon a time. We were in decline, and now we've reversed that in Highland Park. We're doing that by accepting a mix of housing types and adding more people and frankly, generating more tax revenue. At what point will residents in my community put up their hand and say, you know what, we really feel like we're spending more for our taxes than, say, other communities a little farther away. Where's our new pipes? Where's our new roads? All the infrastructure that's been done, quite frankly, around our wonderful community center has been done by volunteers, going and finding the funds to make it happen. And we've created a wonderful place, but we still don't see an overwhelming influx of infrastructure spending from the city. And at what point do communities who feel they are paying more start to say, I'm not sure we're getting it in return?
Colleagues, I feel like Mr. Miller is like reciting my platform from the campaign. It's I appreciate it. You brought up the neighborhood density and the development that's happening in Highland Park. It's a question I've asked for a few folks. I'll ask it of you because as a Ward 4 neighbor, I appreciate your perspective. Highland Park, before the blanket rezoning, had seen about an 18% population decrease, which is about 900 people. If we're looking to address what it is that you're talking about, and we repeal the blanket rezoning, then where does the density go in a place like Highland Park?
Well, first of all, I would actually look forward to up-to-date census numbers, and we can thank other levels of government from the past for killing that. What a disaster. So I would assume that we continue to grow. I haven't seen the latest numbers. And the reason is we've accepted densification. And please, I have to speak very categorically. I'm on the planning committee. I do not speak for the planning committee. And I can tell you, there are people in the community who worry and are very concerned about seeing new developments come in. But you know what? We now have a mix of bungalows, we have duplexes, infills, we have row houses, we have mid-block row houses, of all things. We've had HGO. We even on Center Street, we have some new apartment buildings that have gone up since we've been there. And it's all contributed to bringing more people in. And my wife and I were just having this conversation. You know, when the snow goes away, well, even when the snow is there, we have a wonderful skating rink that is now full of people. And in the summer, we will have festivals and concerts filled with people who are now new to the neighborhood. And it's a true sign of vibrancy. So if you rescind RCG, what'll happen to us? Well, we're slated to go back to RC2. There will still be RC2 applications, but I suspect what you're really going to do is just drag out the development process and the approval process for demand for row houses, which appears to be pretty constant. and townhomes for them.
I really appreciate your perspective. You're coming today to share your perspective, and I certainly share yours as it relates to the data. I, too, look forward to getting some updated municipal census data so we can see exactly what has happened in Highland Park that we don't have the data on currently. So thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. And I remember you from 2 years ago. You did the same presentation. My question is, you heard short-term versus long-term. What I'm hearing from people who are saying repeal it, their short-term versus long-term is different than yours. Theirs is based on nerves. You're telling me on numbers that long-term there's a gain that city needs to have because we cannot keep doing this to the city, we got to do this. For the people who wanted to repeal it, nerves, they just don't want character of the city to change. So can you comment on that based on your numbers, any experience you have, short-term versus long-term?
Well, let me try and answer your question this way. I think any system, whatever the system may be, however we design the system, I think we can make the case that the city and the place that we live in is a system. Any system that doesn't evolve or doesn't change, at least gradually, or evolve, ultimately gets to a point where catastrophic change occurs. I mean, to draw a parallel, of course, to the feeder main, it appears we may have neglected some maintenance and so forth, so we weren't prepared to evolve with it. It broke, and we had a catastrophe, and we still do. It's managed now, thank you, but we have a catastrophe on our hands. So my comment is to those who are concerned about change. First of all, I've lived changed. I grew up in a bungalow with 1,000 square feet in a suburb of Edmonton. I've lived in apartments. I've had a house in Toronto and lived with horrible commutes, et cetera, et cetera. We're now in a place in Highland Park, and the neighborhood just continues to change, and it's all good. It's okay. And I think allowing that gradual evolution means that we're in recovery. We will see more people coming. We feel confident that our services, say for transit, et cetera, will be there because our community is adapting to what the demands are that are being placed on it. Change is scary. I totally get it. And I can just, once upon a time, Highland Park would have been just a community of bungalows and maybe some small, duplexes of the type built in the 50s or what have you. I can only imagine what the outcry was when the first infill went in Highland Park. I can only imagine. And you know what? We're fine. We have secondary suites. There's people here who were tied up in knots over secondary suites for years. It's fine. It's all fine.
I'm a suburban councillor. I represent Ward 5. In 2016, when there was a debate about legalization of secondary suites, I'm just reading an article 9 years ago. Calgary declares war on urban sprawl. And someone was quoted in saying that this city had been subsidizing urban sprawl for too long. Currently, the discussion is with inner city, with the parking changes, it's a war on cars. I just want to understand, if we repeal this, like you said, property taxes come from the more development. I just want your take. If we repeal this, we got infrastructure needs and all that. How do we make sure that we keep sprawl more sanity to it? Do you think it's a time again to relook at our offsite levies, to kind of start looking at the infrastructure that we are putting in this city to accommodate that growth if we repeal this?
Well, as my dad used to say, if you're in a hole, stop digging, right? That's the first thing you do. So we heard a couple of weeks ago in the Providence application that the city currently has 40 new communities that are, give or take, that are currently under development on the edge of the city. And I've also heard a lot about, well, it now pays for itself through offsite levies. And that may be the case. I'd love to see the numbers on the screen. However, we also recognize we front-end that development. So when Providence came up here, this committee, decided that because we're path dependent, we don't really have a way of backing out of it. We're going to put in $250 million, $230 million of a potential $580 million to build it out. Oh, it'll all be paid back. Don't you worry. We're even forecasting an operational surplus, assuming full build-out. Meanwhile, I mean, there's folks here who've been around this table who know we go through boom bust cycles in the city all the time. And when the bust hits, it's pretty severe. And so meanwhile, if you front-end loaded all these suburban developments, we're the ones holding the bag. Your taxpayers are the ones holding the bag, hoping it pays off one day. So that is dangerous. It's fiscally reckless. And in a time of tariffs and energy uncertainty and frankly, where the last quarter, the population of Canada actually declined, the whole notion of suburban growth is predicated on endless growth, that it never stops. And that in itself is a risk.
My last question is, let's assume hypothetically this gets repealed. What do you recommend? Because what we heard from residents, and some of them, they talked about character, they talked about congestion, parking, losing urban tree canopy and all that, some legitimate concerns. But we also got to make sure that we put something in place which is more receptive and amenable to some of these residents. Based on your experience, do we do that just on the council floor through amendments, or take a time, pause, step back, and do it once and for all in a proper way? And what would that look like?
Yeah, sorry. So having listened to a reasonable amount of the debate over the last few days, or the submissions, it seems to me as an observer, you are not yet clear on what you will do after you repeal. We don't know what the replace is. And if you're not sure, I would ask you, is it really best to figure out over these 2 weeks of highly charged and highly emotional and legitimate, please, legitimate. I've lived in the suburbs. I get it. I get the fear. But in highly charged presentations from people like me, do you think maybe it's not better to pause, recognize you have to have something that's workable, that's going to replace, that's going to meet the needs of a whole bunch of stakeholders, including, of course, residents who are here, and come back later? So my recommendation, don't repeal. Put a pause on it. Think about it. Come back and make sure you've got something that is actually going to work to address some of the very, certainly the housing issues and the affordability issues and going forward.
Great, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you for answering all those questions, and that's it for me, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Pantasopoulos, we have less than 45 minutes remaining. It would be great to be able to do another panel, but I'll go over to you, Councillor, for questions.
Very quick then. Thank you so much. I just wanted to pick up on your comment about gradual evolution. I think you just said that. And then you went on about change is hard and Calgarians just have to sort of deal with it. Do you think what we did 2 years ago from R1 on 60+% to RCG was gradual evolution?
By gently expanding the definition of what a residential land use is, frankly, yes, it is gradual.
Taking communities that have R1 and then putting 8plexes, that's gradual evolution.
Well, yeah.
I'm just, it's an opinion. If that's what you believe, then perfect.
No, I appreciate that. So my opinion.
Yeah.
I think if we pull out the stats, and I recall seeing, I don't know if this has changed, but I think Councillor Atkinson at one point, had put out some statistics around where all the applications were coming from. Yeah. And it is, let's face it, it's fairly concentrated where these applications are. So if we're talking about sort of more outlying areas of the city, I think you probably need to give it a little more time to see if, in fact, they really are going to be impacted. I don't dispute, of course, you've got people who have experienced an 8plex or 4+4 or what have you beside their house. Of course, that's hard. I completely understand that. I see that in my own community. I come back to my fervent belief that we have to evolve. This is a very gradual approach. And it doesn't mean that it's happening everywhere all at once. It clearly isn't in this city. And so, excuse me, if there's ways to better manage that or better communicate that, then fine. But as you can tell, I'm someone who's like, I've lived in a bunch of different places, and I'm like, this is not the end of the world. In fact, it's quite a positive step. It's certainly been a positive step, I believe, where I live.
What about that you mentioned we don't have a plan, and I think the plan is formulating in our minds, but through the conversation, transit-oriented development, where there's more density required. Think of your neighborhood up Center Street as an example. I don't know the area very well, but as compared to 2 blocks. And I think even, there was a gentleman right before you from my ward, Wildwood, and you could see there's been a general consensus saying, hey, on a main strip, Bob's your uncle, do what you want to do. So is that a way to sort of gently introduce it, and then versus sort of everywhere? What are your thoughts on there? Is that a good step to choice of housing in the neighborhood, grow revenues per unit of land? Not everywhere, but just that in the thesis of that gradual evolution.
So we can talk about the Green Line for a billion years, and I won't go there. But I'm a huge proponent of transit-oriented development, absolutely. But it's not a silver bullet, and I think we've seen on presentations from some pretty knowledgeable people right here, you don't, even if you establish that it's 800 meters around a transit stop, you're probably not going to meet your housing targets anytime soon. TOD, yes to transit-oriented development. Yes to, frankly, RCG, gentle rezoning. Yes to affordable housing, which is a totally different non-market housing. We need all of those things, and we need them to meet a mix and a range of needs that are highly diverse. Absolutely go forward with TOD. I would just caution you, we failed miserably here at TOD. Compare us to Vancouver, compare us to Toronto. And just on Toronto for a moment, we could argue, do we even want to develop the way they do in Toronto? They have an area, downtown Toronto, my daughter happens to live on the edge of it, where it's frozen in amber. It's an area called the Annex. It's beautiful neighbors, beautiful neighborhoods. Jane Jacobs' house is there, all the rest. It hasn't changed. It's lost population. And so what you see in Toronto, you see these big clusters around transit-oriented development. Great, it's housing. People need homes. It doesn't necessarily address all the needs.
I think if you just take it to a next level, not only transit, but where there's nodes and corridors and things like that. Well, look, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this, and hopefully there's some sort of middle ground that works there with it. So thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I believe that concludes this panel. We're going to assemble our next panel, starting with panel 45. Do we have Rob Tremblay on the line or with us? Rob Zhang. Hai Doan. Louis Budd. Moving now to 46. Do we have Corinne Jansonius? Thank you, Corinne. Come up. Well, you'll be our first one. Do we have Chad Grekel?
Yes, Chad here.
Thank you, Chad. Please stand by. Debbie Palmer? Thank you. Come on down, Debbie. Martina Walsh? Kirk Lubimov? Moving now to panel 47, Austin Morris. Litma Learn. Doran Coriacago Ivan. Daniela Corrigaro Ivan. On 47, Jeff McLean. 48, Gurmeet Brar. Don Schwartz. Sean Walsh. John Phillips. John Chandler. Moving now to 49, do we have Kiprin Abako? Carol Hollywood. Jatinder Kara. Sumita Anand. All right, moving now to panel 50, do we have Norval Horner? Derek Donald. Cornell Kozoe. Thank you. Come on down, Cornell. Do we have Ken Young? Chantal Campbell? Thank you. Come on down, Chantal. All All right, so that is our panel of 5. To recap, we have Corinne from 46, Chad 46, Debbie 46, Cornell 50, and Chantel 50. If your name was not listed, we're not likely to be able to hear from you prior to our break at 1 o'clock. Okay, so we'll hear from this panel of 5, and then we'll be breaking around noon or so. All right, Corinne, take us away. After Corinne will be Chad.
Good morning, and thanks for letting me speak at this panel. My name is Corinne Jansonius, and I'm speaking for my husband and myself. We live a car-free lifestyle in Ward 7's Mount Pleasant in a heritage home on a heritage guideline street. We support the rezoning repeal. We're for densification, but the current trend of replacing a single dwelling with 4 often bigger RC dwellings on the same lot that maximize the indoor living space, but at the expense of the tree canopy, expense of the neighbors. There seems to be a lack of consideration of the context of the block that I think is missing here. So we ask that you take this chance to repeal and then rework our housing strategy. Regarding the proposed bylaw amendments, I do have a few specific comments. The first is that we understand some properties will be grandfathered to RCG, but we'd like the wording to be clear. And currently, there's ambiguity. Namely, approved development permits will be exempted. But what if the approval has already been overturned by the SDAB? It looks like those are still being grandfathered in, even though the SDAB proved that it was not appropriate. So we'd like the grandfathering criteria to be updated to clarify this. Secondly, I appreciate your reductions to the RCG maximums so that the houses going forward that still may be RCG will be more in context with the neighbors. I think that's terrific. But it did make me think of something I hope you don't mind me asking. But if you're reducing the dwellings from 4 to 3, have you considered reducing the footprint by the same ratio, from 60% to 45%, and changing the setback to be the same as the single and semi-detached, removing that 4.5 meter maximum? If you did this, the new builds wouldn't be as intrusive. They could go forward a bit over time, but you wouldn't get one neighbor being cut off so badly by a new build. And you would be protecting the trees, the gardens, the amenity space, and play areas. In my area, there's just a tiny play space with a few logs on it in our 24 block radius. Because there was no planning, spaces have been filled, the schools are across busy streets, so our kids don't really have anywhere to play. And if you take away the yard space as well, they'll be playing in the streets, and that's not ideal either. So as a bonus, I thought I'd mention the smaller footprint could come at a smaller price tag for developers. We've heard that 3x3 developments need storm drains, but maybe this isn't the case once you have that smaller footprint. So it's better for drainage, again, it's better for trees, and if the design sparks less opposition, it could go through the process faster without all these objections to the file managers that have to be dealt with, and eventually the SDAB when the neighbors really feel they haven't been heard. So I'd like to close by offering a few other miscellaneous ideas. And the first is about encouraging more housing diversity, because we've seen a lot of these mountain goat townhouses. They have a lot of stairs. They are not suitable for seniors. They're not suitable for anybody in a wheelchair with a walker. Could we encourage designs that had a main floor as one dwelling, and then the second floor could be a second dwelling with a staircase up, but once you've gone up the stairs once, you're not running up and down for the rest of the day? I haven't seen anything like this, and I'd really encourage it so that our housing is more accessible to our neighbors. Could you provide better tree protection for public trees and also for private trees? Not just the ones on the lot that's being developed, but also the neighboring trees. We've invested in our tree canopy, and it would break my heart if the pear tree I planted with my dad 35 years ago dies because it did not get the same consideration the public trees do. Could you clarify the role of local area plans and bylaws? For example, should developers read and follow the local area plans? Evidence on our street is that the developers did not look at the local area plan. We had to look at it, we had to inform them, and that seems backwards. It's their job to develop. They should understand the rules of where they're developing, especially where there's the luxury of an LAP. Time is up. I have a few more, but I'll hold those. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Green. We'll call on Chad next from 46, and then after Chad will be Debbie.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I hope everyone can hear me okay.
Yeah, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Great. Okay. My name is Chad Greco. I'm a resident of Ward 8, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family. I'm asking council to repeal the blanket rezoning bylaw and restart the planning process through genuine community-based planning. I also want to clarify with blanket rezoning, we are not talking about MCG or denser zoning. We are talking about RCG. We understand the importance of increasing density. In communities like Altadore, density has already increased substantially before blanket rezoning even came into effect. In my neighborhood of Altadore, one home is being replaced with 14 units on a single lot. That is a massive change for infrastructure, parking, traffic, and the character of a family street. I see on the distributed materials from the city that we are supposed to be talking about 4+4 developments under RCG. How then are we getting 7+7 or 14 units on one lot on our quiet street in Altadore under the RCG zoning designation? With blanket rezoning, development approvals are being granted with repeated multiple relaxations to the rules, such as lot coverage, massing, height, roof form for uses that seem to be now designed for short-term rentals. When multiple relaxations continue to happen repeatedly, it becomes difficult for residents to maintain confidence in the process. It creates a growing sense that the expectations applied to existing residents are not being applied consistently to new development. For a development recently approved on our block, 90 people spoke up and their input was fully dismissed. That is not only disappointing, but has also eroded trust. Residents are left feeling unheard and the process begins to feel disingenuous and procedural rather than authentic and meaningful. Established literature states that blanket rezoning is driving up land costs, benefiting developers rather than future neighbors. When relaxations become routine, they create developer entitlement. The expectation shifts from following the established rules to pushing beyond them, and the burden falls on existing hardworking residents to fight to push back. Like the recent RCG approval in our block, and I repeat for emphasis, RCG, not MCG, there will be 14 units on one lot with 14 air conditioners, 16 shared waste bins, insufficient parking, all while being 2 meters taller and 2 meters in front of setback compared to the adjacent homes. This will most certainly impact our street. This recent approval is not aligned with the RCG designation, and yet it is being quietly enabled and encouraged by the city. This is an example of trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. This is not thoughtful densification. In conclusion, the definition of gentle density needs to be revisited. Calgarians, such as myself, are not opposed to growth. What residents want is responsible growth, growth that is coordinated with infrastructure upgrades and shaped with real community input. A presentation here on Monday evening suggested that duplex, threeplex, or fourplex with 4 units, including basement suites, should be a maximum. Most residents are fine with anything up to this, including myself. This is where you should start when you revisit these rezoning rules. I respectfully urge council to repeal this bylaw and restart the planning process so that Calgary can grow responsibly, sustainably, and with the support of its residents. I urge you to repeal the blanket rezoning bylaw in full, reject proposed amendments, restart local area planning so that planning reflects actual community conditions, restore genuine community engagement to reestablish trust, and stick to the established land use bylaw and stop allowing relaxations. Calgary deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. We'll go to Debbie on 46 and then Cornell after that. Go ahead, Debbie.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Debbie Palmer, and I am here to support the repeal of blanket rezoning. I recognize that the decision made here will shape Calgary for decades, which is why the process behind this decision matters as much as the policy itself. Calgary does need more housing. Population growth and affordability pressures are real. But supporting more housing is not the same thing as supporting blanket rezoning across the entire city. These are two different questions, and the distinction matters for how Calgary plans its future. The main question before Council is not whether Calgary should keep expanding, but whether a single sweeping policy change should replace the city's established planning process, which has served it well for years. The matter also includes consideration of how this policy was implemented. I'm not directly impacted by this. I live in a townhome in South Calgary, but blanket rezoning replaced the step-by-step planning approach that normally occurs through local area plans and neighborhood engagement. That was not simply a technical planning change. It was a structural adjustment to how planning decisions are made. And many Calgarians, as you've heard, felt that change occurred too quickly and without sufficient democratic discussion. Part of the reason for that speed is understandable. Across Canada, housing policy is now shaped by multiple levels of government simultaneously, and municipalities are under pressure to respond quickly, sometimes faster than democratic institutions and public understanding can keep up with. When large structural changes are introduced too quickly, they often generate unintended consequences and unnecessary conflict. Blanket rezoning is one outcome of that pressure. The concern is not density itself, but residents notice how decisions are made. As elected officials, you now need to represent Calgarians differently, and many people will be unaware of the change. Over the past 5 years, the needs of equity-deserving groups have expanded from pay equity to all policy areas. And I think a better understanding of equitable might be necessary because it means equal outcome, which is the same blanket zoning for the whole city. It did not mean, and it was well recognized, that it would not be an equal impact on neighborhoods. Since Canada signed on to the United Nations Pact for the Future, in 2024, there's also a requirement that municipalities consider the needs of future generations and the planet. That cannot be an easy job. The recent housing strategy incorporates all of these factors, yet there's been a lack of transparency about how these needs are balanced, what these developments mean for Calgary, and which issues the average Calgarian can continue to influence through voting. When major structural planning decisions are made that way, it risks weakening something cities depend on: public trust in the planning process. Trust matters. Residents need to believe that planning decisions are not only efficient, but legitimate. Legitimacy comes from transparent reasoning, incremental implementation, and meaningful public participation. Repealing blanket rezoning would not mean abandoning housing supply. It would mean returning to a planning approach that adds density strategically, where infrastructure can be adequately upgraded, where transit is planned, and where communities have the opportunity to engage constructively in the process. Liberal democratic systems are strongest when policy goals are pursued through processes that citizens can see, understand, and trust. A more incremental approach may move slightly slower, but it tends to produce more stable and widely supported outcomes. Calgary has a long tradition of pragmatic planning and community engagement. Repealing blanket rezoning would restore that tradition. It would allow Calgary to continue increasing housing supply while ensuring the planning process remains transparent, accountable, and grounded in liberal democratic participation. Growth is necessary, but legitimacy is essential. I encourage the Council to repeal blanket rezoning and return to a planning model that balances both. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Debbie. We're going to go to Cornell on 50 and then Chantal after that. Take us away, Cornell.
Morning. I've made submissions to Councillor Ward in the past, and he's got that on hand. I just wanted to cover some fringe items here. I moved to my present address 47 years ago, and the neighbor at 2855 was Dr. Bill McGecky, surgeon, and his wife was a nurse. And his place was kept up to the nines, manicured grass, flower gardens, etc. In about 2010, he sold out and it went to the present owners. Since then, things have changed next door. The grass is long, the flower beds are now thistles, etc. So the old Ukrainian neighbor does the right thing and cleans up after it. And I was wondering what's going to happen if an eightplex goes next door, what my duties are going to be. I've had several different careers, one in engineering, designing buildings, etc., and one with Jocelyn's Canada. And I'm currently 14 years. I work for Creta Investments. I look after maintenance and renovations. And what I see there in the buildings is a lot of total destruction by tenants, an ongoing thing, followed by garbage in these places that people never seem to make it to the garbage bin. It's up to the crew, my crew, to clean up after them. And I fear the same thing is going to happen in the eightplex. The other concern is vehicle parking at places where I work, where the cars die or don't go anymore. They just leave them there. And that's a big concern to me, to have somebody's car parked on my lawn, etc. And basically there's no place for parking. The other place that happens in these buildings is there's a criminal element, and there's goings on with through windows. If they can't do their business through windows, they'll entry by force. And I do a lot of fixing of doors, locks, etc., etc. It's not to my liking. So, and I'm asking that this permit not be permitted to go next door to me, because I'd like to see the sun in my yard and tend to my garden, etc. I'm just asking for a repeal to the neighbor application. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here with us, sir. We'll go to Chantel on panel 50 to round us off.
Hello, my name is Chantel Campbell, and I'm a 30-year resident of Murda Loop. And I'm here to speak in support of fully repealing the blanket rezoning based on my experience over the last few years. I agree with many speakers who have raised concerns about traffic already, massing, privacy, and prolonged construction disruption. And I want to add 4 points from my perspective. First, the implementation, in my view, has been flawed compared to the strategy. The housing strategy promised gentle density and small-scale infill that would diversify housing without overwhelming established neighborhoods. But the reality on the ground is very different in Murda Loop. The impacts have fallen almost entirely on the homeowners living in proximity to redevelopment sites. And instead of missing middle forms described in the strategy, we are seeing large, multi-unit luxury builds that maximize non-contextual building scales, place pressure on traffic and parking, and fetch almost $1 million now for these developers. This is not affordable housing happening in RCG lots, in my area at least. And I submit that the negative qualitative impacts to adjacent neighbors are not a metric that is tracked or acknowledged by this administration. The goals may be sound, but the execution has been inadequate, and disconnected from lived experience. Second, the engagement process has been inadequate and disingenuous. As someone who's worked in stakeholder engagement for almost 30 years, I can say that meaningful consultation has not occurred. Engagement has come late, it's been passive, and has lacked transparency for how public input has been used. Since 2023, the city has relied on information sessions rather than true dialogue, at least from what I could see. Blanket rezoning also overrides years of work on local area plans, leaving residents questioning why we've participated at all. And I would suggest that this is the worst feedback an engagement process can receive. At the development permit level, the process is already opaque, and as I understand from a speaker on Tuesday night, file managers are limited to discretion over only menial design details. Thus, blanket rezoning has further narrowed the only avenues that communities have to influence changes that directly affect us. This pattern erodes trust and creates the perception that decisions are predetermined. Third, my own lived experience illustrates inequity. I live in a bungalow in Myrtle Loop. About a month ago, a notice went up on the corner lot beside me for, of course, a 3-story fourplex or row home, maximizing height and massing with 4 sets of windows facing directly into my yard, into my bedrooms. Morning sunlight will be gone basically until noon, and because the application was submitted before this hearing, I'm told it will be exempt from any repeal. So even as I speak today, I know I will bear the full burden of this misguided policy. How is that fair? When the developer's investment is prioritized over the directly impacted neighbor, that is a failed process. It pits neighbor against neighbor and contradicts the city's stated commitment to build policy with and for communities. Fourth, there are missed opportunities for high-density developments. A clear example I'm going to point to is the Richmond Green lands. So while the sale of the lands was controversial, this is a large site on major roads, inner city, with minimal adjacent homeowners, direct transit access, and ample room for height. Yet the approved development for Phase 1 is for only 2 6-story buildings. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away in the heart of Myrtle Loop, on a narrow, congested 33rd Avenue, the city is in process of approving 2 19-story towers plus mid-rise condos on a much smaller parcel. When you compare these 2 sites, it's hard to understand why intense density is being concentrated in the most constrained and impacted location, while a far more suitable site remains unbuilt 2 kilometers away. This is not thoughtful densification. It is inconsistent planning that amplifies neighborhood resistance. So where would you go from here? Well, my suggestion would be for you to consider unencumbered lands for opportunity, which was one of the recommendations in this housing strategy. And I point, for example, to the huge tracts of land along the C-train line from downtown to south of Chinook, and I know another speaker had mentioned those as an example for this consideration. So in conclusion, I speak today from my observations and my heart, and caring for a community is not petty. I'm not opposed to density. I support affordable solutions, but I'm not seeing that happen. I'm opposed to the process, rather, that has been poorly implemented and that does not achieve the housing strategy and is dismissive of people. I submit to you for you to retract the blanket I submit that the blanket implementation has been a disaster for established oversubscribed communities like mine, and I urge you to repeal policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us. That concludes the panel. However, we have questions from Councillor Atkins.
Mr. Greco, are you still on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Just a quick clarification. You mentioned a 7+7, and I'm just, I've heard that from some different folks. Do you know the cross streets of the item you're speaking to? I'm just trying to understand if it's a large shaped lot, like just what the conditions are surrounding that.
Yeah, it's a corner lot. I can tell you it's a very typical Altador neighborhood corner lot. I would say it's not especially unusual. It's just, yeah, typical corner lot. The cross streets, yeah, I can tell you that. It's 49th Ave and 21st Street.
That's great. Thank you very much. And then a question for Ms. Jinsonius. Sorry, I might have got that wrong.
Oh, you did fine.
Yeah, I really appreciated the nuance to your presentation, and you had a couple more things to say, so I would love for you to round out your presentation, please.
Oh, thank you. The other ones I was going to mention was to put a bit more emphasis on the landscaping and the trees on the new parcels. I've seen proposals of carpet juniper and a few baby spruces, dwarf spruces, and that's replacing tall, mature, beautiful trees. It really isn't the same thing. If they would look at native plants and consider low maintenance, but still something that will be attractive and not just the bare minimum, plain, unfunctional, not helping our pollinators, wildlife, etc., and not bringing any joy to the neighbors. That's one thing. A second is the drainage, because when they build right to the property line, they're sloping away from their place, which means they're sloping straight to our property line all along those buildings, and those buildings are really long when you have the townhouses. So we have a neighbor who had something going up next to him, and he was seriously concerned because he's got a wood basement. He's paranoid about drainage, and on the development permit, we couldn't see what the drainage was going to be like. We did a lot of detective work, and what we saw was concerning, but we couldn't discuss it. So that's a bit of an issue for us. I would love to see more frequent transit, and like Mount Pleasant is really densified. You've seen the maps. But the number 2 still goes every 50 minutes at rush hour, every 25 in the evening, and every 30 on the weekend to downtown, which is one of the major places we go. So we're paying the price of densification. The transit hasn't changed. We had a neighbor who had given up her car when we had car to go. When they left the city, she got a second car because she could no longer get to the places she needed to be. So looking at other transportation options should also be considered, like car sharing, different forms of, car sharing, carpooling. How do you get to the mountains if you don't live in Scenic Acres or downtown? Things like that would maybe get some people to at least give up a second car. In our case, we gave up both cars because we can make it work, but we've adapted our lifestyle for that. Better noise policies. So the mention of air conditioners earlier, I think it's unfair if somebody builds a big structure, puts air conditioners right at the side of the property where you'll hear the noise, but they won't while they're on their patio. There needs to be balance there to be considerate of your neighbors. If you're making the noise, you should be the primary person to deal with the noise. I think I mentioned the planning of neighborhoods, like the lack of green space in our neighborhood. LAPs will hopefully help address that. And I think developers are ticking boxes and really building to the maximum. So you have to be careful what you set the maximums to, because if you say it can be this high and this far forward, they will build that high and that far forward. And I think the planners thought, well, as long as they do one of these, it'll be fine. When they do it all, it really does add up. And we were concerned about the developers and how they treat the neighbors while they are building the property, that they excavate right to the property line, which you know is impossible, so they're actually excavating into their neighbors. The fencing goes onto the neighbor's property, and lack of consideration with garbage and such. These are small things, and they're temporary, but I don't see why developers can't be considerate, reasonable people as they do their work. Yeah, and finally, maybe revise the way you calculate density to be by all the units and not the primary units, because it confuses a lot of people, and it seems not so transparent.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's great from someone who's been experiencing a lot in Mount Pleasant, and to bring that level of nuance and sort of a path forward. Really appreciate your comments. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you, Mr. Jansonius. Sorry if I said that wrong. Yeah. Councillor Atkinson beat me to the punch about you finishing your presentation, but insofar as what's before us and the repeal, and there's a bunch of amendments that have been proposed as part of the recommendations. Have you had a chance to look at what the recommendations all include?
I've had a look at it. Some of them I was a bit confused on, but for the most part, I looked at them and I like them. I think it's a good thing to do now. To do that pause, but my version of the pause is stop the bleeding and then look at a sensible way to go forward.
Okay. So you're not opposed to some of the recommendations, I guess, and reduce density and reduce number of units, just reintroducing the front yard setbacks, that kind of stuff. You're kind of
I am
generally
for building something that's closer to the gentle densification that was probably originally intended, but not properly pictured. I don't know if it's the right answer, but I do think it's a positive step.
But you do think that there should be some sort of a plan going forward beyond a full reversal, or no?
The plan might, I'm fine with the full reversal right now and the amendments for reducing the size of the RCG for things going forward. But I think we do need to act quickly to figure out how we do densification across the city. Partly, how do we get other neighborhoods to buy into densification and protect neighborhoods like Mount Pleasant from just becoming a concrete block. And the reduction in densification, and if you could even reduce the footprint more, those would help to maintain some of the character that's one of the reasons we moved into Mount Pleasant. And it's disappearing if we don't do something to stop it.
You've experienced a lot of redevelopment in your community, and mostly semi-detached, so correct?
Yeah, the last 20 years, 25 years. Like, there used to be a huge diversity of housing, and I loved that. In the last 20 years, we're getting a lot of semi-detached, and they're a little boring because they all go to the 7 meters in the front, they go to this in the back, so you get just this wall of house. But there is still room for trees. We got neighbors that have gymnastic things on the trees in the front yard, which I think is really cool. So I don't love how it's changing to semi-detached, but I appreciate the balance of building and green. And I feel like that balance was lost in this latest change.
Okay, I see there's someone else in the queue. I was going to ask a couple other folks, but we're running out of time. So in interest of
There's actually theoretically no time limit because I'm in charge of when lunch starts now.
Oh, okay.
So
well then, and if I may.
You can continue, Councillor Chabot, but feel the wrath of your colleagues.
Yeah, I'd maybe like to check in with Ms. Palmer and Ms. Campbell, I think was the last speaker. Thanks. So Ms. Palmer, any thoughts around, go forward plan? Should we then look at reintroducing some sort of planned, zoning, maybe city-initiated redesignations in some appropriate locations? Or we should just stick with the plan of full repeal and let each application come forward on a one-off basis?
I struggle with that, to be honest. I know we have to move forward speed-wise, but I really had a problem with the way the original blanket rezoning was done. And I don't know if you're going to get enough feedback to... I'm not totally happy with the proposed amendment because it's lessening the density, but it's still blanket across the city. There's still going to be unequal impacts on the neighborhoods that are already experiencing it. I think it was pretty unrealistic. Well, it was acknowledged 2 years ago that the outer city would not have all of this density because it's already dense. So I struggle a bit with that.
So, yeah, I think it's all kind of integrated, including the repealing at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's a better step, I have to say. Less density, because as we've heard, that it's crazy in some areas and not sustainable.
Yeah, and I think most folks are in agreement with the idea of looking at all of the units and counting all the units.
Yes. Yeah, and not having the big ones in the middle of the block. And Mike had some great ideas last night. I listened to his some ideas, yes, but just trying to slow it down, I think, and not make it so onerous on some neighborhoods.
Yeah, so one of the proposals was talking about going to 100 units per hectare and not allowing basement suites, but that would be an up zone from what currently exists, which is 75 units per hectare. So I guess that one is, you need to take that one with a grain of salt, I think.
Yes, I heard that one too.
Okay. Anyways, thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here and thanks
Thank
for
you.
the presentation. Ms. Palmer?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schmidt, please.
Campbell, actually.
Oh, sorry. Continue, Councillor Chabot. Apologies.
Yes, sorry. Forgive me, unless I'm out of time.
No, you.
No, because of that rule that I
There's a
got
limit.
introduced, an extra 2 minutes, so I'm good for a long time. Sorry for that amendment. Anyways, thanks. So I guess question for you. Of course, you've not had the best experience, but on a go-forward basis, do you think we should look at strategic planned sort of council-initiated designation should this go through?
Strategic plans. Well, I have a PMP background, so of course planning is what you should be focusing on. You should have a goal and step forward to. But I think I might not answer your question in this answer, but what I would say is if you're looking at the repeal or not repeal of your current policy, I think what you need to know is what's working well and what's not working well, and focus on those areas that don't work well. Figure out a way of confirming with your constituents what in fact is the good bits of what you have, and then creating a strategic plan on setting your objectives and setting out your actions to get to where you need to go on a community by community basis.
Whether that be speeding up the process or designating specific areas, whatever works, whatever is the
Whatever it is, and
forward.
yeah, each community has its own personality and identity, and you know, my experience in Marda Loop is very different than someone in Sundance, right? So.
All right, thanks for being here. Thanks for your presentation. No further questions for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Deputy Mayor Schmidt, please.
Mr. Greco, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. Excuse me. You mentioned you lived in Altadore, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so if this repeal happens, Altadore will return to RC2, which is, up to duplex semi-detached. Was that something that you were fine with before?
Yes, and to be clear, like I said, we're not against thoughtful densification. I talked a bit about being okay with a 4+4 approach. It's just when some of these relaxations are done and bigger units are put in where we start getting more concerned. So, but yeah, basically aligned with what you're saying.
Great. Yes, and I only asked that because the entirety of Altadore was rezoned to RC2 some time ago. So when blanket rezoning happened, it was already that by right in that neighborhood. So do you think it would be reasonable for the rest of the city to take on the type of zoning that Altadore did, I think, around a decade ago?
Well, again, and I have to just say that I'm just a regular citizen. I have a day job. I'm not an architect. I'm not a developer. So I don't know all the ins and outs, and I don't pretend to. I just think that any kind of, with the repealing of this, I think a new approach should just take into account all of the different communities. And there's some areas where RC2 might work, and other areas where other approaches might be needed, right? So I just think it should be on a community sort of basis.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Ms. Jansonius. Same question for you. You mentioned Capitol Hill, correct?
Mount Pleasant.
Mount Pleasant, sorry.
You were close.
Yes, very close. So that will return to RC2 should this be repealed. That neighborhood was all turned into RC2 some time ago. Was that working out okay for you before this repeal went through? Or sorry, before the rezoning went through?
Yeah, there's some places where they choose, instead of tear down, they choose to add onto the back or build up. And I'd like to see that encouraged, because it seems so wasteful to just throw out an entire house. and start from scratch. So I wish there was more of that, and I love my neighbors who have done that. But the RC2, because there's still enough room for trees and for flexibility, it's working out okay. Yeah.
And do you think that would be, the same question too, a reasonable thing to ask of the rest of the city, given that that happened in Mount Pleasant some time ago?
I'm on the fence on that one. I'm half inclined to say yes, that would be a good way to get sensitive density. And maybe it would be if you just built in a few more caveats, like if you're beside a bungalow, take that into account. And be much more contextual than just build to the max 45%, 10 meters, whatever that is the trend these days that I think is causing people so much stress.
And there are aspects of RC2 with the contextual that helps with that, but we also have an opportunity here with the suites that you mentioned to help that work better and become easier and have a backyard suite incentive program right now. Are those all things that you see as reasonable too?
I think the basement suites are totally reasonable. Backyard suites, I don't know if they go on top of the garage or if they actually fill up the backyard. So I have trouble picturing all this. I don't know the scenarios for that, but in general, I think those would be good low ways of densifying, yeah.
Essentially, they have to fit. I mean,
yeah.
I'm approximating here for those who are going to call me out on the technical details, but a garage is essentially where they would fit as well on a property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The catch being, again, there's stairs, so I'm a bit torn between if you could put it on flat ground, it would be wheelchair accessible, and we need to be keeping that in mind because our housing just isn't diverse enough from that point of view.
With a small change to the rules, there could be potential for improving accessibility for backyard suites as well. So something that I agree with you we need to consider because accessibility is really hard to come by in a lot of our buildings. So,
yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Palmer, you said South Calgary, correct?
Yes.
Now, sometimes this confuses me as well. Do you mean the South Calgary?
Sorry, no, I live in Somerset.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So, perhaps this question is less relevant then because I was thinking South Calgary by Marda Loop.
Yeah, no
However, I'll just ask you since you're up there.
Sure.
The folks I was just asking are going to return to duplexes as the base zoning, to think of it in a simple way, which happened to them a decade or so ago. Do you think that is a reasonable zoning that, given those entire communities changed a decade ago, we could consider as something across the city?
I think it's reasonable, but I still think you need the community engagement from the people that are going to have that change imposed on them. Because if you just put it back to RC2 or, change it all to a different zoning that's duplexes, it's still the same issue in my opinion.
Okay.
That it's.
And RC2 would still allow you to build single-family homes within that zoning.
Right, right.
So it would have choice there as well.
Yes.
Yes, and
So does RCG.
yes, exactly. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And then Ms. Campbell, you can see where this is going. So I don't even know if I need to ask you the questions. But you live in Marda Loop, I would assume some part officially South Calgary, Altadore, perhaps.
Richmond.
Richmond, okay. So I better double check my map here because Richmond's
I'm right on the edge. I'm right on the east side of Crowchild.
East side of Crowchild. Oh, yeah, okay. So Richmond also, hold on. I don't want to get this wrong, so I'm going to double check. Yeah, Richmond, I believe, for the most part, with a couple tiny exceptions, also will return to RC2 if this is repealed. So that's what existed before rezoning. Was that something that you were able to live with and manage within your community, accepting what's happened in Marda Loop with the larger builds, because that's a whole other can of worms that I'm going to leave closed at the moment.
Okay. So from a neighborhood perspective, RC2 has been palatable. I think what really matters is the relativity of who your neighbor is. So I live in a bungalow. Do I want a 3-story building, a structure next to me that maxes out whatever height and massing standards there are through the bylaw, or is there something more gentle that would move up from my bungalow versus a two-story building that's already existing there?
Mm-hmm.
So overall, I have most of my neighbors. My neighbor on the other side of me is already a duplex, and actually, when that was approved in 2013, the unit closest to me was not allowed to build a third story for consideration of my height, the shadowing effects on me, and I actually appreciated that. But the other side of the unit is 3 stories because on the other side of them, there's a 2-story building. So I think some thoughtfulness in that space, but overall RC2 would be acceptable because that's what most of my neighborhood is made of right now.
And do you think, just again, generally, knowing you're not an expert and knowing you're here just speaking about your experience, but based on your experience, can you envision a situation across the city where that wouldn't be reasonable?
Wouldn't be reasonable if your neighborhood is deathly against it. And I think the issue is you have facts and then you have emotion, and you need to find a way for your communities to accept or find some sort of consensus or common grounds on which you can move forward in a higher density. Personally, I would see that as an opportunity across the city, but I do know people in other communities that think that would be the end of their vibrancy of where they live.
And that is the tough part. I struggle with that too. But one of the effects that I think comes from that is what we've seen in Ward 7 and 8, given that a lot of these pressures came before rezoning was put in place. So what ends up happening, and what my fear of this is that if we can't get some of this spread more equally across the city, then your experience will continue to happen.
Yes.
Because if we can't, build something, even a duplex, without coming to a public hearing, for example, then we start to see more of the 6 stories along 33rd Avenue, because that's a place where, we start to need to do this, or we continue to build out. So then what we've seen as a growth pattern, Ward 7 and 8 are really growing up really fast, and then we're growing out really fast.
Yeah, if there was something you could do about pace, I think pace of change is really a key driver, a key factor of acceptance. So you look at Murder Loop in the last 2 years, we've been just inundated with construction, and that has created a lot of resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Had that pace been drawn out over a 5-10-year plan, a little bit more easy to absorb and see how a duplex or a fourplex is fitting into the neighborhood, I think that would be that would be a good tactic to have. I don't know if you have the luxury of time, but in those other wards, those other communities, maybe that's something you should look at.
And that's really where it comes down to it, right? Is that it's not only pace, but it's about the dispersion of, I think I used the wrong word there, but you know what I mean. Dispersing that equally across the city, which we have, as if we don't do something, then my fear is that you're going to continue to feel those pressures.
Perhaps you could look at some sort of incentive for, like the developers are just circling around in our neighborhood because they know there's profit there. Mm-hmm. I don't know what their incentive would be to try to move forward on more dense housing down there, but perhaps there could be some exploration of that then involves the community as well, and you have a few pilot lots that you try out.
I think even more than incentive is providing a path of least resistance.
Mm-hmm.
So, and for a long time, Wards 7 and 8 have been the paths of least resistance.
Yeah, I'm starting to resist, though.
Yes. Well, sorry, not community-wise, but more sort of, in any event, I'm using up my time. I really appreciate it. It was a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost ran out of 7 minutes. Wow. Councillor Kelly, please.
I'm giving Councillor Chabot a run for his money here.
I'll be real quick. One question for Ms. Palmer, if you don't mind, because I believe you and I are the only thing standing between everyone and lunch. So, quick question. In response to Councillor Schmidt's questions, you had said that, like, you personally, RC2 made a lot of sense, but in order for it to go wider than that, you'd want to see some more community engagement. I'm just wondering if you can just maybe explain to us, like, when you say community engagement, what does successful community engagement mean to you?
Well, I just know that from what I've been hearing, the local area plans worked really well. The community has worked really hard on those. I wasn't involved in one of those, but I was working with some other people that have been, and they just felt that they were listened to and they put a lot of work into it. And if there's a way to either recreate something like that or at least talk to some of the really impacted community associations to get that feedback, I think that's essential, really.
Local area plans, administration, talking about local area plans.
It doesn't have to look like a template, but there's got to be some kind of, you do a survey, you do a, I don't know, but.
But a planning exercise where you sit down and look at, like, density could go here or here or here, and then everybody in the room goes, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Like, there's got to be some way to get consensus, or you're still going to be in the same boat with unhappy neighborhoods that are really being impacted today. That's my feeling.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
We'll be back at 1:15, starting with panel 51. All right, welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. And Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Tyers noted.
Thank you. So we are still conducting our public hearing. We have quite a few more people to hear from. I had the opportunity to just pre-assemble a panel based on the folks who are in the audience with us. Let's call on these 5 individuals to please approach. From panel 45, Louis. From panel 48, John. From panel 49, Cyprian. From panel 51, Andrea. And from panel 52, Sandy. So if I mention your names, please just approach the podium, please. Yep, John Phillips. Yep.
Your Worship, before we start,
sir?
if I may, I'd like to rise on a point of privilege.
Oh, please do.
Earlier today, I had a discussion with administration, and I wasn't happy about an outcome, and I had an outburst. So to Teresa and Kathy, I'd just like to say publicly, I apologize for my behavior. It was inappropriate. Hope you'll accept my apology.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Okay, we will start with Louis, please, on panel 45.
Hello, my name is Louis Budd. I am an economics student at the University of Calgary, and this semester I am living on campus, which, thanks to a fairly substantial loan, I can just barely afford. I am fully against the proposed repeal of the zoning reform. From the perspective of myself and many students, homeownership is a fantasy. Many have decided to delay becoming fully autonomous adults due to the absurd prices for homes and rent. We are putting off marriage, families, and independence because we have no hope for ever being able to move out before our 30s. The statistics also reflect this reality. The share of young Canadians in their 20s and early 30s who are continuing to live at home with their parents has grown steadily from the 90s, with sources claiming anywhere from 30 to 40% are choosing to remain at home today. The pre-2024 development pattern created this problem. If the pattern was truly innocent, then the Housing and Affordability Task Force, a committee created with the explicit goal of understanding the housing crisis and suggesting policy to fix it, would have advised to leave zoning alone. But the fact is that the task force, as well as everyone with a rudimentary understanding of supply and demand, knows that there is not enough housing in the city. Supply is being constrained by overbearing and paternalistic zoning codes, fees, and gatekeepers. I'm not here to relitigate every detail of the 2024 reforms. Those conversations about units per parcel and about backyard suites should have happened months ago. The question at hand is if we should delete all progress we have made and to take 10 steps backwards in our fight against the housing crisis. Going back now means that we have accomplished nothing at all. We need more time to assess to what degree the 2024 reforms have been successful. The City of Calgary's own website displays a graph showing that the median price for a home across all categories either plateaued or declined from 2024 to 2025. While it's possible that the zoning reforms could have had no effect, we will never know with any degree of certainty if this is the case if we prematurely go back on the changes we have made. We need more data to make an accurate and unbiased assessment of the policy. Only then should we discuss repeal and replace. Now, while I agree with all of the reforms that were made in 2024, even if I didn't, I would still ask that they remain. Repealing is easy, but we all know that coming up with brand new ideas from scratch will take a tremendous amount of time and effort from City Council. Repealing gets us back to square one and asks Council to spend more time and energy on a problem we were already making headway on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll call on John Phillips on 48 and then Cyprian on 49 afterwards.
Good afternoon. I've been a citizen of Calgary for almost 50 years, the last 34 years of which have been as a homeowning resident of Bowness. My wife and I are both in favor of fully repealing the blanket rezoning. This new zoning approach is destroying the character, sense of community, and aesthetics of our neighborhoods. It is a failed experiment and should be stopped before it causes more damage to the social fabric of our neighborhood communities. The blanket rezoning should never have been approved and implemented. The previous public hearings on this issue showed the citizens of Calgary were massively opposed to this initiative. Yet the city went ahead with it anyway, clearly demonstrating to the public that the hearings were being held were a farce. It appears there was just a public relations exercise the city felt necessary to go through to placate the masses before it went ahead and did what it was going to do in any event. We do not need a plebiscite on this issue. The most recent city election again demonstrated the vast public disapproval with it. Just look at the number of councillors elected on their promise to repeal the blanket rezoning. It appears, however, the city administrators are pushing to keep the blanket rezoning so as not to threaten federal funding. How our city develops its social fabric should be mandated by its citizens, not controlled by the purse-string politics of our World Economic Forum-driven federal government policies. Our city administrators should be more concerned with how Calgarians want the social structure of our city to develop to meet its future demands, rather than let Ottawa control us with our own tax money. My home was basically ground zero of the water main break, so you'll have to forgive me if I do not automatically defer to and accept that only the city experts know what is best regarding the social planning affecting our neighborhood communities throughout the city. There have been lots of people here talking about the technical problems blanket rezoning has inflicted on us. Clearly, blanket rezoning is the wrong approach to what is needed for Calgary. I want to focus on the intangibilities of community. Since parking is always an issue, the necessary high-density housing should be designed around mass transit hubs. It should not be attempted by destroying established communities piecemeal. Such high-density areas could also provide purpose-built rentals, as well as focus on developing more affordable housing. Clearly, the new multi-unit buildings going up in the established single-family home neighborhoods cannot be considered more affordable housing. It would appear that these units are basically a boon to developers driven by profit and not by the long-term social direction needed by our city. This does not even consider the quality of the workmanship in the construction of these units being thrown up. Of course, Calgary needs to help develop and provide more affordable housing for its citizens. I would submit that this should be done by targeted approach, such as the city's invaluable efforts to help provide affordable housing for our Indigenous residents. The social values embedded in the cultures of our Aboriginal people should demonstrate to mainstream Calgarians the vital importance of community and the sense of belonging in a community is to all people. This is a valuable lesson we should not ignore in our zeal to develop high-density units in Calgary. One only has to look at the epitome of high-density housing, such as high-rise apartment buildings. A person can live in one of those for years and never interact with their next-door neighbors. There's no sense of community or social belonging in those high-rises. High-density housing throughout the city should not be viewed as the main goal of the future development of Calgary. Old-age boomers are not the enemy in the future development of Calgary. We are the people that help build the city. We chose to move into neighborhoods that appeal to us and our lifestyles to live out our lives. Yet, from the gist of many of the submissions of the young people and recent arrivals to Calgary, one could get the impression that boomers are often viewed as obsolete inconveniences that take up too much space. This view should not be taken as a justification for the piecemeal destruction of the nature and sense of community of the older, established, single-family home neighborhoods in Calgary. This attitude towards boomer reminds me of the scene from Dr. Zhivago, where Zhivago returns to his family home only to find it overrun by revolutionaries who inform him that they have decided that their needs and ideological values override his property rights. But then they not so graciously allow him to reside in one of the smaller cramped rooms of the house. We have all heard the problems associated with blanket rezoning. The lack of parking, increased traffic difficulties, and strain on our infrastructures. The parking hassles alone will cause resentment towards the newcomers, even if through no deliberate fault of their own. A policy of parking hassles and inconvenience was very apparent in the city's approach in the undercity to discourage car ownership by Calgarians. These reasons are why the vast majority of Calgarians rejected the blanket zoning approach and elected the new city council based on their promises to repeal it. With the low level of faith and trust in politicians these days, please don't disappoint us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. I have to depart for about 45 minutes for the water main reinforcement work update. I will leave everyone in Deputy Mayor Schmidt's capable hands.
Thank you.
And we'll hear next from Cyprian from panel 49 with Andrea next after that. Thanks.
Hello. I'd like to share my experience with blanket rezoning since this whole thing started in early 2024. I hope it adds some color. Before I get started, though, I do want to take a minute and say thank you for organizing this, sincerely, and then thank you for sitting here and listening to your citizens for days on end. I'm just a regular guy with a family and 2 dogs. I work in IT, and I'm lucky to be a homeowner. I've been living in Inglewood since 2021. I was initially against blanket upzoning. There was and still is a lot of redevelopment happening all around my home. And I was and still am intimidated by the thought of 3-story townhouses towering all around me. That was not the idea my wife and I had in mind when we bought our wonderful 1940s bungalow. But when multi-unit homes and backyard suites started to pop up like mushrooms on the very street we live on, we figured the writing was on the wall. We would have to embrace the city's policies and adjust our socioeconomic behavior to match what we thought the city was trying to incent. So my wife and I decided to share our privilege of living under the biggest tree, on the most beautiful street in the most welcoming neighborhood, in the best city in the best country in the world. We would go multifamily and we would add our own suites. We were nervous but excited because we knew our investments were secured by the city's own policies and incentive programs. And as a cherry on top, we would get added income from the rental suites to help with our ever-increasing housing costs. So after a year of hard work, we completed our basement suite in summer 2025 with help from the city's own secondary suite incentive program. We drained our savings and dipped into lines of credit. We put down major investments for new water and sewer lines, 200 amp electrical service, and rough-ins for what is supposed to come next, the backyard suite. We applied for our backyard suite development permit at the end of September 2025. We designed it according to, again, what we thought the city was trying to incent: full accessibility with an elevator and accessible parking stall, energy efficiency with optimal roof pitch and direction for solar generation, and meeting neighbors' preferences with respect to shadowing, privacy, and curb appeal. It took a long time and did a lot of research. I thought the application would be greeted with open arms. I was being naive. Turns out the bylaws for backyard suites actually pretty much restrict any functional accessibility design. So we had to completely drop the accessibility angle. And applications go to die when they are sent to NMAX for comment. A gentleman from Panel 9, who's also had the pleasure of applying for backyard suite permits, touched on this as well. Relaxations to accommodate for accessibility need to be supported, and NMAX needs to get their ducks in a row. Over 6 months, $10,000, and 4 design iterations later, we still don't have a development permit approval. But I do have a letter from you guys saying that you're trying to unwind the whole thing. Now, your rezoning website says that I should be exempt from rezoning since I already have an active development application in place. But the interactive rezoning map and my file manager at the city both say that, tough, my parcel is set to be rezoned back to RC2. And anybody I talk to at the city say the same thing. No other information. So much for it being exempt. On top of it all, I noticed that both backyard suites and secondary suites wouldn't be allowed even if I was able to retain RCG zoning. At this point, I'm very concerned. Will I be able to even build? But hey, I just got an email from your brand new backyard suite incentive program saying that my project is qualified. And guess what? It offers $7,500 towards accessibility features. My hairline has receded more in the last few weeks than it has in the last 3 years. I keep wondering, is our investment gone? What is happening? What are you trying to incent me to do now? We count on you to provide security and guidance and to choose a path that not only meets your campaign promises, but also minimizes collateral damage and ensures you'll be elected again. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Next up, we have Andrea Riccio. And sorry if I mispronounced any of that.
It's Andrea like Bocelli, but please don't ask me to sing.
Well, we'll see how this goes.
Good afternoon, councillors. As mentioned, my name is Andrea Riccio, and I'm a native Calgarian, and I grew up in the inner city. I've also practiced real estate law in this city for over 35 years. And I am currently board chair of ESG Housing Society, a Calgary-based nonprofit providing affordable housing for Calgary seniors. I'm here to speak to the impact this decision will have on seniors and what I believe needs to be in place to ensure they can continue to live in the communities they help build. About 1 in 7 Calgarians is over 65, and that number is growing. Research consistently shows that most seniors want to remain in their communities, but many are already in or at risk of core housing need. As mobility changes, driving becomes less reliable. And in many cases, walking to transit, especially in winter, is difficult and unsafe. That makes location critical. Seniors need housing close to amenities, transit, and support services. But the system is not producing the type of housing seniors need in the places they need it. That is exactly the type of housing ESG used to build. Modest 2-story buildings with 6 units on a standard lot integrated into existing neighborhoods. We would love to return to that model, but without rezoning, there isn't enough land zoned for that type of housing in these neighborhoods. For an organization like ours, the cost, delay, and uncertainty of rezoning makes these types of projects difficult or impossible to proceed. Repealing blanket zoning would make that problem worse. Simply defined, I believe zoning exists to prevent uses of land that materially harm others. It's not meant to protect economic interest, but inevitably it does. When zoning becomes too restrictive, it limits housing supply, making it harder for people to live in certain parts of the city. So what happens in an existing neighborhood when an older home no longer meets the needs of people? Do you force people to replace it with one large, very expensive home? Or do you allow people to replace it with 1, 2, or more suitable homes at more moderate price points? I believe good planning should allow communities to evolve while respecting the real and measurable impacts on our neighbors. But the impact on a neighborhood should not be defined by its buildings. It should be defined by who is allowed to live and work there. Neighborhoods do change over time, and many of our established communities were once accessible to working and middle-class families. I grew up in Renfrew in the 70s, when laborers, tradespeople, and professionals lived side by side. That mix shaped the character of our neighborhood. But I believe we've lost that balance in these existing communities, and I believe our city is weaker for it. We all seem to agree that Calgary needs more housing. But when the path from application to approval is slow, costly, and uncertain, projects don't proceed. And when projects don't proceed, homes don't get built, prices and rents rise, and people are displaced or excluded. If you repeal blanket rezoning, then you must replace it with a system that clearly and reliably allows small-scale housing to be approved quickly and predictably. That should include some degree of permitted use that ensures that modest small-scale housing can be approved without unnecessary and financially punishing delay. It means setting clear and enforceable timelines for decisions so that applications can move forward. Participation has to be meaningful, but it cannot be allowed to become an effective veto through delay to the point where a deserving project becomes financially unviable. At the end of the day, this debate won't eliminate an organization like ESG Housing, but it will determine how many people are forced to rely on it in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riccio. Next up, Sandy O'Connor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. And I also wanted to thank all of you for your level of engagement in this hearing. I appreciate your attention and thoughtful questions in this. My name is Sandy O'Connor, and I am in support of a full repeal of blanket rezoning. Why? Because a blanket approach ignores the fact that each community is unique with its own characteristics. I believe that each community deserves the dignity and respect of a thoughtful plan for their next phase. I'm a born and raised Calgarian. I live in St. Andrews Heights, which is in Ward 7, which is an inner city neighborhood that was beautifully planned in the in the 1950s. Today, our community is a mix of affordable older bungalows as well as new single-family homes. Because they are affordable, our older bungalows are home to many of our seniors as well as to renters. It's a vibrant and diverse community full of people that care about and support each other. Over these last few days, I've heard a lot of characterizations of those of us that live in these inner city neighborhoods. I want you to know that I do support the need for affordable housing, that I'm not NIMBY, nor am I opposed to change or densification. What I am opposed to is densifying without a thoughtful plan. I'm here today to speak about my experience living in an inner city neighborhood since blanket rezoning came into effect. Developers are buying up the older bungalows with plans to tear them down. Multiple applications have come forward for development of multi-unit homes. In 2 cases, we've had applications come forward for 10 units on what was once an RC1 lot. And if you're wondering, yeah, these are larger lots, 5 dwelling units and 5 secondary suites proposed. And as you've been hearing, the proposed new developments are not what you would call affordable. Now, what happens when someone who owns one of those older bungalows puts up a for sale sign? On my street, the neighbor that put their house up for sale was really worried that her longtime neighbors would be angry at her if her mid-block bungalow was redeveloped into a multi-unit development. As neighbors, we gathered in the street at night, afraid, and trying to figure out what the future held. The uncertainty was horrible for everyone, the person selling and the neighbors. We've organized as residents to enforce restrictive covenants, get legal advice, and launch development appeals. We're doing this simply because we've been left with no opportunity to have a voice. These are the only tools we've got left to use, but they're not always supported by every property owner, which makes sense. And frankly, they have the potential to be very divisive. And then the next for sale sign goes up, and it starts all over again, beginning with the terrible uncertainty. Honestly, to us, it feels like the city said, it got too hard to build a plan, so we're out of here. Good luck, and we hope it works for you. It feels as though the city walked away and left us to try and sort it out ourselves. And I can assure you that living like this is not a great way to build community. So what's the solution? I don't believe it's in the form of amendments because amendments to the existing blanket approach still don't consider the unique characteristics of a community. It's blanket zoning 2.0. For example, as I understand it, the proposed amendments would allow for 3 units at the end of each block to be row or townhouses. That's 6 higher density homes per block. But the impact of that can vary dramatically based on the size of the block. A quick Google map review across a few Calgary neighborhoods shows that block sizes are quite varied. So 20 homes on a block, that's 30% densification. 5 homes, I'm not sure, will that be 100%? I live on a block with 10 homes, so that's 60% for me if it goes all through. And it seems like pretty drastic densification simply because I live on a small block. The impacts are completely different by block, by neighborhood. I believe the solution is to fully repeal blanket rezoning and return to a more consultative planning process such as the local area plans. It's a consultative approach that recognizes the unique aspects of each community. I participated toward the tail end of the South Shaganappi LAP process, and I thought it was working. It's a model you have now. It doesn't require starting from scratch, and I think it gets us to the thoughtful planning we're all looking for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That sums up that panel. We will go on to questions as soon as my computer allows me to do so. First up, we have Councillor Clark with questions.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for Mr. Abaco.
Hi.
Hello there. I'm Harrison Clark, your new city councillor in Ward 9. Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to firstly thank you for coming down. I mean, I think that based on your story and the way that you shared it, you get a real sense of the lived experience of doing this kind of work. So thank you for coming forward and bringing that up. I wondered if you could speak a little bit more to the process, what you think's lacking in terms of, like, you've been left out of the process seemingly in some ways. And so I just wonder how we could better support that moving forward.
Well, first off, just getting some clarity. Like, you guys just interjected this all of a sudden in the middle of it all. So what's happening with my parcel, with my thing? Like, you've got this interactive zoning map, which I think is a great idea. I went on there, I checked my parcel, but I had a heart attack. You know, like, what? Get it right, first of all. I did email the zoning people, the map people, and they said, no, yeah, upon reviewing your parcel, this is going back to RC2, and you're only allowed either one secondary suite or a backyard suite. But hey, here I am. So, like, what am I going to do? First of all, yeah, clear that out. I think that'd be important. Otherwise, I mean, you got a tough situation before you. I don't have the answers for you, really. But yeah, minimize collateral damage. That's step one.
Clarify the rules, perhaps, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you're kind of playing a game and you don't know the rules.
Yeah, like, what am I doing? And I mean, I already have, there's backyard suites all around me now. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, but I might not be able to get to build one, but hey, the developers did.
Great. Have you ever engaged the Ward 9 office?
No.
Okay.
No, I
Can I invite you to reach out to my office?
And read your mail.
Yeah. We'd be glad to assist you. There's a number of backyard suite related things happening in Inglewood, and we'd be glad to support you. So if you want to reach out to me directly, first.last@calgary.ca, I'll be glad to sort of support you through the process.
Yeah, okay. Otherwise, the whole development thing, like the whole development planning application, I thought that everyone I interacted with at the city was great. They were responsive. My file manager is awesome. Garrett Murray, shout out. You know, like.
Good.
It's just, everyone seems to be clueless, really, even at the city. It's like, yeah, we don't really know what's going to happen to your application on your parcel. You're just going to have to wait and see. And it's like, I have a lot invested in this. Like, what?
Oh, you can feel that.
I'm going to sit here?
Yeah, you
I
can
don't
feel
know,
it.
So here I am talking to you.
Yeah, I think you've highlighted the point. There is a bit of a predicament here in that it's like an all or nothing is probably not the approach. I think we're beginning to realize that the longer that we have these hearings, the more people that we hear from, there are nuanced solutions to this question. And so your feedback, your time today has been quite valuable to me. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next up, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll just add to there, Mr. Abaco. Well, we can't ask administration questions right now. It is our intention with the rules that we are, with the recommendations that we are looking at today, is that any active application would be exempt. So I'll let you reach out to Councillor Clark's office and have it, but I just wanted to share that with you to give you a little bit of hopefully solace, but
Look at that instant, you know, that's great. That's why I came here to talk to you guys. Thank you.
that is our intention, but we'll certainly.
I'm not certain.
Yeah, so I want to be real clear here. Like I don't want to like entirely, but yeah, that is our intention with the recommendations. But I'll leave you to have a conversation with the councillor's office. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Riccio, if you don't mind. Thank you, Chair. I realize that wasn't a question, so I appreciate the latitude there. I wanted to ask you about something that I've been struggling with as we're trying to make this decision, and for the last couple of days, listening to everyone's stories. We hear a lot, and I feel like you're in a unique position in order to perhaps be able to offer me some insight or advice on this particular topic.
Hopefully.
I hope so too. As you talked about, like we've heard from a lot of our neighbors who have been coming here to present that, like they want to preserve their neighborhood. They want it to stay. And actually, Ms. O'Connor did a fantastic job of making, and maybe Ms. O'Connor, I'll ask you next after I'm done here, sort of a response to this conversation. She lives in St. Andrews Heights. St. Andrews Heights is from its population peak, to sort of its valley, was at like 4.5 people per house, down to 2.5 people per house. I'm sort of struggling with like, how do we provide service to neighborhoods like that have changed so much over time? I'd love to get your sort of advice on this, or what your thoughts are there in terms of like how we can help out these neighborhoods who want to preserve the character of their neighborhood, but that have changed so much over time.
I'm struggling to answer that without asking a question. From the perspective of seniors, how are you, there goes the question.
You can ask a question, I can't answer it. But.
Okay, thank you. How do you preserve the character of a neighborhood when you're pricing the seniors who have lived there for decades out? The neighborhoods are changing. It is the neighborhoods evolve. You can't use policy and regulation to now freeze a character, supposed character of a neighborhood. Like I said, I grew up in a neighborhood where my construction labor, immigrant, barely speaking English father lived next door to a pipe fitter and across the street from a gentleman who worked in oil and gas downtown. I don't think you're ever going to see a neighborhood like that anymore in Calgary, given what's happened economically in the housing market. We're becoming a very stratified city and kind of segregated city by virtue of economics, which are partly driven by policies set by this body. And so you either accept that communities have to evolve and respond to changes in society, demographics, economics. I just personally feel that you're harming the character of a neighborhood by just freezing it. Because the character should evolve, and it should reflect what the city is. And so there should be some degree of opportunity for everybody to at least have the opportunity to live wherever they want in this city and not be forced to live away from work, away from amenities. It is an extremely complex issue, and nobody begrudges the challenge that is before you. I just think that from a policy perspective, you can't just lock it in. You have to let the neighborhood evolve the way they have been evolving. And I'm not sure if I answered your question.
I appreciate your thoughtful response, though. It is, I think, for myself and all my colleagues here, like the crux at the heart of this is exactly what you're getting at there. And there's no easy answer to it. So if I may, actually, Ms. O'Connor, I don't mean to like put you on the spot or anything here, and I'm not looking for you for a debate or anything. I wanted to, I figured it was fair if we were talking about St. Andrews Heights to ask for sort of your thoughts when hearing what Mr. Muccio just was talking about.
No, I appreciate the chance. And to be clear, I totally support that there needs to be more densification in our neighborhood. And I hope I can leave you with that understanding. To me, this is not about trying to preserve exactly what we've got today. That isn't realistic. And I totally accept that. And we need to figure out how to densify our neighborhood. You know, there was a version of the South Shag LAP that was almost done before the blanket rezoning came into effect. And in that version, there was focused areas in the neighborhood. They were called potential focus areas for growth. And, you know, through input, we kind of, designed on the borders and in the places in the community where we thought they made sense. I thought that was great. And that was the certainty. What I hope I can leave you with today is what is really hard, and somebody today described it as densification roulette, right? Like the uncertainty is the part that is just so hard to live with because you don't know where it's going. And I think just being able to plan for where it makes sense and seek input is really the takeaway for me. But no, we shouldn't be trying to preserve it as it is today. That's insane. And we can't continue to think that that would make sense. It won't.
I really appreciate that nuanced response as well. It can be so easy for us because at the end of the day, we get a yes or no. And it can be really easy because of the passion that this topic elicits on both sides to come forward and say yes or no. Like those are the only options. But as we just heard from you in your excellent presentation, like if it's a yes or a no, you still need to figure out what comes next after that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All done? Next up, Councillor Atkinson, or Councillor Dollywall, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. O'Connor, good to see you again.
You as well. Hi.
Hi. 2 years ago, I asked you this question. I think you answered Councillor Kelly. You're not against density. And you said exactly the same thing, that you wish it's done in a different way, thoughtful way. 2 years now, can you just, your experience, what are you hearing? What is happening? Because I'm hearing what I'm hearing, but I want to understand from you. Because you're a supporter of density, but you also want to make sure it's done in a very meaningful and knowledgeable way.
Yes, and great question, thank you. And so when I talk to my neighbors, and anyone who knows me knows I'm pretty active in my neighborhood about this, because I believe there is a solution here, and I don't just want to be throwing out roadblocks. I think there needs to be a solution. And when I talk to my neighbors, the consensus I get, especially from anyone when we are trying to do things like appeal, it's the same view I've given you now, which is we're okay. Densification should happen here. It's just the randomness of it and the feeling like we have lost our voice in where it makes sense. So I would say the people in my neighborhood that I speak to are not opposed. They're just asking for a different way to do it.
And do they tell you what is that different way?
I think we haven't got into a lot of specifics, but it is consultation and identifying the areas so that we know and understand where they are with input.
Yeah, and I'm glad you talked about South Shaganappi LAP. I've heard in the last 3 days, many residents, they're saying, well, we want to see LAP, we want to see LAP, but there was a gentleman yesterday, I asked him, he lives in Riley LAP, and he said, oh, I don't want LAP either. So I just want to make sure, how do we go about some of these city building initiatives if there's always someone not liking, because I asked someone yesterday and they said new areas are easier because you got 15 landowners and they can come up together with the ASP, whereas now you got 15,000 and it's hard to bring them on LAP.
So I think I get that. I know from our community perspective, our community association was very involved and took a lot of the lead representing our community. I think they did a good job. I think people also have to make a choice, right? If that is the tool, you have to choose to engage in it if you want your voice heard. And I think using the community associations is a great way to try and channel that and narrow that. And I think, you know, in my mind, it was successful because nobody thought it was perfect, but everybody thought it was reasonable. And I think that's where you got to get to. It will never be perfect, but people felt heard, and they felt it was reasonable, and they saw a path forward.
Yeah, and St. Andrews Heights is very unique because it's a small community.
Mm-hmm.
They nicely fit into LAP because you got 29th Street and University Drive. There's not much. There's other big communities that are hard to bring them into this LAP. My last question, should this be fully repealed and start from scratch? Take a pause, listen, hear outside in, or there's amendments that are going to be proposed right on the floor. Is that the way to go?
I believe fully repeal, and my concern is the amendments are, and I want to acknowledge they are moving to address some of the concerns that we raised, so I'm thankful for that. But I think, again, it's still a blanket approach. And I tried to pick the example of the blocks, right? Block sizes. But the impacts are, again, very different by community. And I think you talked about our tiny little community with Foothills Medical Center on the side, and I know parking is everybody's least favorite topic, but you know, we are also very unique because we have intense parking pressure from the medical center, who is a great neighbor. But there are little wrinkles, and I think to continue to try and blanket it doesn't address that. And I guess that's what I would really like to see is more community-specific plans.
So if you put your governance hat on, you're saying,
Yes.
repeal it, pause before you do anything.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering all the questions. That's it for
No
me,
problem.
Chair. Thanks.
Next up, Councillor Atkinson.
Ms. O'Connor, sorry, before you step down, yeah, I'll grab you.
Hello.
Hey, I hear what you're saying, like there is sort of a responsibility on everyone to sort of, right? And I think inner city communities, we have gone through LAP processes, there have been these discussions, but there are also elements or areas of the city where that hasn't been the case and likely won't be the case for decades, could potentially be by the time we actually move through the process all the way out. Is there a certain level that you think fits within that threshold of like, does not necessarily need, I hear what you're saying around townhomes and the semis, like side by side, like a duplex style. Do you consider that also a densification that needs to go through that? Or is that a level in which you think that meets the threshold, that like every person in Calgary, no matter where you are, and it's a way to sort of make sure that this is shared and equitably in the moment right now, to sort of say that there's a baseline that can be built without that level of sort of back and forth and the costs associated with that?
So I think I personally would be okay with like a duplex or 2 units on a lot as an example. And I'll give you my very specific story. Some of the development applications that have come forward have been some of those, and I haven't chose to oppose those.
Yeah.
I think those are logical next steps. I think it's sort of those dramatic leaps, right? And I talked about going from a single-family home to 10 units beside you. Those are the tough ones, and
Sure.
I think baby steps.
Yeah, and that being just something that all Calgarians sort of need to accept, both as a way for how we can go forward, but also how we sort of share this out so that inner city communities aren't the only ones sort of feeling the brunt
Agree,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. I also wanted to ask a question of Mr. Riccio, please. Mr. Riccio, thank you for being here. Your organization focuses on aging, and it's come up many, many times in the presentations from folks. And I'm just, one of the concerns around townhome style development is that they are quite vertical in terms of, stairs on site and these kinds of things. Are there things that you're seeing or ways and changes we could be making to the built form, or as we're looking at this process, to make more units accessible as we have this aging population that we need to meet the demands of?
Again, that's a very difficult question. And the market should be able to respond to that, but it doesn't. Partly because of the economics. It's just more profitable to, you need a certain amount of square footage and you can't go wide, you got to go up. And yes, for seniors, it is a problem. But as I mentioned in my presentation, ESG used to build this type of housing. Between 1975 and 2000, we ran I think we built and ran 7 projects where it was 6 to 8 units, accessible for seniors, and worked well, right? Now the economics for us, it's hard for us to find land in a community like Capitol Hill, which was where we did our very first one back in 1975.
Amazing.
Leave it. And so by the time you get into the land and spend $50,000, $60,000 on getting a rezoning application together and $500 a day carrying costs could be a long time before you actually put a shovel in the ground, it becomes financially difficult. I'm here, there's 2 issues for me here. One is if ESG builds a project, we can make it accessible, right? But we also want housing for seniors that keeps them out of our nonprofit system.
Right.
And that is a little bit more difficult in terms of finding the right building for them to move into.
Right.
Right? But if you don't have the policy that at least gives you the opportunity to build that, we know 100% it won't be.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
But if the policy is there to say, okay, you can do 4 units, and at least you give the market the opportunity to respond to increasing demand by seniors for maybe a more bungalow-type housing, right? And that keeps those people out of the nonprofit sector, and then it also keeps them out of the social center, and worst-case scenario, it keeps them out of homelessness.
Right.
Right? So on the one hand, when we're looking at it as a builder, a potential builder, a developer, nonprofit developer, we can make it happen for the senior. In the private market, the economics will dictate what they build, but without the policy, they don't have the opportunity to do it at all.
Yeah, we need the whole spectrum there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I believe we have Councillor Wyness next.
Thanks. Ms. O'Connor, I just got a couple quick questions for you. You spoke about labs, and I know it's not necessarily before us, but when we do labs, we're not giving land use. Do you think the next iteration of council, when it comes to LAPs, we should also zone the properties that are defined to have whatever density the community agrees to?
So we would do community-specific zoning. I haven't really thought about that. I think anything that would get us to certainty and understanding would be really good. I feel like that's probably a more complicated question than I understand, to be honest with you. But I'll give you that caveated answer. How's that?
Awesome. I'm just glad you're pondering it.
Okay.
You can email if you ever come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
And then the second portion of what's before council, why do you think the amendments are allowing RCG to stay blanket zoned? Because they're not actually doing that. And I'm just curious because I keep hearing that over and over again with these amendments. What's currently before council is we're reinstating your original R1s, R2s.
Right.
Then step 2 is applying those land use districts retroactively to what your property was before.
Right.
And then the textual amendments for the RCG definition apply to any new RCGs because RCG does not disappear as a zoning code with a repeal. And in the amendments, we're addressing removing the ability for zero lot development, and we're reducing height, and we're doing a lot of the common care, like we're addressing the zoning definition for what the complaints about RCG has been. So I'm just kind of curious why you think the amendments keep blanket zoning there.
Maybe I have misunderstood that. So my understanding would be, though, if we reverted back, there would still, for instance, on an RC1 lot, be the ability to put.
Only if they came through a public hearing and were zoned. Because if we don't make the textual amendments, every future, because ownership rights still exist in this equation after a repeal, and the definitions of whatever zoning code have to be there to address the concerns.
Okay.
So these amendments are making sure that if you go back to R1 and someone wants to zone RCG, they come to the next public hearing of council. Do you want them to still have some of the height that they had previously in the old definition? Do you want them to still zero lot line build? Because I still remember that presenter that talked about the tree roots getting exposed because of zero lot line developments. And so council has sort of two things before us to address a lot of the concerns we're hearing.
Right. And so I think, and again, I am no planning expert and I'm not on, but I think knowing that, for instance, even as an RC1 lot, there would be a tendency to develop the 3 lots on the end of the block, and that would likely be approved because it would be in an amended approved. Again, that feels to me like it's not contextual to the community. So I think there are some things that I still think need to be considered within the scheme of the bigger picture of a community. So it's another blanket approach, which would be if you want to come forward, we'll give you the 3 lots on the end, is how I'm interpreting it.
It's only if the community doesn't come out and speak when it comes before council. We're also addressing the mid-block RCGs, which have been very contentious for communities, so we're removing that. And in some senses, you're allowing the ends to get it, but the mid-blocks not to have the same density that they potentially could. And so that's where, again, the conversation of the amendments, I really hope people start looking into them and seeing like what definition do you want left on the table after everyone gets their R1 back, if that's the will of council.
Well, and I think the point that maybe I could better articulate here would be by going back, taking a pause, and understanding what these all are, and the neighborhood context within them. Because in my mind, if you're going to start I'll go back to the 3 blocks, right? My view would be if I were to come forward and oppose, I would have a very small chance of winning that, because an amendment says the 3 blocks on the end are likely.
It's council's will, ultimately. It's like, it's a land use that would allow councilors to say, yes, these are the definitions, but the community feels that the applicant is either meeting it or it's not contextual because of whatever has happened on that block for zoning or was what is built. And so I think it's a lot like council discussing what we're doing here on the blanket. It would be small scale.
Small scale, yeah. Well, I think my bigger concern is not really understanding the neighborhood context on some of the proposed amendments, and I'd rather we take a pause and figure that out.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
If that helps.
Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. First of all, just wanted to say thank you to all of you for coming here. I know some of you came here previously. Mr. Connor, thank you for coming once again. I do have a question for Mr. I think it's Abaco. So if I heard you correctly, if council were to choose to repeal this bylaw, that you'd be concerned about whether or not there'd be an opportunity for you to still be able to move forward with your backyard suite. Is that correct?
Yeah, I like the idea of having both backyard suite and secondary suite available to us. As a young homeowner, I feel the pinch of what we got going on here. So the added income is good, and the math works out too. So.
Yeah. Anyways, I think that might be covered under one of the proposed amendments. So.
Everything I've read says that it would be, but like I said, everybody I've talked to says otherwise. So it's just,
Well, it depends on what council decides to do, obviously. Okay. But thank you for being here to provide your recommendation and your desire.
Thanks.
No further questions for me. Thanks.
Thank you to this panel for coming. We're going to assemble the next panel. So, anybody on the telephone or in the gallery that was scheduled for a panel 52 or earlier, yes, please come up. 2, 3 here, 4 here in the chambers, or perhaps even more. Okay. This is going to test my skills as chair. So let's assemble anybody here in person who is panel 52 or earlier. And perhaps we will prioritize anybody who is before panel 52. If we have any panel 52, okay. Well, we'll perhaps take 6 since we have 6 here in chambers. And to make things simpler, I'm just going to go from the right to the left. So my right to, all right, my skills are being tested. And if you could please just announce your first and last name and the panel that you are on so we can properly track things here before you begin speaking. Thank you.
No worries. Cindy Peters, panel 22.
Okay, take it away, Ms. Peters.
Thank you. I'm an individual. I speak only for myself. My position is I would ask that you repeal the bylaw its entirety with the RCG amendments and then rebuild. Otherwise, I risk we fear replacing one set of problems with another. In the alternative, I ask that you pass the motion as it stands with the RCG amendments. I understand, as I'm before you, you have a difficult job. You cannot please all of the people all of the time. My sense is that back in 2024 through to date, Council has felt a lot of anger and frustration from Canadians, Calgarians, because this has felt to us more like an exercise in social engineering than a genuine effort to help those in need while simultaneously acting on the best interest of the public interest at large. I agree we need more affordable housing. The issue is how do we get that? I'm not an expert. I don't have any particular list of solutions to provide you. But what I do suggest we should do is take an evidence-based approach. Any effective decision-making requires that. My position is there has been insufficient evidence placed before this organization to establish that blanket zoning will result in a meaningful increase in the supply of affordable housing. 2024, blanket zoning was passed. Since then, we've seen an increase in housing. We've seen a decrease in cost. That is not proof that blanket zoning caused it. It's just one of many factors. Correlation is not causation. We've heard, and I've been listening to almost the entire week. I feel bad for you. I don't know how you're getting through your days. But we've heard a lot of very sad stories. They're heartbreaking. There's a lot of people who are genuinely in need. We're Canadians. It is in our nature to want to help. I am one of these people. My heart breaks when I hear these stories. But emotional appeals do not build affordable houses. I resist, or ask that you resist the urge to do what feels good, and instead take an evidence-based approach to do what will actually do good. That's the only way we can confidently conclude that we will get the result we want, which is affordable housing to help those in need. But how do we do this? You've been told repeatedly we should plan, but we have to rebuild the bylaw from the beginning to plan. I would suggest you do a comprehensive consultation with independent experts in the field from here and abroad who have no conflict. Also engage with stakeholders of every type at the local level who actually know the facts of what it is like to live in all these various communities and how it will impact the people who live and work and go to school and thrive in those communities. LAPs are one of many effective tools if they're done right. Some of them probably are, others undoubtedly need improvement. But blanket zoning is not planning. Blanket zoning is an abandonment of planning and an abdication of the duty to govern responsibly. I think University Heights presents an interesting example. There was a fellow who spoke about it on Monday and who went on in detail about what a fabulous place it was. It's diverse, it's dense, it's a model for us to follow. But then on Tuesday, a different gentleman presented and said, it's subject to a restrictive covenant. Thou shalt not build more than one house per lot. How do we get those two to meet? I don't understand. It's nonsensical. How can you have both at the same time? But if you look at the actual facts of that community, it was very, very thoughtfully planned. There is a restrictive covenant, it seems, that mandates only one family or one household per lot. But it's only over a part of the community. The rest of the community has high-rise apartments, low-rise apartments, row houses, townhouses, side-by-sides, duplexes, secondary suites, and it has higher than average density compared to other communities in Calgary. It is an excellent model of how we can get lots of housing and lots of types of housing and still please, if not all the people all the time, at least most of the people for what has been a really long time. We do not live in isolation, obviously. We live in community. And I would suggest that community is more critical than anything, because when we look to move, first we look to move where we're going to go. Only then do we get to the more granular level of which house. People differ. Everyone has different needs. The young cyclist who can go to work, the grandmother who needs a walker, a family has to drop their kids off at school before they go to work. We need choice of different communities. But the bylaw, blanket bylaw, will have the paradoxical effect of reducing choice by eventually reducing every street in every community to look exactly the same, requiring us all to live exactly the same, and we don't deserve that when we try to shoehorn anything in where it can possibly go. Further, it's unnecessary. We can increase affordable housing and maintain choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Hamera Palabroda, and I am from Panel 52. Hello, Deputy Mayor and councillors. I reside in Crescent Heights, and I'm asking for a full repeal of blanket rezoning bylaw. Blanket rezoning has eradicated a homeowner's right to weigh in on what is built next to them and in their communities. It abdicates planning. It effectively disregards the very essence of the established streetscapes, setbacks, sensitive lot coverage, and the scale of new homes existing to the existing ones. As a realtor, landlord, and an engaged volunteer with my community association, I speak on my behalf and my family's. And I can tell you, people make housing choices based on the characteristics of the district, density, schools, green space, and amenities. I have legalized suites in 1950s bungalows, which became part of the rental stock in Calgary. Detached homes make sense. They're affordable. They can offer communal, shared housing and yards. They help with aging in place, multi-generational living, food security, and mental health. Bungalows can be reimagined. Blanket RCG and unchecked approvals are effectively and planning thoughtfully designed, nearly 100-year-old valued communities. The laboratory communities of Marda Loop, Capitol Hill, Banff Trail, Bowness, and now Killarney are a testament to this. With no checks and balances from invested residents, we have seen the reality on the ground. Developers and speculators are not thinking of context, permeable spaces, quality plantings, preserving trees, least of all their neighbors. And why would they? Because they won't be living there. With no public voice, who will be responsible for regulating how much density in a community is enough? Who will be the gatekeepers on the cap? Established communities with aging infrastructure and utilities are the recipients of the most development because they are the ones with the large rectangular lots, back lanes, and most amenable to the homogeneous 8 to 16 plex row housing product, which most developers regurgitate because creative and thoughtful designs come with an additional cost for new blueprints. Even more adversely transformative are the mid-block developments I have seen, with not a speck of green or permeable space. Recent data shows that in 2025, 50% of new housing development occurred in new communities, while 43% took place in established areas. This represents a notable increase from 2024, where developed communities accounted for 27% of growth. Are we balancing appropriately the growth between new and existing areas, or are we overcorrecting towards redevelopment? My councillor here has repeatedly asked, where should we put housing, citing friction as an impediment? In 2023, the City of Calgary confirmed a 35 to 49-year supply of developable land within its existing boundaries and halted further annexation. Wow, we aren't constrained by land scarcity. We don't need to rely heavily on disruptive development to meet housing demand. There is a need for strategic, not blanket redevelopment. Calgary already has identified priority areas for intensification: brownfield sites and transit-oriented development sites, such zones such as Westbrook, and what is currently possibly mobilizing in Victoria Park. However, blanket rezoning has not ensured development in these areas. Instead, it allows development to happen wherever it's easiest and most profitable. Developers understandably tend to avoid complex, high project costs like brownfield development without targeted incentives. These priority sites may continue to be overlooked. Municipal governments have more power over housing than they realize. It can lease municipal land to nonprofits, incentivize purpose-built rentals near transit, and streamline approval processes for housing projects that guarantee deep affordability. City of Calgary 2025 data stated that we had 25,770 building permits for market housing versus only 643 building permits for non-market housing. Is this disparity addressing the need for affordable housing? Another target could be to utilize available land on the city's perimeter, supported by existing infrastructure like the Ring Road. Blanket rezoning introduces several risks, with uncertainty being top of mind. It affects financial decisions, mental well-being, and overall confidence in long-term home ownership. Blanket rezoning provides no certainty as to an individual's living environment, even in the short term. Certainty of one's preferred living experience is a key determinant in the home buying process. Thank you.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, and just a reminder, panel and first name, last name, please.
I have a picture. How can I present this? I did submit something. Or would it be better just to use the hard copy on an overhead? Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, members of council. My name is Ken Young, and I'm representing the Windsor Park Development Committee. We support the repeal. We are here because rezoning has produced a wave of unplanned, unsequenced, and uncoordinated multi-residence applications in our area. Exactly what good urban design is meant to prevent. On a single street in Windsor Park, 52nd Avenue, 4 separate development permits applications have arrived simultaneously, proposing 38 dwellings. This will essentially double the number of residences on this one single block. With no sequencing, no cumulative impact assessment, no evaluation of whether this street, its infrastructure, the schools, its tree canopy, parking, waste management can absorb change of this scale. This is precisely what critics of blanket zoning warned about. Simultaneous, uncoordinated applications flooding a single residential street. Development should be coordinated, strategic, and sequenced. Each red parcel on this map is an active multi-unit development application. Each yellow box is a 60-meter notification area. 6 applications across 2 adjacent blocks, 38 residents on 52nd Avenue alone, and 11 more on an adjacent street. 49 new residences proposed in total, with multiple overlapping notification zones. This is not incremental intensification. This is saturation, and no planning process, not the LAP, not the MDP, nor any development permit review has evaluated this as a collective outcome. Blanket rezoning removed the process where the evidence could have been considered. I'm going to highlight 3 core planning failures that we see. First, the MDP supports sensitive intensification. The word carries real planning weight. Proportionate, contextually appropriate, matched by the infrastructure new residents require. Blanket rezoning delivers none of that. It simply opened the gate and walked away. The NDP's own logic argues that focusing intensification on strategic areas lessens the impact on stable, lower density areas like what I would hope this community would be, this neighborhood. 4 simultaneous developments on one street, maximizing lot coverage on one streetscape is not sensitive infill. It is wholesale transformation that no single permit review can adequately evaluate. Second point, these sites will destroy approximately 50 mature trees. Blanket rezoning contains no tree protection provisions, no reasonable canopy replacement, no cumulative assessment. The Chinook LAP makes expanding the urban tree canopy a named statutory commitment, yet there are no mechanisms under blanket rezoning to enforce that. A few skinny saplings will not replace mature elms and spruce in any meaningful planning timescale. We know that. And finally, considering infrastructure and community capacity, we see demand without supply planning. 38 new dwellings on one street without reasonable commensurate parking. Neighbors will be overwhelmed. A school catchment area at capacity. Excessive accumulation of bins, lacking safe and functional storage. No infrastructure upgrades. No capacity demonstrated. No obligation on anyone to show that this street can absorb what is being asked of it. This is not growth management. This is growth without management. Proponents will argue that the MDP mandates intensification of established neighborhoods. That argument is selective. The full MDP text does not support the proposition that any street, anywhere, must absorb unplanned, unsequenced, and uncoordinated development. The MDP envisions strategic, sensitive intensification. Windsor Park is experiencing neither. Windsor Park's experience is evidence of what happens when citywide planning instrument overrides a contextual, community-level evaluation that good urban design and the MDP both require. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, panel number, first, last name, please.
Okay, first name Martina, last name Walsh, panel number 46.
Go whenever you're ready, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, Deputy Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Martina Walsh. I live in Ward 8, and I'm speaking today in support of the full repeal of the blanket rezoning bylaw and the restoration of residential zoning to RC1 and RC2 land districts. The blanket rezoning policy was introduced with the intention of increasing housing supply, improving affordability, and to accelerate approval timelines. Those may have been reasonable high-level goals, but what we've seen and experienced since the implementation of RCG has been unchecked development that has been damaging to many citizens and communities. For many residents in established communities, the current blanket rezoning policies have caused stress and unpredictability. Many homeowners consciously purchased homes in their communities because of the zoning rules that were in place. The blanket rezoning policy removed those protections and legal rights. The choice to live in an RC1 single-family or RC2 neighborhood was eliminated. What many residents are now experiencing is redevelopment that maximizes density without consideration for streetscape, infrastructure capacity, or the quality of life of the surrounding residents. Homeowners feel forced out of their neighborhoods by pressure from developers to purchase their home to utilize the lots for development. Renters lose affordable housing to redevelopment. We could ask, has developer land speculation been enabled by blanket rezoning? The implementation of citywide rezoning approach ignores an important principle that Calgary's Municipal Development Plan emphasizes, that growth should be planned in a way that respects the context and character of existing communities, and that redevelopment in established neighborhoods should be sensitive, well-designed, and responsive to the existing community context. Many inner-city neighborhoods were developed 80 to 110 years ago with a certain scale, and due to intense redevelopment, are at risk with the aging water, sewer, and road infrastructure. Residents are increasingly concerned and quite cynical about whether existing infrastructure can sustain the level of density now being permitted. As you have heard repeatedly, single-family homes and duplexes that were more affordable are being replaced with townhouse developments containing up to 8 units on a single lot. We have also had many developments with higher density zoning, such as HGO and MCG, that have been approved. The result is buildings that minimize setbacks, maximize height, and tower over adjacent homes. They block sunlight and dramatically change the scale of long-established neighborhoods. In most cases, these developments remove very mature trees and shrubs on the lot. They maximize lot coverage, and they landscape with cement walkways and provide minimal green space or trees in the completed development. I do not believe this was the goal of increasing supply, to irreversibly destroy the tree canopy that has taken decades to mature. And what about the goal of affordability? The developments that have been built in our communities are not affordable. The escalated prices being paid to acquire homes as building lots cannot possibly justify the development of affordable units, even if the developers were so inclined to build them. Seemingly, they can literally throw up an 8 or 12-plex and market it to people at pricing commensurate with property values in the area. There's no attempt to disguise what this is. It's a ripoff. Units with less square footage for more money. I was shocked to learn of the rental rates set for some of these new developments. Availability, not affordability, is often the case. A 3-bedroom apartment in a new 12-unit complex close to me is being rented as a vacation rental for $4,800 per month. That's not affordable housing. And I question why aren't well-known city vacant lands suitable for appropriate affordable housing developments? Why are they not being fast-tracked for development? When I was speaking to council 2 years ago here, the Westbrook LRT property had just been reacquired from the developer from the city. had just been acquired from the developer by the city. I'm saddened to see that there has been little progress on this transit-oriented development that could support affordable non-market housing, accessible housing for those limited with mobility issues. The city must prioritize this type of redevelopment and get shovels in the ground. So finally, communities are not opposed to controlled growth and acknowledge that densification will play an important part in the future of this city. What we are asking is that growth be balanced, thoughtful, and consistent. And this requires careful planning and transparency during development. Blanket policies and one-size-fits-all zoning does not achieve positive outcomes. My request to Council is to repeal the blanket rezoning bylaw, return to the planning processes that allow communities input and
Ms. Walsh,
respects
your time is
growth. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, and just remind us of your panel number and first and last name.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
John Chandler, panel 48. Am I signed in? All right. My daughter, adult daughter, asked me, why are we going through the same thing we did a short while ago? Since a large majority of Calgarians indicated no to rezoning, but a group of council members chose to ignore the people of Calgary. So here we are hoping that council will not make the same mistake. I bought a new home, 987 square feet, for $37,500 in September of 1975, and I'm still in it. I've raised, my 3 girls are in there, and we seem to be doing okay. Now, I'm 79 years old, coming up pretty close to 80. I fear that one of my neighbors might sell their house to a developer for who knows what kind of a structure. This is not or never was imagined when I decided to buy a starter home. Now, I can list 8 areas of concern, and you've heard them all. Over and over and over. I've listened to this thing on TV, and it's the same people saying the same thing, and that's positive, but it's parking, it's land use, noise, shadowing, affordability, privacy, waste bins, secondary garage suites. Take your pick, whichever one you want. Any one of these is enough to indicate that those who voted for rezoning really had no idea how bad it could get. I'll choose 2. A 4-plex actually is an 8-plex, and that just boils my I don't know what, but it I get just so upset when I hear, oh, it's only going to be a 4-plex. And everybody knows it's a 4-plex with another 4 underneath it. It's an 8-plex. And parking goes through the roof. So if you have an 8-plex and they have cars, like I have around my place right now, I can look for anywhere from 8 to 16 cars coming out of an 8-plex. Now, we know that it won't be 16. We probably don't even know it's going to be 8. But 8 is still a fathomable number. 2 cars per unit could be. I've heard somebody say, oh, but the basement ones are going to be bicycles. You don't know that. You have no way of knowing that. So parking is a problem. The administration, the zip, nothing at all. Affordability. I'm so upset with hearing the word affordability, affordability, affordability. What the heck is affordability? Is it 100,000? Is it 200,000? 300,000? Well, if you take my house that I paid $37,500 for, I'm guessing that affordability is somewhere around $350,000. So that's a lot of money for a young couple to come up with, get a mortgage with. So can we be more succinct in what we're going to talk about? If you need an example of garage suites, I got 4 of them within 100 meters of me, okay? 4 garage suites. Most of them are like gigantic. They go from border to border, and obviously 2 stories high. They are, well, the worst part about them is every one of them has got a balcony, a huge balcony on it. And what does that balcony do? It looks over the alley into the backyards of all the people within about a 3-house range. When we built our houses, we built them with bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchens on that side. So these people now in the balconies can stare down and they're looking at your house, and there you are, you know, getting ready to go to bed or something like that. Curtains, you're going to have curtains all the time. The one house has a side window on it. I have a picture of it where it looks down on the neighbor's house, and the whole yard is seen out this window, and that's their kitchen window. So we have to, you know, cars parked in the alleyway. Are cars allowed to park in the alleyway? I got one of them has up to 5 cars parked in the alleyway. Heaven forbid that a fire truck has to come through the alleyway to get to a fire. Can't do it. All right, anyway, I'll skip along here.
And that's actually a good point.
Am I running out?
Your time is up.
Oh, okay. Well, can I ask one question?
You may get questions from some of us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And whenever you're ready with panel and last name, please.
Okay.
First and last name.
Thank you for the presentation, getting it up there. My name is Bob Morrison. I'm panel number 51. And I'm speaking on behalf of 4C, the Calgary Citizens on Climate Change. The members of 4C have a wide range of experience, ranging from engineering and energy to housing, planning, community engagement, governance, public finance, and philanthropy. First, our compliments to you, City Council, for your patience and diligence in evaluating this issue. Our compliments to the other presenters on all sides for being willing to step up to make Calgary a better place to live. And finally, just as important, if not more importantly, thanks to staff from the City Clerk's office and the tech wizards for making everything run so smoothly. This public hearing is a time to heal. It is a time for something better, an approach that fortifies communities, enhances business and affordable housing, and meets our daily needs without endless driving. Next slide, please. We recognize and support the benefits of higher density, more affordable housing, especially for young families and the less fortunate, more missing middle housing, which avoids the problems of tall and sprawl, a city of primarily high rises and single-family homes. And as several presenters have noted, sprawl is intimately linked with this issue, including the misinformation floating around about sprawl. Next slide, please. If in the right place, higher density means easier access to local retail, services, and facilities like swimming pools and libraries. Higher density also means that less infrastructure needs to be built and maintained, and that means lower taxes and debt. Next slide, please. Higher density means more significant environmental benefits, including less climate-changing, health-compromising pollution. Next slide, please. So, we need a better solution. Keeping a citywide blanket or repealing it is not the answer. Next slide, please. The solution lies in the municipal development plan, which requires the city to direct land use change within a framework of activity centers and main streets. You've already heard support for the redevelopment of those activity centers and main streets, even from those who are in favor of repealing. The city needs to pull the blanket back to those nodes and corridors. Next slide, please. Calgary needs what we are calling a program of redevelopment incentive success envelopes, or RISE. Now, I'm sure you can come up with a better name than that, but what's important is the word for S, success. Success is building major activity centers and main streets, those areas that are the employment and economic drivers of our city. Only then can you, as the Municipal Government Act says, maximize orderly economic and beneficial development. Success is also a strengthened primary transit network. Next slide, please. It also gives Calgary a golden opportunity to realize the success from high-performance, net-zero building construction and implementing land value capture, the sharing of increased land value that results from public policy and investment. Next slide, please. In other places around the world, the greatest success in redeveloping for density has occurred in downtowns, in other urban cores, and along transit routes. Drawing the rezoning blanket back to major activity centers and main streets puts density where it will do the most good for economic productivity, transit, and better access to jobs, shopping, and professional services. Now is the time for targeted rezoning to become a valuable, productive tool in Calgary's development toolbox. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes that panel. I don't see any questions for this panel. Oh, Councillor Pantasopoulos, I apologize.
Thanks so much. Ms. Peters. Thanks so much for coming up. I really appreciate what you said about evidence-based approach, correlation is not causation, and just, I think there's one thing this council wants to do is use data, but also incorporate with the community as well. So use the data as the guide and then come back and say, okay, does it make sense? So with that in mind, if I understand correctly, you're generally not against density, it's against the blanket approach that blanket rezoning took. Is that a fair assessment?
Precisely. Blanket approaches just create blanket problems. Actually looking at case-specific examples will not only yield the result that you're looking for, but also reduce the possibility of negative impacts on other people in the community. It's contextual. It has to be in an individualized case-by-case approach. Every discipline shows that when you apply a blanket approach to a big problem, a complex problem, it just yields more problems than it does solutions.
Appreciate that. You mentioned your community is sort of the right mix of density, diversity, something that sort of we could use as a model. What is it about it? Where do you see that density? Where don't you see the density? It was designed many years ago, but what did they do right that we can replicate if we're going back into older communities or newer communities as well?
Well, I think what they did was they were able to create a pocket where people who prefer or need to live in single-family homes with yards and trees were able to do that surrounded by single-family homes with yards and trees. And then there was a gradual effect where then that kind of bled into side-by-sides or infills, which then like the nine across the street, you get three-story walk-ups, and then across the street from there, higher townhouses, then lower-rise apartments, and high-rise apartments. Another way they did it was to create a bit of a buffer between single-family homes, and then there's a school, and with a lot of green space around it, and then on the other side of that, we could see some commercial development and some larger high-rises now in the former Foothill Stadium. So that was a good way to ensure that, and all these areas still have some greenery and some trees around them. So it was designed that way, rather than ripping down old established trees and replacing them with nothing but concrete and bins to hold refuse bins. They were able to create a reasonable balance of what would work for different people in different needs. And there's definitely more ready access to transit along the areas with more density as well.
Like things like concepts like gentle, balanced, thoughtful, incorporates community. Those are things that resonate with you when you're thinking about city planning and where density needs to go.
Precisely.
Oh, perfect. And then you just mentioned LAPs and a lot of conversations about that, using it as a guide, and I think you said, but they need some work. What are some changes? What are some observations that you see that would make the LAP, not even just the process, but the outcomes, the documents, what would make it better for council and community to use?
My experience was that, at least in our area that I live, the various communities that were put into one LAP have very, very different pressures on them. but there's one approach to all. So I think it needs to be either community by community, or they have to put like communities together. And the communities themselves need to be consulted in deciding, are we similar to you? Are our concerns similar to you? Are our pressures and wants similar to you? The other problem that I experienced myself in the LAP process was, and I'm optimistic it will get better going forward, but it was reflective of an overall approach that seemed to come from too many in city administration and the consultants they hired to effectively come into our community, and instead of coming with an open mind and asking questions and saying, what do you want? Why do you want it? Why do you think it will work? How can we work together? It was an approach of, here's our plan. We're going to tell you why it's going to work. And if you disagree with us, we will explain to you the many ways in which you are wrong. It was not a meaningful consultation, not because the community didn't ultimately get everything they wanted at the end, but because it was clearly a foregone conclusion. It was not consultation, it was presentation. That was a problem.
I was going to ask you about that. You mentioned independent, and I thought of almost like a facilitator, so that you explain the reason and rationale behind that, that having that independent, there's no hidden agenda, tell me what you need, hey, community, hey, city, et cetera. So that's where you're going with that independent comment about?
Precisely. I think when we only use local people for one, in Calgary, I'm born and raised here, I've seen this, we have a terrible tradition of failing to learn from the experiences of other major urban centers. Instead, we try to do too much homegrown. And I think there's a lot of experience that we can take from other centers that have tried and failed or tried and succeeded. Why we do not look at their experiences, I don't know. Why we do not go further afield, like we need local people as well, but why we do not go further afield. There was this fellow who spoke the other day who's worked in Whistler and Banff and New Zealand and other places. That's brilliant. We need more of that. So it's not only the breadth and depth of their experience that they bring to the table, but it's also if they're independent. If they have no stake, if they have nothing to gain, then they are true experts. Experts that seek or that have the potential to gain from what the changes are not objective. Everything they say is suspect, and that will also continue to breed mistrust in the community. And that's opposed to other stakeholders, community members, local developers and associations. They are good to come forward and bring fact. So they could bring the facts of, this is what it's like to live in my community. This is when we have a lot of pedestrians. This is when we have a lot of traffic. Here's the times of days that are troubling. Here's where it's a good area that's really underused. We all agree you can rip down that side-by-side and put in like a 4-story walk-up. So they're good to give the facts, and the experts are there to give the opinion. But right now we have, I think, too much of a blending of the two, where you have conflicted people who are stakeholders giving opinions, and then you have people like myself. I'm not great at giving opinion, but I'm good at giving fact. I'm not an expert. That's where the experts have to come in. So that's where I would come down to it. I think that's one of the ways we could go forward and actually have a better approach at the end of the day.
Really appreciate that comment. You know, somebody local knows where the traffic jams are. They know where the issues are. They know where traffic flows and people go. So that community expertise is incorporated that. Thank you so much for coming down. Really appreciate
Thank you for your
words.
questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have Councillor Ward. Yeah, Mr. Young, please. Mr. Young, you showed the map. There's a bunch of developments going on. I think it was 52 Ave. Is that correct? Yeah, if you want to throw it on there, that would be awesome. If we could. Thank you. Yes, it's 52 Ave is the major concentration. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you look at the center of the map, there's 3 squares, 1 rectangle, 2 squares. The upper right square is actually 2 rectangles. It's 2 development permits. 52nd Avenue runs left to right, horizontally across between those 3.
Right. So what we're seeing is it's kind of a concentrated densification of one street. And I guess that's the fundamental issue here is you've got it up there as 49 doors in this area. When I door knocked in Windsor Park, I had a feeling that people were not, they were very okay with densification. I would dare say that Windsor Park is one of the more dense neighborhoods in the entire city. So it just seems like, there's a lot going in a small area. What do you think the solution to that is?
So what we've got going on in Windsor Park, and I've lived in Windsor Park for 3 years, and I was like, within 3 months of moving into Windsor Park, I was standing here. So there's been a lot of end-of-block corner fourplexes. In 2023, those were fourplexes. And then they evolved into something. And as was pointed out earlier this afternoon, fourplex is an eightplex now. And also we've got Airbnbs that are part of that equation, 1 block away from my house. Then we've got the evolution up to these. So the square right in the center of that map is 16 units. It's an 8 plus 8. That's where, it's like, if you look at the D map, aerial photograph of that, it looks like a little park. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
The one across, it's interesting because the one across the street from it, the rectangle, was actually the first of that group of development permits that you see on there. It actually, they only requested 55% lot coverage. They've got, the configuration on it is completely different, way more acceptable, way more trees, set back from 5th Street, with trees along 5th Street. We didn't object. We didn't object to that one. It flew through. But then the others came in here, and all of a sudden it's maximize. And maximize impact, maximize density, maximize lot coverage, minimize tree preservation, like 0 trees. You know what happens. It's a D9 cat comes in, everything that's been going on there for the last 50 years is gone. The other thing on that map that you don't see on there is, since I did the draft of that map, 5th Street runs north-south down through the middle of that, on the left of those red blocks in the middle. City is proposing that the west side of that street be developed as a bike path. So goodbye 50% of the parking. These things are all going on simultaneously without a plan. It's unsequenced, it's blanket. It's a big wave of stuff going on. So back to your point, around the fringe, we have an LAP. And on 50th Avenue and on Elbow Drive, they're designated for higher density on the LAP. There's an active development permit on Elbow Drive, facing Elbow Drive, for 2-story walk-ups with suites, 20 units. Did we object? No. That's not a problem. So again, it's that question of, oh, you guys are against densification. No, we're not, but in the right places. Not a street in the middle of the community covered in trees where you're going to come in and mow everything down and double the number on this street.
Okay. That all makes sense. The interesting thing, you mentioned the LAP and Elbow Drive and all this. I'm going to guess that proposed bike lane was not part of the LAP.
No, it wasn't.
So the LAP's kind of useless now because it's changed.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Okay.
Next up, Councillor Dollywall.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask a couple of questions to Ms. Peters. You want evidence-based decision-making. 2 years ago, our house prices were going up. I asked the question, will blanket rezoning solve that problem? And I was told, well, it may not bring the prices down, it will stabilize the prices. 2 years on, today, we are seeing that stabilization happening. I cannot say for a fact that rezoning a blanket is playing a great role, but I want to understand from you, you said evidence-based. Is there any evidence out there that that is indeed the reason?
I don't think we can say it's anything more than one of numerous factors. We've also seen a significant, decrease in the amount of immigration overall, and housing prices and rental costs have, generally speaking, decreased everywhere for the last while, including places that don't have blanket zoning. and also are experiencing housing shortages. So it's a very complex issue, and from what I've seen of what I've read myself and what I've seen presented here before you this week, it's almost like we can make the numbers say anything. And the people who are presenting here, most of them are conflicted to a degree, and they're not experts. So it's very difficult to use the information that's been presented before you as evidence to say that this is it. And certainly, I mean, I just take a reasonable approach that any researcher would say. Correlation is not causation. It's possible that it was a factor to a greater degree or a lesser degree, most likely to a degree, but how much of a factor, I don't know we can say, and we certainly can't say that it caused it, that housing increase and price decrease was caused because it happened after blanket rezoning. That would be an excessively simplistic way to look at it. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, someone might say, well, take a pause, sample size is too small, 2 years, give it some time. You might start seeing some results coming out of it. It's too early, but I just want to understand, because then I look at Auckland, that was much cited when this was brought in, and Auckland has started to kind of revert back to where they were in a way with the federal government. In New Zealand, they had passed some changes to the blanket zoning. So do you have anything to, like, how do you help me answer these people that, hey, look, 2 years is small sample size, but we're not seeing enough evidence. It's not helping us.
Well, I think, first of all, there's studies that also oppose that. There's been experiences in other cities that have had blanket zoning, and they've only seen an increase in costs and not a meaningful increase in the supply of affordable housing. So it might depend on the nuances of how their particular cities work, as well as other situations like their demographics, their overall size and population, their economic pressures that they have. So there's so many factors that go into this. It's an extremely complex issue, and I understand that, and that's why I think the best thing to do is repeal it back to what it was before any further damage is done between the populace and our governance, and for the lives of the people, and we've heard a lot of them who are actually quite hurt, like their lives, their trees, their homes, where they raise their children, where they plan to retire. Once the damage is done by way to them of having the houses surround them, their community changed, it's irrevocable. It's a permanent change, and they can't pick up and move somewhere else because the same thing could happen there too. So I think if we put the brakes on what's happened and then stop and do like a comprehensive consultation and get some meaningful information rather than what appeared to have been a foregone conclusion and a determination to put blanket zoning in just on a wing and a prayer that it would help us do what we want to do because ultimately it's the right thing to do, without sufficient information to say A will cause B, or here's the reason why, without a sufficiently broad pool. There's also other factors, I think, that should be brought into play. Like the last fellow mentioned Airbnbs. I don't have a problem with Airbnbs. I love Airbnbs. As a family, as the parent of a family that's too large to fit into one hotel room, we use them a lot when we travel. But they've changed very much from when they were first brought into play, which was a place to rent out your home if you went away for the summer, to now where it's become an industry. And you have corporations owning them. You have people owning dozens of them. And our city actually has very, very little control over short-term rentals. And we do know it's a global problem that when short-term rentals displace long-term rentals, it takes those properties out of the rental pool for people. Instead of supplementing what's otherwise a good pool, it's now displacing people. And so that's one of numerous things that I think we could look at more and look at in a cohesive fashion rather than having one committee doing X and a different committee doing Y and not really communicating with each other very much. Much like the same issue with having a bike lane put in by one city department after a different city department did something else. There's very little communication and interplay, it seems, or at least not enough communication and interplay to satisfy Calgarians and let us be confident that these decisions are being made in a thoughtful way that will actually look at the impact on everybody and consult the stakeholders and the people who can actually give opinions on what the right thing to do is to make sure that we're achieving what our ultimate goal is, as opposed to, it feels good to help each other, so let's just say that we're going to do this for affordable housing and all the people in need will get help. There's still lots of people in need, and we do need to help those who are truly in need. But let's make sure that what we're doing is the right thing so that it's not just aggravating the problem or causing others.
Yeah, no, I mean, 2 years ago, I voted in favor of this. And one of the things I was hoping was affordability when it comes to housing. And I'm okay to admit that I haven't seen that. I'm more leaning towards non-market, non-profit housing, which creates better affordability. We had a housing task force that had some experts on it, and one of the recommendation was 98 recommendation home. His strategy was this. So I just want to understand when you say, like, we didn't have proper experts advising us when this strategy was, when this rezoning was put together. I just want to understand why you say that, because we did have that task force which had very knowledgeable people, in my opinion. We have a housing advisory committee that advises to administration and through them to council. So I just want to understand what different you want to see, because if we repeal it, I don't know if it's going to get repealed, but if we repeal it, there's got to be something else that is more manageable, more meaningful, and more receptive to residents, because what I've heard, nobody's against housing. They just want to done it properly, in their opinion.
And I certainly didn't intend to cast aspersions on yourself or anyone else who voted for it. And I have not personally read every single page of every single report that was commissioned that went into that. What I can say is that, for example, if we're doing comprehensive consultations, one of the things that has to be done is consulting the community members to see how it will impact them. Community members were consulted insofar as people were invited to provide written submissions and come before council and give oral presentations, which were then clearly ignored. The overwhelming majority of Calgarians were strongly opposed to it, and for many of the reasons that we now see 2 years later have come to fruition. So that's one of the things that needs to happen. We just need to do a better job. I'm certainly not intending to say that nothing was done, or you did it wrong, or you were bad, or you were incompetent or negligent. I'm saying we need to do better. And one of the many things we need to do is bring in people with broad experience from other places, as well as consult a lot more locally. And I agree with you completely about things like non-market housing. As the child of a Calgarian who raised 3 children as a single parent on social assistance, we would not have been able to buy a house. It wouldn't have mattered how affordable it was. My mother could never have qualified for a mortgage. The only way we were able to stay off the streets and stay out of shelters was because of affordable rental, long-term rental properties that were then subsidized. And that's how my mother lived much of her life, right up to her last days. The fellow who was an expert here the other day was talking about the Silvera Housing Corporation. It's exactly the same kind of thing. Those are the other kinds of things that can provide a lot of solutions to people who really need help without cutting down someone's trees and taking away their sunshade and their privacy and the memories of the home where they raised their children. Their needs are no less important than anyone else's. We want to try to help as many people as we can. I grasp that, but it doesn't have to come at the cost of other people. We can try to do all of it. At least we won't be able to do everything successfully, but I think we can do a lot better.
Great. And I think as a city, we do a good job of, through our business license process on the short-term rentals. I think our efforts are applauded nationwide, because now I think we, maybe this will be for the administration to kind of find out what is the correlation between DPs, PPs, and new units coming in last 2 years, and business license, how do we compare how many of them were converted into STRs actually, and not into real housing long-term rental. So thank you for answering all my questions. Chair, I got a couple more for Mr. Morrison. Thank you. I still have 3 minutes, 40 seconds, so yeah.
I'm watching, trust me.
Mr. Morrison, thank you for your presentation. I just didn't, so I'm keeping a track of yay, nays. I didn't get from you, are you yay, you nay? You want us to repeal it or not?
No, our view is you shouldn't repeal it. You should draw the blanket back to the activity centers and corridors. Now, your question is, to answer, is what do you do with the rest of the area? And from our point of view, you have 2 options. One is not repeal. One is to suspend the blanket rezoning in all other areas except for activity centers and corridors. And do that until you have redeveloped each of these, what we're calling rises. Then you can go into those other areas and unsuspend or reactivate that. The other choice is you can either keep or repeal it, but you need to have very specific criteria that will satisfy your needs, your objectives as the city, to be able to allow that kind of development in these communities, as well as meet the needs of the communities. And just as an example, people have been talking about tree cover. Okay, what is the city's objective there? And we know that the city is having trouble meeting its objective. So one of the criteria would be some sort of no net loss of trees or green spaces or those sorts of things. That's just an example of what you would need to do if you wanted to keep that blanket rezoning outside of the activity centers and corridors. Is that making any sense?
Yeah, no, like you said, targeted rezoning, that's another term, blanket zoning, rezoning, target rezoning. Because as you know, we already have a TOD strategy at city. We already have MDP, which stresses on nodes and corridors, redevelopment and all that prioritized. So what I'm trying to understand, we heard from resident after resident, there's so much, they just don't want, they want a new way of redevelopment. So what I'm trying to understand is, if we repeal this, but we still have strong TOD strategies and so on, and just encourage that through more of a better licensing process, accelerated licensing, more incentives for that kind of development, and also working with non-for-profit. Don't you think that will be an easier, better, and a more amenable path to most of Calgarians?
To repeal?
To repeal, but just keep focusing on those strategies and incentivize them.
No, because you do have very strong policies in the municipal development plan. But for 16 years now, the city, and this isn't your council, but it's previous councils, have not been following the municipal development plan.
And Mr.
Because
Morrison,
right now,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just need to get unanimous consent from council to, consent, 3:15 break to continue the questions of this panel.
Call of the chair.
Oh, call of the chair. Then I will call,
Lunch, okay.
It was only lunch that was set to the call of the
Yes.
chair. You're right,
So-
Deputy Mayor.
I'll put motion forward that we finish this panel.
okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank
Sorry.
you. Sorry, Mr. Morrison,
Oh,
continue.
no problem, and I'm keeping you from a break, and my apologies. Did the city clerk get that extra background information I sent yesterday?
And it's not you, it's us.
We'll double check right now. Is
Okay,
that it right there?
and my apologies for not putting a page number on each of those things. Let me see what I was going to refer to here. Oh, okay, it would be on the 7th slide. And I'm putting you to extra work here, and my apologies for that.
No problem.
I think it's the next one, maybe. Yeah, that's it. If previous city councils had actually been making the MDP implemented, making it work, you wouldn't have this problem, where city administration, based upon the last set of offsite levies, is going to drive 85% of population growth to 2076 into new subdivisions, not into the established areas. So you've got strong policies, but you don't have implementation of those policies, and this is the time you need to do that as an alternative to this citywide blanket. And if you're questioning those figures that are up there, the 85-15, go to the transportation departments, and this is mind-numbing detail, and unfortunately I'm known for that. The city transportation department's spreadsheet for the offsite levies, where they say they're basically going to manage for current growth which is in that range, 83, 17, whatever. That is the problem that previous councils have not been able to deal with. And so as a result, we're not going to get the 50-50 split, or in the new Calgary plan, the 50-50 split of housing units that they're talking about, until you actually make the MDP work for you. And I mean work for you in terms of what are the objectives that the city needs to meet, wants to meet.
Isn't going to be, like, there's other colleagues, I'm just going to keep it very brief, but that's fine. Policies, ideas, ideas do not bring down mountains. Ideas can only show where to put right equipment to bring down mountains. So when you say this is great. Like, this is built into MDP, but you cannot control human behavior and their needs, because over and over, I represent suburban ward, people prefer to stay in single detached housing with their backyards and their front lawns. It's hard to alter those when that's what they want.
Okay, is there a question? I'm sorry.
My question
I
is,
don't want to
like,
get in trouble with the chair.
Yeah, I just want to wrap up. I just want to understand, like, I mean, I think just to put a blame that policies were not properly implemented, I think it's unfair to previous councils, in my opinion, because, like I said, it's hard to control human nature and behavior, and off-site levies pay for some of our growth. And so I just want to get your opinion, and then that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, I guess there's a question, sir. First of all, you're jumping. You tell me we got strong policies, and then you tell me, with due respect to you, that we'll just ignore those policies, which actually, when you read the MDP, are a requirement, unless there's some sort of special circumstance. But what your problem here is, I think, and this isn't not you specifically, but for the council, is that you do try to influence human behavior. And you are doing that in many ways. All your policies are intended to do that. Your rezoning, your blanket rezoning, is intended to influence that human behavior in some fashion. What you need to do is target your incentives, and that's why we put incentives in this RISE program that we're proposing, because it will take incentives, just like you have incentives for going out into new subdivisions. And that has been the approach of past city councils. We're a big city nowadays. We're not New York City, obviously, but we're big time. And that may mean, particularly for older people like me, that the single-family home is not going to work. The question is, how are you going to allow me to find a place that is affordable, that's close to services in the communities that I've already grown used to? And that is the challenge that you have, at least for my generation, because we recognize that maintaining that single-family home, whether it's got a big backyard or a small backyard, is going to be a tough challenge. And we want to be able to find, pretty much across the board, something that is going to allow us to age gracefully in the communities we also have. And in particular, that's going to mean having good access to those shops, those services that we need to live our daily lives.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay.
That's it for me, Chair.
Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. My briefness will be dependent on the length of the answers, but not for you, Mr. Morrison.
I'm sorry for the long answers, my apologies.
No, you've answered all the questions I think were necessary to be asked, but my questions are first going to be for Ms. Palabroda. I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly.
Oh, sorry.
So, as a realtor, I assume you have some idea on the market and how this has all played out since 2024. Do you feel, or do you know how much of an impact the row houses and townhomes that have been approved through RCG have impacted affordability or the costs of housing generally? Or do you, I guess more of a general question, do you think that that's impacted the
Well,
price of housing?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Chabot. So, yes, we have seen, I'm not sure if it was, it's too simplistic to say it's RCG because there was a lot of rental housing incentives offered to builders through CMHC financing that was targeted towards building purpose-built rentals. So that did happen because a lot of the inner city builders built row houses that were part of that model. And so if I had tried to sell a house for one of those builders, I used to call them and they say, no, it's all going in the rental pool because we have availed this financing. So we didn't have that product. So now what's happened is it's gone into the rental stock. Same with some stacked apartment condos. So we now have a surplus of that product, especially in the Northeast. So those prices have dropped dramatically, and as for row housing, apartment condos. So whether it was because of RCG, I can't say, because the established communities have seen not a big change in the pricing for row housing, okay? But we have seen a change in certain segments of the city. Now, for detached, I just want to add that. I know you didn't ask me that question, but for detached, we have a shortage. And it is the choice of people. So whenever I've tried to sell something, whether it's in the inner city or in Cougar Ridge, multiple offers.
And so detached supply and demand prices are going up.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Peters. I know that if I don't get my question out real quick, the chair is going to stop me. You've been so professional in your presentation here. Have you ever considered getting into politics?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, no, great presentation. Thanks. I have no questions.
Thank you, Councillor.
You slid out under that one pretty good, Councillor Chabot. Was looking forward to a point of procedure or order on you. In any event, Councillor Atkinson.
Mr. Young, if I could. And just while you're coming up, I was looking at the LAP, the Chinook LAP, and page 106 and map B3 do show 5th Street in the LAP as being as a bikeway, just as a point of, I think these LAPs, like I ended up looking at, I didn't know Chinook as well, but I know in the ones in my area, the proposed bikeways come much later in sort of the LAPs, but they're, yeah, in the maps, if you look at map B3, there's the bike lanes there. But that's, anyway, that's just
Okay, thank you for clarifying
that's all
that.
good, that's a clarification. But the piece I wanted to ask you about is I was looking at Windsor Park. I'm not as familiar with this area, but I've actually been looking at this area a lot through the presentations before you, because we've been hearing from folks in Meadowlark Park, in Mayfair, in Kelvin Grove. We've heard from folks, you know, the communities surrounding yours. So Windsor Park has seen a number of townhomes, apartments built over the last couple of years. But when I'm looking at Alboya, Britannia, Elbow Park, Bel Air, Meadow Lake Park, Mayfair, Kelvin Grove, the communities to the north and south of you, it's only been single-family homes for the last forever. No duplexes, no anything. We're talking about a repeal right now in which your community will go back to an RC2, from what I can understand. But the communities north and south of you, these ones that I'm speaking of, will go to RC1. So once again, your community will, if we continue to sort of densify, we'll see a more significant level of density. And it's something that, a friction that I'm feeling is that it's sort of this lack of equity across communities. And we are talking about like a baseline zone. And I think you're sort of speaking to townhomes being quite an imposition, right, in your map and sort of the amount of density that it's landing. But before this, and when you moved into the community, it was RC2, and you were seeing, I can see on the map here, a number of duplexes were built either before or after, right, since blanket rezoning. I'm just curious on your thoughts as someone who lives in an RC2 community. Do you think that like it's fair as like a measure to sort of say that on every site, if we're thinking about what we can put across the city in an equitable way to make sure that Windsor Park isn't sort of the focus in these larger LAPs, that the focus of density doesn't sort of fall as a burden on you and
So I
your
think
neighbors?
that came up in conversations during the LIP process, and my observation on that is that the impediment to building higher density housing in Bel Air and Britannia and Mayfair is not zoning. You've got a 75-foot lot there. You're going to tear that down for $3 million and build a row house in there. That's massive. Mm-hmm. You might say, well, you could build, $2 million row houses in there, but the financial exposure is massive. The market is completely different. So I think those areas have an economic barrier to this sort of densification.
Right. So if there was a level that you think is just though acceptable, no matter what community you live in, what the lot is, whether the economics that come into it, just like a baseline level that should not have to go through a land use change or whatever. We used to go through land use changes, say, to get a basement suite, and we decided at some point that's not a good use of time and being efficient. Is there a level at which you think it is fair and equitable that no matter where you are in the city, townhomes sounds like it's not, based on sort of your experience of what you're seeing there. You're talking about repealing back to an RC2. Does RC2, the idea of like a duplex on any site, seem like a reasonable level of expectation?
For selfish reasons, I would say, yeah, I live in one.
Yeah. There you go.
And they're very popular, and they integrate really well. You don't have to take down the 40-year-old tree to build them because the setbacks. They've got way less footprint. The community is completely happy with that sort of development.
No, that's great. I'm just trying to understand because you're in quite a pocket, and I'm not as familiar with that.
And we're really getting pressed.
Yeah.
And one of the things in Windsor Park, if I just to elaborate on that, is Windsor Park was very ahead of the curve, I would say, for inner city communities when they established in I think the 1990s, the 58th Avenue transition zone. So you had higher density along 58th Avenue, and then it stepped down to the lane on the north side of 56th. That's the type of thing we should be looking at. And then inside of that, it was all RC2. Preserve that. But ours, with the blanket rezoning, it said free-for-all.
Right. And so it's more the townhomes that you're against, not the duplex that you're living in. That's fair.
Yeah, and the townhomes with 16 doors.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, before everybody's released, for the benefit of the public, if you are in panel 52, Shona Gillis, Maureen O'Brien, Gianna Castle, you will be coming back after the break for the next panel. If those folks are not here, we have 53, Kelsey Stevens, Roland Delos Reyes, Barbara Riley, Samuel Barton Cheffins, and Catherine Davies. So we are 30 minutes. We will return at 4:00. If those panels cannot be completed just because those folks are planning to be here at that time that their panel is up, then you will fill the empty spots of those who aren't able to populate those spots. Although I am being demoted following the break, so Mayor Farkas may have a different approach, but just to give those other folks a head up. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Tyers. Here. Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean. Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Mayor.
Well, I think we have Councillor Johnston as well.
Noted.
Here. All right, I believe we left off at panel 52. Madam Clerk, could you remind me what our Deputy Mayor promised as far as the arrangement? I will honor. I will honor the commitment that he made.
We had made it to panel 53.
Okay.
However, there are members from previous panels in the audience as well. So I think you can start, Mayor, with 53 and then pull from the earlier panels following that.
Okay, perfect. So we'll try to fill panel 53. Do we have Kelsey Stevens with us or on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Thank you, Kelsey. Please stand by. Do we have Roland Delos Reyes? Barbara Riley? Samuel Barden-Cheffins? Catherine Davies? Oh, no, I was going to double check. Do we have Stephanie Shapiro by chance? Nope. Okay. Do we have anyone who is here at City Hall who is on panels 1 through 50? Great. So we have 3 individuals here in the chamber. I'll ask you to just please approach. Is there anyone else who is on the phone who is on panel 1 through 50 and didn't have their name called yet?
Yes.
Thanks. Could you let us know who you are?
This is Derek Donald from panel 50.
Great, Derek. You will be our 5th panelist. So we have 3 people here in the room with us, and we have Kelsey and Derek on the line. Let's start, please, with the 3 individuals who are with us in the chamber. If you don't mind, please approaching, sharing your name as well as which panel number you're on, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Dorin Chorogario Ivan, panel 47.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Farkas, member of council, my name is, as you heard, Dorin Chorogario Ivan. I'm here today as a resident of Cedar Brae in Ward 11 to speak in favor of the repeal, the total repeal of blanket rezoning. Before we dive into technicalities, I have to ask, where is the common sense? Why are we even having a mental exercise about a policy that feels like a harmful mandate imposed from Ottawa? When a law clearly contradicts the interests of the citizen it's meant to serve, it should be discarded, not debated for weeks. I am here as someone who has seen this movie before. In the 1980s, I witnessed the Sistematizare nightmare in Bucharest, my city, 2.5 million people in Romania. Under the guise of progress and spatial efficiency, they tore down houses to erect monotonous gray concrete blocks. They called it urban optimization. We called it the destruction of our communities. This was one of the reasons I left Romania to come here, and here we go again. Today, and you can look it up, look at Bucharest. After decades of being forced into concrete boxes, citizens have had enough. And it started in the mid-2010s, and the trend is clear. Everyone who can afford is fleeing the density for single-family homes with gardens and privacy at the periphery. People are voting with their feet for for the very lifestyle this policy threatens to destroy here in Calgary. Why are we trying to import a failed European urban experiment that even Europeans are trying to escape? We were told that blanket rezoning was about affordability, but the market proved otherwise. I have a son and a daughter. My son in the 30s, he's trying to buy a house. So we went and we looked at the row houses on Wolf Willow Boulevard. They're a sham. I wouldn't pay $100,000 for garbage like that. But a single apartment there is priced starting from the low 500,000, $500,000. They were advertised as affordable, and you can check them out. Yet they offer a lower quality of life for a price that remains out of reach for many. This is the failed legacy we are now trying to fix. We shouldn't be sacrificing our sunlight and our backyards for $500,000 units that only benefit a developer's bottom line while doing nothing for the average Calgarian. Maybe the taxes are good for you, I don't know. We are told we need this for diversity of housing, but look at my community, Cedar Brae. We already have everything. We have duplexes, we have small houses, we have mid-size houses, and we have larger estates. Mayor Farkas can confirm that. He was canvassing about 7, 8 years ago, and you saw those houses. Okay? We have options for every budget without destroying the fabric of the neighborhood. We don't need a one-size-fits-all hammer to fix a variety that already exists. Beyond the social cost, we must face the infrastructure debt. Blanket rezoning is a massive unfunded mandate. Forcing density into neighborhoods with 60-year-old pipes and electrical grid is not affordable housing, it is fiscal irresponsibility. In Bucharest, this led to decades of infrastructure failure, which is still ongoing, and you should check the water taps. It's brown water coming down. You can't even wash your clothes with that. This council is creating a multi-billion-dollar repair bill that will fall squarely on the shoulders of Calgary taxpayers, where property taxes already are approaching mortgage-like monthly payments. So you don't build a house until you've upgraded the deep utility, water and sewer, and shallow utility, electricity. Stormwater permeability before was mitigated by the grass, which has been replaced with concrete, so the stormwater has nowhere to go but in the streets, causing localized flooding. And we see that even on Glenmore and all kinds of roads and the neighborhoods, because old sewers...
Thank you, Doran. Unfortunately, you're at time.
Okay.
But please stand by, just in case there may be questions for you.
Thank you very much.
And Council, I'm just going to allow for this panel to have 6 individuals. I saw there's somebody I'd called earlier, Stephanie Schipper, who's with us now. So if you guys don't mind, we'll add her as the 6th for this panel. All right, so next after Doran, we'll ask the other people in the chamber to please approach.
My name is Daniela Chorogario Ivan, panel 47. Mayor Farkas and members of council, I stand before you today to support the full repeal of citywide blanket rezoning. A gray city is built with a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. This policy is a sledgehammer that prioritizes quantity over quality, ignoring the fundamental rights of the citizens who build this city. When we bought our homes, we enter a social contract for stability. Changing the rules is a betrayal of public trust. Without predictability, you aren't housing people. You are merely warehousing them in a densified clusters. Calgary is moving backward and is suffering from an aggressive aesthetic erosion. While world-class cities prioritize the human experience, we are creating a recreational desert Our parks are becoming sterilized, no man's land. Nothing is built for enjoyment, only for units. The reality is this: builders trade community sold for maximum lot coverage and profit. We are seeing a surge of poor quality, cookie cutter boxes built with cheap materials for a fast flip. These aren't homes. They are high-priced financial instruments that leave our neighborhoods with long-term decay. We saw this peak grid at Glenmore Landing in December 2024, where an 8-6 vote proved our public land is not for sale to the highest bidder. Our 1950s infrastructure cannot handle a doubled population. Blanket rezoning condemns our neighborhoods to sewage backups and choked streets while ignoring the physical reality of the ground beneath us. Furthermore, the policy suffocates our urban lungs. Mature trees are being replaced by concrete luxury infills that choke 90% of the lot. Once the canopy is destroyed, it is gone for half a century. On a personal note, this top-down, one-size-fits-all policy feels eerily familiar. I remember the systematization, exactly like my husband, policies of the past in Romania under Ceausescu. We learned in a hard way that you cannot build a healthy society by destroying the soul and history of its neighborhoods. Let's not repeat those historic mistakes here by choosing forced uniformity over community character. Calgary should be a place of choice and respect, not a laboratory for failed social engineering. It is offensive that Calgarians are being blackmailed by the federal government. Albertans contribute billions to equalization, yet Ottawa threatens to withhold our tax dollar unless we surrender local control. Our duty is to the residents who live here now, not to the ideological templates of the CMHC. Conclusion: longtime homeowners see their quiet streets disrupted and taxes inflated, expecting maybe to pay the price of a mortgage, maybe pretty soon. Meanwhile, young people are priced out of ownership and forced into cramped, expensive rentals, concrete boxes with no space and no parking. This is a lose-lose for everyone except the building industry. I thank Mayor Farkas for his leadership in giving Calgarians back their voice. I urge you to repeal this policy in full. Thank you very much.
Thanks. While I appreciate I'm asking presenters not to specifically name members of council, whether it's good or bad, compliments. I do appreciate that, though. Again, quoting is good. I think that's fine. Citing something from a member of council is okay, but just going to remind everyone to direct comments to the chair. And while I am the chair, I'm the sort of the proverbial chair. Anyway, thank you so much for being with us. If you don't mind letting us know your name and your panel.
All right, that's good. Hello, my name is Haidon. I was on panel 45.
Great.
Okay. Hello, Councillor, Mayor Farkas. My name is Haidon. I currently live in Inglewood, part of Ward 9, but I have also previously lived in Ward 4. Shout out to the new councillor-elect. I came to Calgary from Vietnam in 2021, and since then have been part of the more than 300,000 people who are fortunate enough to call this place home. Affordability and opportunities were one of the main reasons that drew me here. Although as a student, I had to negotiate, again, a 33% year-on-year rent increase for 2 years. My landlord response was simple: this is the market rate. He wasn't wrong. For the first time since then, I have not received a rent increase notice. The economics are nuanced, but the fundamentals of supply and demand remains the same. Calgary continues to be a juggernaut of housing start and affordability. Let's keep that rolling. So I recently had the chance to visit Vietnam. So the food, the weather, the family, it was wonderful, and I have to admit, leaving wasn't easy. But then on my plane, I got to sit next to a queer couple, and we had a very pleasant conversation. Landing in Calgary, I could see a kid running into the embrace of his mom and their multi-generational Sikh family. Moments like this reminds me of what made Calgary and, in a larger sense, Canada special. Above all, for the past 5 years, Calgarians have been my cherished friend, my diligent colleagues, and yes, my wonderful neighbor. It is Calgary where a farm kid from Peace River sits next to a first-generation Calgarian sit next to me, a recently arrived immigrant from thousands of miles away, and we are all allowed to make the best shot of our lives. I want, above all, for Calgary to continue to welcome more and more people as it has welcomed me. I think 2 million Calgarians sounds pretty nice to the ear. In a city with so much diversity of people living in such different circumstances, why is it that we're not allowed to build the same diversity of houses that meet those different needs? When I was a student, I split rent in a single-family bungalow, a place that would have been perfect for a young couple looking to start their family. I would love to live in a smaller place that is close to school and transit, but since they are harder to build and to permit and build, I couldn't find one if I wanted to. The base zone of the city should be reflective of its diverse population and needs. Council, since I last spoke to you 2 years ago, a lot of things have changed. I'm no longer a student. I'm now a full-time working young professional. Though I've always thought of myself as someone filled with a lot of hope and optimism, being a person in his mid-20s is a bit uncertain and at times very scary right now. Young Canadians are less happy, less employed, and are continually struggle with the cost of living. I see this fact every day in my social circle. If you see a solution that helps with construction employment, a reasonable tax base, and a more vibrant intergenerational community, would you not take it? The decision that is made in this chamber will outlast all of us. Calgary's next generation deserve a city that is built with them in mind. I don't think anyone in this room want to hand their kids a Calgary that ever stops saying yes. I lament my generation's disengagement from politics. Voter turnout is down, participation in local politics is abysmal, but young people's cynicism have real roots. When the system repeatedly make decisions that feel like they're working against you, it's hard to stay engaged. But I'm here because I refuse to give up on that. Council had a chance today to prove to the entire generation of Calgarians that showing up is worth it, that this city still say yes to them. Council is rushing into a repeal without proper plans to address the problems that the original rezoning for housing policy was trying to tackle. I would like Council to find a solution that still achieves the same infill momentum, acknowledges some of the concerns, the genuine concerns that people have about previous policy. Nothing is ever perfect, but I know Calgarians' hearts are too big and their mind too stubborn to ever stop trying for better. I thank Council and administration for their time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Kelsey, then Derek on the line, and then Stephanie after that here in person. So please go ahead, Kelsey.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, loud and clear. Thanks for your patience.
Perfect. Thank you so much today, Mayor and councilors. So my name is Kelsey. I am a single-family homeowner in Glenbrook in Ward 6, and I am here today to speak in support of continuing and not repealing citywide base RCG zoning. I will start by saying that within a 5-minute walk of my home, there are at least 6 in-progress fourplex builds, some mid-block, but mostly on the corners. When I look at the development map, I can see another half dozen or more have been approved. I believe Glenbrook has one of the highest number of redevelopment permits in the city, so I'm no stranger to how these can rapidly change the makeup of an existing neighborhood. I find that the popular narrative is that existing single-family homeowners like myself find these multifamily homes too large, too crowded, too disruptive to the character of the neighborhood. So let me state on the record that I find none of those to be true. There are many benefits of increasing middle housing density, the type that is allowed under RCG zoning. Through increasing supply, this type of housing can help stabilize our lower housing costs, keeping cities affordable. This, of course, takes time to show in the data, as housing takes time to be built. That being said, the zoning change seems to be having an impact already. Housing costs for all types of housing decreased in Calgary in 2025 and had the largest decrease in townhouses, the type of housing now allowed across the city. Housing prices are still nowhere near 2020 levels. The last year that housing prices were relatively stable, but this is a start. From a municipal level, upzoning existing areas makes use of existing infrastructure, especially in inner city neighborhoods where infrastructure was built for mid-century family sizes. Utilizing existing infrastructure while removing barriers to building medium-density housing is the most cost-effective method to grow a city, as it requires the least amount of new infrastructure for the most increase to your tax base. This is reflected in the city's stated commitment to split new builds evenly between existing communities and new communities. Where I live, there are existing schools, transit routes, roads, all underutilized because the average house now has 2 people in it instead of the average 4 when this neighborhood was established. In addition, there are immediate financial risks to repealing blanket rezoning. The CMHC has been consistent in their policy that Calgary must have non-exclusionary zoning in order to maintain their funding. I hope that this council is not willing to abandon over $100 million in funding sitting on the table. Any change to the city's base zoning needs to meet the requirement of non-exclusionary housing, and simply repealing RCG-based zoning with no amendments that can achieve this non-exclusionary zoning target adds a level of risk to our housing policy that we can't afford. I understand that many councillors here, as well as the mayor, ran and won on a platform of repealing blanket rezoning. I understand that blanket rezoning has been presented in the public sphere as being harmful to existing homeowners, although I do not see any compelling evidence to back that up. I also think that City Council exists to make the right choices for the long-term health of the city, even if they are not the popular ones. We are staring down almost $50 billion in infrastructure needs over the next decade. How much of that results from previous councils making popular but ill-informed decisions? I hope that this council is taking into serious consideration the considerable amount of research and real-life examples that show that increased density is a requirement of a fiscally stable and sustainable municipality. As I sit here taking my 3-minute showers and packing my dishwasher to the brim before running it, I and every other Calgarian am living through the impacts of previous councils and their short-sighted decision-making. I hope this council will not make the same mistakes that previous councils have made. Returning to primarily single-family housing is an incompatible policy choice with being a fiscally responsible city, and I hope that you will consider the significant evidence that points to the benefits of so-called gentle densification and responsibly growing a city. Thank you, and I would love to take your questions.
Thank you. Please stand by. Let's go to Derek now, and then Stephanie after that. Derek, please go ahead. Are you still with us, Derek?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I muted myself. Here I go.
We can hear you.
My name
Please
is
go
Derek
ahead.
Donald. Perfect. My name is Derek Donald, panel 50, and I am speaking as an individual Calgarian and recent first-time homeowner. Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for initiating this process of repealing the 2024 blanket rezoning. I want to start by saying how much I love living in this great city of Calgary. I've spent the past 2 decades living and working all over Western Canada and the Arctic, and I moved to Calgary 4 years ago, bought a house here 1 year after that, and despite the 2024 blanket rezoning that currently threatens my very home, I plan on finally settling down, putting out some long-term roots, and making this great city my forever home. My main points are: the full repeal of the blanket rezoning is necessary for the appropriate development of this city. Appropriate being the key word here. Now, very importantly, and this is my main point, this must also immediately include all properties that are currently being protested and under appeal, with no exceptions. This is necessary to save many communities that are, at this very moment, under threat by some of these monstrous mid-block 8-plexes, a story we have heard many times over the last few days by good, honest, hard-working Calgarians. What seems appropriate and in the best interest of everyone is neighborhood-specific zoning and intelligent, thoughtful densification that actually considers the location of residential development, not this chaotic and seemingly anything goes policy of the blanket rezoning. As an example of this, I will speak to the case study occurring adjacent to my property and threatening my home. I live in Tuxedo Park and purchased my house in 2023. The neighboring property was zoned for a maximum 2-unit contextual building. Note that's still a 100% increase in density from the current single-unit building. Great, good for everyone, an appropriate doubling of density. Again, that word appropriate being key. With the blanket rezoning, an inappropriate 8-unit building has somehow been approved despite being non-contextual in the street and rejected by the neighborhood since day one. It is now under costly appeal and being actively fought by over a dozen people on the block. The appeal hearing is less than 1 month from now, and we need the City Council to be the amazing leaders that you are elected to be and immediately stop this type of inappropriate development from occurring. The apex proposed sticks out many meters in front of adjacent homes, many meters behind and many meters above. In all accounts, it is a monster of a building. If this monster is allowed to be built, I will no longer be able to look west from my home. Goodbye sunsets, goodbye afternoon sun, goodbye backyard garden, and goodbye pumpkin patch. Hello, seasonal depression disorder. Calgary City Council, please stop the blanket rezoning from ruining my home that I worked and saved for 2 decades to afford and build. In closing, let's set the City of Calgary up for a prosperous future of appropriate development and intelligent densification by fully repealing the blanket rezoning. Most importantly, this must include the immediate stop of all developments currently under appeal. I will say that again to emphasize this point. This must include the immediate stop of all developments currently under appeal. I can't stress this enough. By doing this, we will save my home, save my neighborhood, and save the city for a successful future. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. For our final panelist, we'll ask Stephanie to please approach.
I think that's better. Is that good for volume?
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, thank you. All right, hi everyone. My name is Stephanie Chippier. I'm a professor at the Faculty of Law at U of C and also at the School of Public Policy, and I also teach at SAPL, the School of Architecture. I'm going to give a little bit more bio just because I want you to know that I live and breathe disability issues and also municipal politics. I love it all. So I've been working with the Federal Housing Advocate on a report for the review panel on accessible housing that will be taking place in the summer. I also sit on the Citizens Appeal panel where we hear appeals for people that are appealing AISH or income support. And I am the chair of the National Access Arts Center's Board of Directors. And the National Access Arts Center is partnered with the city. You guys are funding us really well, and we're a disability arts organization. So I know lots of disabled people. I'm disabled. I use a wheelchair for those who can see me. So hear me when I say anyone who's been telling you about the disability community does not know us. So I'm here because I do not want you to repeal the blanket rezoning. The reason is the disability community needs you. We need you to make more types of housing in all neighborhoods in Calgary. We can only live in certain places, and single-family homes are not accessible to wheelchair users. They're not accessible to elderly people. That is why so many of us face institutionalization and homelessness. I know a quadriplegic guy who's living in homelessness. He is the guy, if any of you remember, who was rolling the marathon. I don't know if you met him. I met him. I talked to so many people with disabilities, and we are really struggling. Like, I am thriving. That's why I have the time to be here, because I have a job. I live in Ward 8. I own my condo. I actually have way more in common with a lot of the people that want to repeal rezoning, because I'm a white person, I own my place, I pay property taxes, I'm from Calgary. But you know what? I hear the stories and the struggles of my community, and we're struggling so hard because all of the housing that is in these established neighborhoods is not accessible. And you know what, who's going to suffer? A lot of the people that are appearing before you, who are going to not be able to age in place because they want their neighborhoods to only have one type of form. They are asking you to do something that is going to prioritize the needs of only able-bodied people who can use the stairs in single-family homes, and even the types of housing that is allowed now. I still can't live in it. Like, I live in a condo. I can't live in anything that doesn't have an elevator. I could live on a first floor of these duplexes and eightplexes if they're a barrier-free entrance. But remember in the first panel when someone showed you a photo of an old house with a ramp? They were like, you should protect these houses. You know what that is? It's a failure. A ramp on the outside, do you think I can shovel my ramp in the winter? A ramp on the outside is a retrofit. It shows us that people somehow afforded to retrofit their home to allow them to maybe age in place. I don't know the circumstances of that particular photo, but I just want you to know that we need you to be on our side. We need you more than people who live in homes. I live near construction. It sucks. But that's not a good reason to change this really good housing policy that's going to help the disability community. I could tell you so many more things. I did my doctorate on building codes, public hearings, the importance of using appeal powers to appeal development permits. I want the disability community to do that so that you guys stop allowing inaccessible things to be built. But I could talk on all of these topics, but I thought the best thing to do is just say, please, listen, ask me questions. I could talk to you about what you could be doing to improve housing, to prioritize the disability community if you decide to repeal and go in favor of ableist housing. But if you keep on the path of building more and more, you're going to be making our lives so much easier. The 2025 building code from the federal government has provisions about visitability and adaptability. Those will only make it into Calgary and Alberta's building code, in the next few years. There is a provision in that new building code. So our current building code is based on the 2020. So this is 2025. It's not yet in our law. It says in there that if even municipalities can pass bylaws to require visitability of homes, that would make such a huge difference in my life. I don't go to people's houses ever. So many people who are elderly, we take huge risks to go to Christmas dinner. We have to be carried in the house. Don't do that to us. Make all of these single-family homes visitable if you're going to allow neighborhoods to build in an ableist way and only prioritize themselves when they're living in their, middle-aged able-bodiedness. And I saw people with canes, and you are part of my community too, even if you don't want to call yourself disabled. So you don't want to live in an institution. You want to live in your home. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Please ask me questions.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. For Mr. Doan, I got to speak to a Ward 9er. Oh, I'm sorry. This gentleman here, is that not, have I missed? Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Oh, good.
Good. I wanted to thank you very much. I think it's so important that we sort of take into account younger people's voices, and you've sort of really emphasized your newness and your hopes and your dreams, and I think that's really important. I suppose the question I wanted to ask is, I imagine if you've been following this, you're here, so you have been, there's a lot of pressure right now. There's a lot of pressure to discern what the best outcome should be or could be, and how do we balance it against everybody's desired outcome. And so I wonder, in the instance that this is repealed in some way, or replaced, or changed, or amended, what your hopes are, what your dreams would be. If it is to be replaced, what maybe the top couple of things are that we could do to better support you in your housing journey?
Yeah, of course, I'm not an housing economist. I don't know the land use by law by heart, but I would say this.
Me neither.
Yeah, the concerns are fair. Some of them are fair, and they deserve to be taken seriously, right? But you don't throw away a flawed process and then just sort of abandon the outcomes altogether. Hearing this, I've been hearing a lot of nodes and corridors, but the transit nerds before me would have told you that that is nowhere near enough to solve the housing problems that we have now. So in my ideal scenario would be that you retain this and then some level of amendment that I've heard maximum of 4 living units, 4 suites in a single lot, mid-block. That sounds reasonable to me, but I think that it would be important for you to confirm with administration and the housing expert that what you have replaced there will, according to their model or whatever, is enough to sort of replace or match the sort of momentum that we have now. One of the more disappointing moments when this come up in council in October and November was basically, I think, was an amendment that, let's say, we will direct administration to look for a strategy that, you know, when this is repealed, keep up the momentum of infilling. And that got voted down, and that seems frankly pretty nonsensical to me. So yeah, I would say that whatever strategy that you decide to come up with, please confirm with the housing expert that will be the case, that you replace that number of units. But on a more political side, and I won't name names on council, but I would say that the majority of you ran on a platform of retain or repeal and replace. I would say that if you repeal this now and you come back later and you say, well, let's do a replacement strategy, then votes are not going to be there for you to have a replacement strategy. So the ball is in your court right now for you to make that negotiations.
Okay. And finally, I just wanted to ask, so just to get a sense of it for me, so in keeping blanket rezoning in your path to housing, are you hoping to access one of these units? Are you hoping to live in a fourplex? Or are you hoping that the benefit of more housing will simply lend itself to your access to other housing?
Yeah, a fourplex looks pretty nice to me.
You'd like to be there?
I'll be happy to live in a fourplex in Inglewood.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pantzopoulos, please.
Thanks so much. Ms. Stevens, are you still on the phone?
I am.
Perfect. Remind me, which community was it? I heard, was it Glendale or was it Glenbrook?
Glenbrook.
Glenbrook, fantastic. You know, I know there's been lots of development in your community. You know, Glenbrook particularly sort of borne the brunt of development, particularly in Ward 6. And I think I heard you say that you're obviously okay with that. You think it's, you know, mid-blocks everywhere. It's created a better community. Is that a fair? You think that the development that you and your neighbors have experienced?
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, before we bought in Glenbrook, we were living in Bridgeland, which did have some higher density, and some of the things we were sad to leave in Bridgeland were things like, you know, local restaurants, little shops, things like that. And since, you know, in the last 2 years, since this rezoning has gone in, I've kind of seen a boost in that. Like, we've got a little brunch place down the street from us now. We've got some fun little shops. And I think things like that can't be supported without density and without people who are out in their community, walking around, using transit. You know, things that get people on the streetscape and things that get people out, you know, mingling in their community.
Really appreciate you saying that, you know, walking around using transit. Do you think the solution as a middle ground, instead of density everywhere, is density along busier streets, let's say 45th compared to 44th in Glenbrook? Or should it be everywhere we need it, no matter what?
I think the point where we could have been pick and choosy was 5 or 10 years ago, and we've passed that point in our housing requirements. And so now we just got to go for it. And, you know, if I understand that this policy has a lot of controversy in sort of existing homeowners, and people feel that the change is too rapid, and the change is rapid. I'm not going to disagree with these people. But I think that now we're at the point where our population is growing. It doesn't seem to be slowing down. We have a housing crisis, and so we got to do the maximum until we're caught up.
Got it. What do you say to your neighbors that, in Glenbrook that have expressed concerns about, whether it's parking, tree density, shadowing, loss of privacy, not conceptually development in the community. What's the commentary to the neighbors in your community?
I mean, I would say, I've been to some neighborhood meetings about it. I think I have a very different perspective than many people in the community. I think change is part of life, and I think that it can be uncomfortable, but I think that, when I purchased this house, I did not expect this neighborhood to stay the same forever. And is it happening a little faster than I might have expected? Yeah. But for me, that's a good thing. And I am happy to have more neighbors. I'm happy to see our schools getting used instead of being shut down or turned into charter schools. I'm happy to see the facilities being used in the community. I will say, directly next door to me, I do not have any new builds coming in, but I do have some, I think about 2 or 3 doors down on either side. They're probably going to block my son in the morning and in the evening, and, that's something I'm willing to take if it means more people have a place to live.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much for your perspective, and I really appreciate you dialing in. Stephanie, just because I don't want to butcher your last name. Come on down. How do you pronounce your last name?
Chip-ear. Just super phonetic.
Perfect. And it's come from Pantazopoulos, so forgive there.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, you spoke very eloquently about people with disabilities, and I've got many family members the same, and your comment about not visiting, I think of, whenever there's snow, it was impossible to bring my mom over because we had to carry her up the steps. And if it was slippery, you just didn't want that. So there was this 6 to 8 months in Calgary that you just couldn't do that. So that hit home to me when you're talking about sort of the, building codes and things like that, and how do we make it better. And it made me think sort of a bit about where she lives and that targeted versus blanket. And there's been a lot of that conversation, is whether it's seniors or disabled or whoever, targeting to fix a problem versus doing a blanket. Maybe just talk me through, you mentioned a PhD, so lots of research, lots to learn here. Why this particular problem, using a blanket approach, is the better solution than council saying, we are going to request building codes change. We are going to request 1 in 10 homes have to be fully accessible. I'm just making up numbers. That sort of target, no matter what. If you want a 100-plex, you better have 10 with access. Maybe just talk me through why, with other tools in our toolkit, that's been said a lot, should we go to the blanket versus targeting those very important issues that need to be addressed?
Yeah, so I think for my community, we've been left out of housing since the beginning. So National Building Code, the first one in Canada, was in the 40s, and it was because there was a housing crisis. And so the housing crisis led to the actual standardization of building code across Canada, and the federal government invested in leading on that. But they ignored disabled people. Even though they were doing tons of stuff for disabled veterans, they didn't think about it, and that's because people lived in institutions. And so if you look at the first building code, the only mention of disabled people is bedridden patients, and it was only for institutional occupancies that they would require a step-free exit or entrance. And so you can see in the building code the way people thought of people with disabilities. Well, surprise, surprise, no one bothered to ever say, oh, we made building code to make housing better, let's apply that for disabled people. Instead, we went the route of making public spaces accessible, and Calgary is so great for that. Like, I thrive here because of that. I lived in Montreal. That is, it's not because they're old, it's because they've chosen to ignore and leave disabled people stuck in their homes. I lived a year there without being able to get in and out of my house independently. I had to have a ramp put out over the stairs. So I've lived in isolation before the pandemic. I know what it's like. I lived in institutional settings for 16 months of my life. Like, I know how bad it is, and I know that the people that want to live in their neighborhoods, this is the point about blanket rezoning. Yeah. The people that want to live in their neighborhoods probably want to stay there because they've invested in their networks of care. And I wanted to say this, but I had so much else to say, so this is giving me a chance to say, how cool is it that one of my caregivers, who I've had for the past 3 years, I require 2 hours in the morning, an hour at night. One of my caregivers moved into my neighborhood. She now lives across the street. Do you know how much better that is for everyone when you live walking distance from your caregivers, whether it's family or paid or pay your family, why not? Is that you don't have absenteeism, you don't worry about your caregiver, struggling, because so many caregivers use transit, right, to get to you. And I can't get out of bed unless there's someone there. And so many elderly people who are disabled, you are my community, elderly people, you guys want to stay in your communities. So you want the default to be that let's make housing in your neighborhood if you can't live in your house anymore and you can't afford to renovate it, because it's really expensive to renovate a bathroom. It's like $50,000. I've done it. And it's really expensive to make a barrier-free entrance. And this is just like nonsense to me that people want to be institutionalized in their future. Why? Why don't you want to age in place? And the only way to age in place is to have options in your neighborhood that allow you to stay connected to your communities, your family, your networks of care, and to be where like everyone says that older people die soon when they move into an institution and lose their networks. And you know what? There's a suicide crisis amongst younger people with disabilities. So it sucks to be isolated and to live only in places that have allowed for accessible housing, which is, maybe institutional or maybe towers, which I love towers. Towers are great because they have elevators. So I really encourage everyone to think about your future personally as yourself. Do you want to create a city where your only choice when you become disabled, because you live long enough to be disabled, is to live in an institution? And I'm a living example that you can live in the community with very high needs. I'm quadriplegic. I can't exist without others. And so you can live and you can thrive in any neighborhood if we make sure all neighborhoods have a variety of housing and we don't just build single-family homes which are not required to be accessible. And the only time things have to be accessible is when building code requires, because developers aren't generously working for the disability community, and the people who are in community associations aren't generously working for the disability community. And you're not thinking ahead to your future, and you want to live in your home as long as possible. And I think that everyone should strive for that. Don't accept institutionalization. Anyways, sorry to go on my diatribe. I just have so much to say.
No, I appreciate it. And, having family members that are in a similar situation, so it definitely hit home about being close to friends and caregivers and family. And, we were lucky when we designed, communities I live in that you had a seniors facility down the street and a townhome and next to my place, and you had all that sort of benefit. Look, thank you so much for coming down. I know there'll be other questions, particularly for you, given your knowledge base. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, please.
Ms. Chipper, you can stay right there. I wanted to follow up on that. Come on back, Stephanie.
Oh, me? Oh, sorry.
Yep, please.
I'm really happy that you're here today, because as you were speaking, about how important accessibility is, it really sort of clicked in my head. It was like, oh, that's why this isn't a majority rules sort of situation, that this is actually more complicated than just, despite the fact that we have to vote yes or no, there's a lot that goes into that yes or no, and it's not just about, who has the most people coming to talk to us kind of thing. That being said, I'm wondering if you were talking about older housing versus newer housing, and we've heard from a lot of folks over the last couple of days that, and it kind of surprised me when they were talking about newer housing, how it is not accessible. And so their argument was older housing is more accessible and we should. So somebody who actually has lived experience, I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about that for me. Older versus newer, renovation versus purpose-built. Are we getting purpose-built already? I wonder if you can just talk a little bit more about that housing choice that's available to Calgarians right now, and how that's sort of being experienced by the disabled community.
Yeah, so I don't think that we have the disabled community or seniors who are looking for barrier-free housing don't have a lot of choices unless you're wealthy and you can renovate yourself, and that's very expensive. Like, elevators in homes it's not practicable. So when someone asks what accessible housing is, it's not that every home has to have an elevator. what accessible housing can be, and these are the two priorities that are being looked at right now, I think, finally, although this is something that's been asked for at least since the 80s. There was a federal report called Obstacles where disabled people asked the building code to be changed to make for accessible housing, but no one listened. So finally, now the building code for 2025, the federal one that was released in December, focuses on adaptability. That means making all homes, potentially, but it relies on, provinces and municipalities to make this into law, because the National Building Code is just there to provide a model. It's not going to be enforceable. So adaptability means that you're going to have certain features in the house that are going to make it easier to renovate, because it's so expensive to renovate, so expensive. So that would be grab bars, it would be doorways, but the issue that I was talking about as well is visitability, which means having one way to get in the house that's barrier-free to a living area of some sort and to a bathroom that's accessible. And that's so helpful for so many people, not just wheelchair users. So the reason why older houses are terrible for disabled people is because they have never been required to be accessible, even to this date. To this date, if you look at the building code, all single-family housing, like semi-detached, anything that's not multi-residential buildings, like 3 floors or more, is not required to be accessible, because it's always been exempted, even when we introduced standards in the 70s and 80s for public spaces. So all old housing is terrible, and it might be luckily accessible, but it's not required, and that's what you need, because people clearly don't understand the problem, because no one knows this until you become disabled, you have a disabled child, or you become older and you age into disability. So it's a hidden issue, and I think it's scary to people to think about disability. That's why they don't want to. But it's not that bad when you have a lot of great things. And so when you can afford a house that's accessible because your city has prioritized to make that possible in your neighborhood, it makes such a difference. I was able to leave hospital after living at the foothills for 8 months because my parents' house was flooded in the 2013 flood, and they renovated their basement just by chance, right? They took out all the carpets, so then it was non-carpeted floor, and the bathroom, just by chance, had like a couple inches so that my shower chair could roll in. It was by inches that I was able to leave hospital when I did, because otherwise I would have stayed longer. There was a guy who's paraplegic, young guy. He was there way longer than he needed to be. He had nowhere to go. So there's just nowhere for people who are disabled to go to unless they have lots of money or they're willing to live in an institution. And I don't want that for anyone, because it sucks. You don't get showers like this. You have to pay for extra showers. This is basic like hygiene issues in institutions. You don't have control over your schedule. You do not want to move into it. Even the fanciest ones, they barely let you out, I promise you. I've done it. So anyways, I could go on, but I'm just saying older housing is explicitly not accessible, and newer housing does feature things, but a lot of the time it's just luck. And the only places that actually are accessible in terms of like being able to get in and use like a bathroom are slowly coming onto the market when new stuff is built. Disabled people always have to wait for newer stuff. And there's lots of people in disability community still waiting, because there's so many other disabilities that aren't addressed in code. My community, wheelchair users, is the one most addressed, and we're still left out of housing because of the way building code works. So,
well, as you say, like, we all should be so lucky as to grow old enough to be disabled.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm just wondering if you can talk just a little bit in terms of like the housing that is being built, like what percentage of it is being built that it's accessible to seniors and disabled folks. And I wasn't going to ask this question of you. I've written it down to ask administration later, but we've got an expert sitting right here, so why not? I'm wondering what's within our control as a municipality in general, but specifically as it might relate to the bylaw here in front of us that we could do.
Right, so the interesting thing about the 2025 building code that I mentioned, it talks about this visitability, but because the building code is a product of the provinces, the territories, and the federal government negotiating, the provinces and territories want to protect like local conditions. So what ended up happening with visibility, and this is why I mentioned it to you, is that it got this provision. So there's standards in the new 2025 building code that tell you how to make something visitable. So if you want those technicalities, go read 3.8 point whatever, like 5, I think. So if you read that, that's helpful because it tells people exactly what to do. It's not more expensive if you do it at the beginning. What is unique is that it says in the building code, the federal model code, that when required to be visitable by, and then it lists federal, provincial, territorial, or municipal bylaw, then you can look to these standards. So Calgary, I practically, you could say that we prioritize visitability. And I think do it for everything. Like, this is a change that isn't about technological or technical lack of knowledge. It's about just not wanting to face the realities of aging and disability. We could have done this, you know, in the 70s when the independent living movement was starting to raise awareness about the ability of people to live outside of institutions. So we could do that now. Calgary could do that. We could have a municipal bylaw that says we require visitability, and that would just be one entrance, could be through the garage, that leads to a bathroom. I could go to so many people's houses. Like, it's so great. And I know that won't change anything right away. That'll require new building because it's not retroactive. So that's the piece about what we could do now. You could also make all of the office buildings that you're transforming into affordable housing only for disabled people and just give us a scrap. Like, we need it now, and it's just necessary. Like, give us those buildings. And then the first question you asked, I can't recall because I went off on that.
No, it was just about the sort of percentage on the market currently that are
I don't know anything about that.
visitable.
Yeah, and you know why we don't know that? And I talked to a conference of real estate agents about this, a national conference a couple years ago, is that we don't have those kind of features, and we don't have any sort of like resource where we can say, oh, there's a house here that has these features. Let's try and match it with someone who needs those features. So I asked them if they could make like a website, like the Alberta real estate agents could make a website that's like, let's flag anything we know has been renovated for accessibility, put it on that website so that people could match, and then you wouldn't waste all of those retrofits. Because my condo is a retrofit that was done by a really wealthy man whose ex-wife lived in the house, and she was becoming disabled and used a wheelchair. So he just threw all this money at the apartment. It became perfectly accessible, and I only know that because my sister scours photos of every interior, but it took my family helping me so long to find my condo. And it was just so lucky. It was below market price, not below market in the affordability way, but it was not valued by people who don't need a roll-in shower and don't need a barrier-free entrance. So there's lots of stuff we could do now, but what I'm asking, I guess, is like, be on our side after like decades and decades of being ignored. Why don't you do something that will help the people that need you the most, rather than people that are clearly well represented and can speak at any time through their community associations, which get notices of every build. And the disability community, we don't organize as well. Like, we're just not, I'm probably the only wheelchair user that's come, but there's so many people that are struggling. They don't have time to come. And I hear them in those AISH hearings and the income support hearings of what's going on in their lives. And they're really, really not doing well. And it's those people that need the housing, and they need to be thought of in a full city way. And yeah, that's all. Sorry.
I really appreciate that. I'd love to connect with you offline and see what we might be able to do to work together to make some progress on what it was that you were outlining there. Ward4@calgary.ca. Other than that, thank you so much for coming and sharing your perspective. I found it really enlightening, and for teaching me a new word, visitability. Appreciate it.
That's good. I'm glad. Thanks.
Thank you, Council. Just a quick time check. We're about 55 minutes to the dinner break here, so it'd be great to be able to accommodate another panel. But before that, we have Councillor Johnston with questions.
My question is for Mrs. Chipier. Hi there.
Oh,
sorry. Sorry, you made a comment referencing repealing to white people. And I'm just curious if you wanted to explain that.
Sure. So I did, in my thesis, I wrote about the types of people that are most well represented at public hearings, the ones that are like required by law, like the one we're in. And it was clear that, in the research done in both Canada and Australia that I looked at, because there's not a lot on this in countries that are similar to Canada, but we have Australia and Canada. The people that are obviously most well represented, which seems like an obvious thing, is people that are white, wealthier, and homeowners. So I'm basing that on my research. And so the reason I mention whiteness is because that's a form of privilege. And so I'm pointing out that I'm not actually that representative of the disability community. I actually seem a lot more like the people that are able to come and speak through their community associations or speak about their concerns of losing like the value of their house and their concerns about the aesthetics of their neighborhood. So that's what I was mentioning when I was talking about like my demographics and what I was saying, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Johnston. Just to let you know, Council, myself, Councillor Pentazopoulos will have to leave in about 10 minutes' time for council business, but Deputy Mayor Schmidt should be back in the chair at that point. What we will do, though, is assemble our next panel. This concludes the questions that we have for all of you folks. Thank you so much for being with us. I'll attempt to fill panel 54 first, and then if we can't fill it completely, we will look to folks who may be on panels 1 through 54. So do we have Stuart Craig with us in person or on the phone? Renee Hunt? Renee, is that you? Yeah, please come on down. On 54, do we have Sonia Sharp in person or on the phone? Nope. 54, Robert Clark. Robert? Is that you, Robert? Bob. Sounds good. Actually, we'll attempt 55 as well. Do we have Gail Pocock? Come on down, Gail. Do we have MD Riadism? I'm not sure if I've said that correct. On 55, do we have Maddie Carter? On 55, Sean Jensen. On 55, Devin Klingenberg. All right, so is there anyone on the line or on the phone with us from panels 1 through 30? Same thing for panels 31 through 40? 41 through 50?
Yes.
Thank you. Who just spoke?
Kirk Lubimov. I was supposed to be on panel 46.
Great. Thank you so much, Kirk. Please stand by. And then anyone else on panels 51 through 55 that is here or on the phone?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Who are those two people that spoke?
Bryce Stainer.
Could you just repeat that for us and state the panel number you were on?
Bryce Stainer, 51.
And Shona Gillis, 52.
So we have Bryce Stainer on 51 and Shauna Gillis on 52. So council, this means we have a panel of 6. I'm just going to proceed based on the names that we have. So the order will be Renee, Robert, Gail, Kirk, Bryce, then Shauna. And we'll start with Renee, please. And for all of you, if you don't mind just stating your name as well as which panel number you're on.
I did send in some slides. Not sure if they're available yet.
Thanks. Please just give us a moment.
Perfect. Great. Hello, councillors and Mayor. My name is Renee Hunt. I have lived in the Cougar Ridge area of Ward 6 for the past 5 years, and I'm on panel 54. I would like to commend my fellow Calgarians for exercising their democratic right by making their voices heard at this public hearing. I am in support of a full repeal of the current zoning bylaw that's in place. New councillors and the general public may find this information helpful in understanding why the rezoning was passed in 2024, despite between 60 to 80% of Calgarians being opposed to it. I put forth the outcome was predetermined based on just some of the facts that can be shared in these 5 minutes. Next slide, please. Within the Home is Here document on page 2, it states that the city's housing strategy aligns with the city's broader plans and priorities. One of these is a Calgary climate strategy, and more specifically, as shown by the arrow, the zero carbon neighborhoods within this plan. Next slide, please. Note the date that this climate strategy document shows is June of 2022, well before the housing crisis became front-page news in Calgary. Next slide, please. The stated goal of the document is for the City of Calgary to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and to do its part to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, as shown by the quotations here. It is important to note that Net Zero City, Smart City, C40 City, Resilient City, Compact City all work to achieve the same goals. Next slide, please. On page 16, this diagram shows the breakdown of the city's emissions. Indeed, a certain councillor was not wrong about the war on the car. But sticking with the housing issue, here it shows that residential housing contributes 32% to the city's emissions. Next slide, please. The zero carbon neighborhoods theme is divided into 3 pathways, as shown in the gray box at the bottom. 2 of these focus on reducing and even charging Calgarians to drive. But again, sticking with housing, the third is entitled Zero Emission City Design, Transform Land Use Planning to Prioritize Zero Emission City Design. From the preamble, it states, in part, use land more efficiently to transition to a denser, more compact city to minimize travel distances. Next slide, please. Page 40 expands on the zero emissions theme. Many sentences stand out, but this one in particular, such as this one on the next slide, please. Our communities will transition to compact, mixed-use neighborhoods with abundant natural infrastructure where transit and active modes of transportation are the preferred mobility choice. Next slide, please. And one more example. Throughout the land use bylaw update, enable increased housing types and support residential areas to facilitate complete communities and reduce dependency on private vehicles. Next slide, please. Reducing emissions has been a top priority for the city for many years. It may be bewildering that so much money and attention goes to the climate when we produce so little emissions as shown here. The reality is that the city has agreements to report emissions and must find ways to meet their obligations. Next slide, please. In fact, Calgary produces only 1.04% of Canada's 1.5% emissions, as shown here in this information. In fact, how much of a temperature rise will be averted by the billions of dollars proposed for Calgary for their climate plan? Only 0.000044 degrees, an amount too small to even feel. Next slide, please. In closing, I put forth the rezoning debacle is only the tip of the iceberg as it pertains to city planners and their climate emission reduction focus. The zero carbon neighborhoods theme is punitive and prioritizes emissions reduction over real world impacts. And now it has become very obvious prioritizing the climate agenda over actual infrastructure, upkeep, and maintenance has come home to roost. Thank you very much for your time and attention on this matter.
Thank you. Up next, we have Robert. Please. Bob, sorry.
Close enough.
I'm catching up.
That's okay. You're doing fine. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, members of council. My name is Bob Clark, panel 54. I'm representing myself in the Britannia Community Association. While I'm semi-retired at present, I did work for one of the larger developers in North America, Brookfield Residential, and retired there in 2016 after working at that company for 27 years. During my tenure at Brookfield, I had the opportunity to work on the creation and development of many great communities such as Mackenzie Town, Mackenzie Lake, Mountain Park, Auburn Bay, Tuscany, Seaton, Edgemont, and Livingston, to name a few. I have therefore developed some knowledge about the development industry and its workings. Next slide, please. Today, I would like to speak in support of the repeal of blanket rezoning and to provide an alternative method to supply increased density in the established areas while avoiding unnecessary costs. Next slide, please. The 2024 CPC report indicated that there is a need for strong capital investments in the development areas of the city. However, there is no defined action to consider the actual cost of infrastructure upgrades to support additional density. Instead, Council requested that administration prepare a report and determine where increased densification may require infrastructure. Next slide, please. Constructing housing without considering the infrastructure requirements is like flying a plane while you're building it. Administration should look for areas where density can be supported with existing infrastructure before the land use is changed. This also provides certainty for the development community. Otherwise, an investment in land may not be able to be realized if the infrastructure is not available to support the project. Next slide, please. There are potential bottlenecks in the system which could be avoided by examining capacity at an early stage through the local area plan process. Costs of installing upgrades may be overly costly and prove to be unmanageable for a single developer. Potential issues could be identified during the LAP process, and cost-effective strategies for funding could be developed at that stage versus waiting to find out where development applications are occurring. Next slide, please. Traffic impact analyses can be done at the LAP stage to determine where capacities exist in the system. Capacity does exist in TOD areas, and there is likely capacity along existing transit routes. These areas are prime for the revitalized RCG and the existing HDO land use. Next slide. It should be relatively simple to identify locations in future LAPs where there is capacity for community facilities to try to locate density in those areas. Next slide. There will be a significant increase in requirements for the electrical distribution system due to future EV charging requirements, heat pumps, and other HVAC systems. Upgrades will have to be borne by the utility ratepayer unless the work is done on a strategic basis that ultimately pays for itself. Next slide. Many schools in developed areas of the city are over capacity or near capacity. It may make sense to concentrate development in proximity to schools which have low enrollment, although that window has closed significantly since 2004. The blue dots in that picture were a lot more plentiful then. Next slide. The process being suggested here is based on the requirements for growth applications in greenfield areas. LAPs should identify areas with existing infrastructure capacity and focus growth into those areas. Additional capital and operating costs should be identified and be supported by a business case to determine whether the additional costs can be supported by revenues from taxes, utility rates, and levies. The template for the business case has already been developed in the greenfield areas of the city. Next slide. It is requested, therefore, that Council approve the repeal of blanket rezoning without amendment. Administration could then take the time to investigate and report on the existing and proposed LAPs to determine where capacity exists to support higher intensity land use. Additionally, growth evaluation criteria for established areas should be prepared to show how the proposed growth meshes with the MDP, CTP, market demand, and financial impact on the city and non-municipally controlled third parties such as hospitals, schools, and utilities. Subsequently, a business case template could be prepared to show the the economic justification for development within a local area plan. Administration could prepare a process which can be replicated throughout the city to strategically support higher densities. Thank you for considering these requests. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gail from panel 55.
Gail Polkott, panel 55. I live in the community of Highwood, and blanket rezoning and the removal of public participation has taken the building of homes and the sustaining of communities and family life away from the residents of Calgary and placed it into the hands of developers and their investors. My home is located in the last block of the inner city. Highwood, an older 1950s neighborhood with bungalows on wide lots, and a well-established community is sought after by developers. They outbid Calgary residents to purchase our homes. If the developer is not ready to build, they may leave the home unoccupied for months on end. Neighbors worry about squatters and theft. Or the home is demolished to avoid paying property tax, leaving the lot empty for months to years. Or they rent the house to anyone and do not maintain the property because eventually it will be torn down for future development. In either case, they are lowering the property values of existing homeowners and destroying family communities. Our street is R2 zoned, but most of the houses do not have basement suites. Developers buy old bungalows for $550,000 to $600,000. Where one house stood, there are now 4 dwellings, 2 single houses with basement suites. The price of these new dwellings is $1.1 million. Those houses sit on the market for 4 to 6 months waiting for a buyer, who is usually someone from Ontario, British Columbia, China, or India. Sometimes the house is sold and we never see a new resident. As in other large cities, the developer could be buying these houses to force up property values and rents, or people may be buying them to launder money. If you drive around Calgary, you will see the mix of empty lots and empty homes for sale amid large towering apartment buildings that are, again, mostly empty. Wages are not keeping up with the high cost of living. Aging seniors and veterans on pension income are struggling. The housing shortage is a byproduct of the immigration crisis. Demand for affordable housing is exceeding supply, but none of this new building seems to be affordable. So who are you building the homes for? I work at the Calgary Postal Plant. About 90% of my coworkers immigrated to Canada 10 to 30 years ago. Most own homes in their country of origin and plan to retire there. These are their comments. Calgary used to be a nicer city to live in 10 years ago. There is so much violence in Calgary now, I'm afraid to go out at night. It is so dense here. There are too many people. It has become so expensive to live here. And Ukrainian refugees are waiting for the war to be over so they can go home. Will Calgary be left with a glut of empty houses and fractured neighborhoods if all these people decide to leave? New homes are being built quickly and often without quality workmanship. Developers are allowed to use lesser materials due to availability and increased costs. Within 3 to 5 years, we see this new construction breaking down. New development does not attempt to fit into our neighborhoods. Family communities are being replaced with high-density rental districts. The more multi-unit dwellings in a high-density district, the higher the rate of crime and violence. Under blanket rezoning, our previous council decided Calgarians only needed 0.5 parking stalls per dwelling, and if you lived 600 meters from a bus stop, you didn't need a car. They forgot about all the people who are doing shift work, who drive out to spend time in nature, and who use their cars for house purchases, etc. In my neighborhood, we have some single-car garages and very few driveways. Most people rely on street parking. When I get home from work at 12:30 a.m., I used to count 24 to 26 cars parked on our small street. The more new development, the more difficult it will be for us to find parking. Calgary is having problems repairing our large water main, and there are minor breaks on plumbing lines frequently. New plumbing has to tie into our existing old sewer system that was not intended to support this kind of densification. Alberta regularly depends on neighboring provinces for power during shortages or high demand. Neighborhood transformers will require much more power to support dense upzoning. Our city has a capacity within its infrastructure. Building beyond has repercussions. In 2024, the estimated cost of blanket rezoning for Calgarians was $57.5 million in one-time costs, $27 million in annual costs, and $10 million in capital costs each year going forward, not including outside costs. Over-densification is one of the main reasons that our quality of life in Calgary is going down, where our cost of living continues to go up. High-density housing needs to be restricted to high-traffic areas, with new development limited to what our infrastructure can sustain. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on the telephone, we have Kirk Lubimov.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect, thank you. Panel 46, Ward 9, Kirk Lubimov. I apologize, I tried to be there in person today, but just ran out of time. All right, let's get this going. So blanket upzoning, it's a bad policy as a reaction to another bad policy, which is mass immigration. It became the latest default position of a policy, like many things happen naturally in politics, and pumped around AstroTurf groups that come in support of it or against it. It is fundamentally undemocratic. Developers could build essentially anything, anywhere with zero consideration to neighbors, community, needs, or capacity. Blanket upzoning gives no consideration to mobility, parking, nature, and overall well-being and infrastructure of communities. It abandons all principles of proper city planning for profit of developers. While the city of Calgary declared an $87 billion climate emergency, it let mature trees, shrubs that took decades to grow and beautified our communities and created habitats for wildlife to be cut down just for the sake of extra profits for developers. It also goes against the city canopy goals. This speaks to the fundamental problem with the policy, never mind that it does works against some supposed city goals. The decision of randomly building whatever into communities are not short-term as they are treated with this policy and this discourse, but have long-term negative transformational impact to communities. It also has socioeconomic causation. It creates more congested, unsafe streets, removes nature and greenery that we enjoy, and a reason many of us picked our communities. People need certainty when they make one of their biggest decisions, which is purchasing a home. It removes starter homes that young families are looking for. It punishes communities and neighborhoods for City of Calgary's own poor development and planning failures. It is a policy that Calgarians want repealed. It was so into last hearing, into last election, and the reason for this hearing now. It must be fully repealed and not short of it. And please do not insult us with a watered-down proposal. We vote of nothing short of a full repeal. I want to talk about a little bit more to further impacts of this blanket upzoning in general. As councillors, you have a bigger role to play in the socioeconomic and financial well-beings of Calgarians. Blanket upzoning removes artificial single detached houses, usually the most affordable ones, and creates different stack of dwellings that there is less demand for, and primarily for rent. You create a scarcity of product that young families need, thus make them more expensive as a byproduct. Can I go to the next slide, please? We build more rental dwellings than for ownership. Again, removing product of choice, making ownership more expensive. Over to last, if we're on slide 2, sorry, I have a delay there on my screen. We started transitioning to building from single detached to multi-dwelling houses. If we go to the third slide, right now we're building record low single detached houses in Canada. Single detached home ownership is becoming a classism in Canada because of bad policies such as the blanket upzoning. If we can go to the next slide, slide number 4, I believe. We're also not only we're building less detached houses, we're building more homes that are for rent than for ownership. So what actually happens here, we're removing single detached houses that people could buy and putting places for rent. So what happens is we drive into overall market cost for actually home ownership and financial freedom, which is one of the most important things. So the decisions that happens in the chamber whenever you're approved to remove a house has long-term consequences. I'm just going to read you a couple stats here. One of the most important things for home ownership and financial well-being is if the parents own the home. The kids are twice more likely to own a home if the parents did. If the parents had more than one home, the kids, the future generations, are three times more likely to own a home. This creates extreme amount of stability.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lubomov, but your time is up. But please stay on the line in case there's questions for you.
Sure.
Next up, Bryce Stainer.
Hello?
Yes, is this Bryce?
Yes.
Perfect. You, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here again on this issue. I'm here for the second time to share my support for blanket zoning. My name is Bryce, and I spoke here first on this issue when I was 11. I'm 13 now. Now that I'm older, I have more responsibilities around the house. When it snows, it's my job to shovel the front sidewalk, and the sidewalk of the elderly lady next door, and the sidewalk of the older couple on the other side, and the sidewalk of the very old lady who recently passed away on the large corner lot. Moral of the story, I have a lot of shoveling responsibilities. Since the very old lady's death, plans have been shared with the neighbors to replace her house with 12 homes. That would be great help with all the shoveling on snowy mornings. There are more things that a 13-year-old would benefit from as well, like job opportunities. Roughly 2 people per home would be 24 more neighbors, which might turn into 36 more neighbors if they have kids. And parents need time away from their kids, and that's where me and my friends could come in as babysitters. And every family wants a pet, so we could also pet sit or dog walk for these new neighbors. I also can pick weeds, garden, watch houses. I have quite a few skills. By replacing one old house with 12 new ones, we could expand the local community right where I live. There would also be other benefits. Like on my street, we have a block party in the summer. Everyone brings some food, and we go to the green space and have a fun afternoon. 12 more homes would bring more friends and more trays of delicious treats. And the other thing, and probably the most important, is peace of mind. That means being able to walk to the grocery store, and I don't have to talk my dad into buying a sandwich for the man who's unhoused. Or when me and my friends go for ice cream, and we don't have to check our pockets for money to give to the woman who sits outside alone all year. That's a lot of weight for children to carry. There are so many benefits to blanket zoning that allows more homes. Please don't repeal it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. And finally, Shauna Gillis, please.
Thank you. My name is Shona Gillis, and I live in Ward 11 in a community that was built in the late 50s, primarily for single detached homes with apartments and condominiums built along the edge of the district. I'm in favor of a full repeal of blanket upzoning with no amendments and a return to a reinstatement of the land use bylaw that was in place prior to the blanket upzoning. This repeal of the blanket upzoning is based on 5 key reasons. My first reason pertains to planning and local context. The proposed one-size-fits-all zoning ignores neighborhood differences and does not take into consideration varying lot sizes, green space, parks, and the unique character of a community. Residents in the district, for example, are currently appealing an 18-unit development that is being proposed on a single lot, which is currently offset by single-family bungalows in all directions. How does an 18-unit development on a single lot fit in and respect the character of a single-family neighborhood? My second reason relates to infrastructure capacity. Why is density being permitted before neighborhood scale capacity has been assessed, particularly as it relates to infrastructure? Most of the pre-1970 communities do not have sustainable infrastructure, including the district I live in, which was established in 1959. Why is it that developers within greenfield developments are required to install underground services for new developments, yet developers within the inner city have little to no additional infrastructure costs other than initial tie-in costs? Why is the city relying on increased taxes to existing landowners to pay for the upgraded infrastructure, including water, sewage, electrical grids, etc., to address this increased density? My third reason concerns the lack of freedom of choice. Why is the city trying to eliminate freedom of choice, including the ability for families to continue to live in single-family home districts through this blanket upzoning? Families paid a premium to purchase a home in single-family districts, together with additional taxes each year. Why should their quality of life, privacy, loss of sunlight, tree canopy, setbacks, height restrictions, parking issues, etc., all be impacted to accommodate for this increased density? Furthermore, in my personal opinion, this blanket upzoning is essentially expropriation without compensation. My fourth reason is that there are other alternative housing locations available. The city should be looking to maximize the building of properties on excess city lands that are currently underutilized, as opposed to encouraging the tear down of existing homes. The old YMCA site on Heritage Drive near Haddon Road, for example, has sat empty since 2010. And this was immediately offsetting the Heritage LRT station and has only just recently started construction. There are other prime locations along McLeod Trail and sites close to LRT locations that are better suited for development as opposed to tearing down homes within city districts. Why is the city sitting on these underutilized assets? And finally, affordability. As documented in the report by Stephen Shawcross and Sano Stante, blanket rezoning does not create affordability. It merely accelerates the replacement of attainable $700,000 bungalows with premium $1.2 million row houses. Furthermore, suites are already allowed in single-family districts, which provides an affordable option and increases the density within the community. Following this repeal, the city can re-engage with Calgarians with a thoughtfully planned, community-based growth with a transparent and meaningful discussion with local communities. The city also needs to protect those communities that currently have LAPs, as developers will attempt to accelerate high-density applications prior to the upcoming August deadline. And in closing, furthermore, why is it in districts that were built prior to 1960 that parking is only being proposed to be allocated at half a stall per unit, yet for those districts built after 1960 are allocated a full stall per unit?
And
I
Ms.
thank you
Gillis,
for
I'm
your
sorry
time
to
and your
interrupt, but
consideration.
you are out of time, but please stay on the line as you may get some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to that panel. Moving on to questions, I believe the first question goes to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't spoken very much today, but I do have some questions for Ms. Hunt. Thank you for your presentation. I don't think those slides, not too many people are going to argue with the numbers, but it did speak too much about blanket rezoning or maybe affordability, which I think is what we want to talk about. But is what you're saying, my question is that you think that the housing strategy was flawed because it spent way too much focus on climate change and not on affordability and other things. Is that what I'm?
Yes. And I don't bring up any of these necessarily that are my opinion. I followed just the facts. I followed, I guess, the trail that the city has left. And it says right within the housing strategy that it aligns with their zero carbon neighborhoods. And so you just have to go into that. Actually, I've looked at the whole document, but I stuck just with what the city or the administration put together and said that it aligns with their zero carbon neighborhood. So I stuck with that, and I only had 5 minutes, so.
I'll make it quick here, because, I think our goals with zoning is, mainly to me, it's affordability, and of course, ease of movement and whatnot. A question, I don't know if you knew this answer, but when they were consulting and forming this housing strategy, they had lots of people they talked to, but did you know that they did not talk to one major developer or builder in the city when they formed this housing strategy? That's my impression. That's what I've heard. Did you know?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Just final question. You're not against density, though?
No, I'm not necessarily against density. That's done thoughtfully. But I will say that when you look at the climate document and you start to go down the rabbit holes, and again, I only followed the trail that was left by the city when you go into the references, for example, and those references point you to the United Nations and their SDG goals. And their goals are to limit the emissions. And one of the ways is for cities to not move outward, but to move upward. And that is reflected in the plan.
Yeah, I think we can do both. But again, thank you so much
yes,
for coming.
Yes, I agree. I think we can do both as well.
Yeah, that's what we're here to figure out. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Quick question for Mr. Lubinoff. I'll make this quick, too, because I know Councillor Clark has a question for you. You're talking basically about housing affordability, going back to that then again, just because we've had so much migration into our city. It was 40, 50,000 a year, and now we're looking at maybe down to 20,000 a year. Would you suggest then that the housing will become more affordable with less growth in our city? If you're still there, Kirk?
Yeah, if you can hear me. Yeah, I'm not sure what you exactly mean, if it'll become more affordable. The question is, things don't magically become more affordable because you build dwellings. The question is, what is becoming more affordable? You look at the places around Canada that have done similar mistakes to what Calgary is essentially doing now. There's almost no demand for, let's call them what they are, essentially shit boxes, right? You look at places like GTA, they're barely selling any new developments. The issue is that we have less things to sell in general because we build less things for sale. And when you remove housing options such as single detached houses, that's what keeps the prices on. So you keeping artificial prices on single detached houses higher by letting developers remove them and put for rent little condos that there is a lot less demand for. If I can just take a second, if you can put slide number 6 up on the screen, let me know if it's on.
Yeah, you ran out of time, so you have a little more time.
Yeah. So I took this right out of the Stats Canada just released this a month ago. The number one reason for people moving around by generation, and the number one reason is they want a larger or better quality dwelling. They want to become a homeowner. On every single generation that the stat came out on, except the essentially baby boomer retiring generation, they want a larger and a better dwelling. So you're removing those options because of blanket upzoning, which essentially have Calgarians competing with developers who essentially get CMHC loans to build small units and as many as possible on a block. So your blanket upzoning is promoting the exact opposite of the number one reason by Stats Canada, by every generation, that people are looking for. So are you making things more affordable? No, you're not.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over because I know Councillor Clark has questions for you too. But just, I agree with you on this statement that when we're talking about migration or just, we see a pretty good supply of stock, of housing stock, especially in the condo market, and that's driving prices down. I guess what you're saying is that this isn't going to maybe work for single-family homes or fourplexes and duplexes. They're probably not going to, this isn't going to drive the prices down for them.
Yeah, well, single detached houses prices in Calgary are not dropping. right? Because of essentially blanket upzoning, it's the condos and to all the multi-unit buildings that are dropping in price by quite a bit because there's less demand for them.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Lubinov.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. That's fantastic. Mr. Lubinov, I just simply wanted to give you the opportunity to complete your presentation, but seeing as you've been offered that opportunity, I don't have much else to ask. I thank you for participating in this process.
Thank you. I appreciate your work.
Councillor Dollywall.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a question for Mr. Clark. So, last time you were here, last public hearing.
You remembered. Okay.
Well, April 26, 2024 at 4 p.m. you spoke. I can tell you exactly, 2 years ago.
Okay.
At that time, you also made a comment that we don't have any plan or estimate for infrastructure upgrades related to if this blanket zoning does go through. What is your opinion about that today?
I don't think I've really changed my opinion. I've been through the reports that have been presented recently. And what it seems to me, could we just go to the last slide in my presentation, please? That's great. That's the one there. So the plan, this doesn't show very well, unfortunately, but what it shows on the left is where we have made infrastructure upgrades, and what it shows on the right is where housing demand has occurred. And if you can see the circle there on the left, you can see there's no infrastructure upgrades have been put there, but on the right, you'll see, and I think that's Glenbrook and Glendale communities, you can see that that has had substantial development occurring. And you can go through this map and compare spots all over, but that's probably the most glaring one. So my contention here is twofold, is that number one, we should be concentrating development by policy on areas where we've made the investments and not sitting there and saying, hey, let's really hope that people will start to invest here and build housing in these particular locations, and then we'll try and retrofit. Now, this creates a major problem because at some point in time, we're going to run out of capacity in those particular areas. So take the example that's been brought up a few times now of the house on Elbow Drive at about 75th Avenue. I think it's an 8-plex, but it's an HDO and was likely approved on the whole rezoning thing. Many people have said that's an eyesore. Others, when I mentioned to them, it's actually not, it's just the first in a long line of housing that's probably going to occur. That may come to a glaring halt if we start to reach capacity limits. And I see nothing in the local area plans that actually demonstrates that people, that the city administration actually did the analysis to figure out where density should occur or where development should occur. And then taking this one step further, and I'm sorry to answer your question in such a long-winded fashion, if we take this step one step further, we know that the communities we're talking about were designed at 22 people per acre, which is about 7 units per acre. And sure, there is capacity at this particular point in time for housing to occur. But as we start to see densities increase, we are going to start coming to a screeching halt on what we want to actually make happen here. So my thesis here is that what we should be doing, going back to the LAPs, determining where capacity exists, utilizing that capacity first and foremost, and obvious examples that have been brought up is transit corridors and TOD sites. Those areas likely have capacity, and we may have to upgrade some future downstream sewer and water. But those are areas where we know that transportation probably capacity does exist. So let's focus first and foremost on those, determine if that capacity is there, go back and look at the LAPs that are in existence, make sure that we can actually do that, and then write a business case that says, this is what we're going to do. This is no different than what we're doing in the greenfield areas. We are actually making sure that our investments are being utilized properly so that we don't see unknown costs coming to us later.
Great, no, thank you. Because in established areas, we got established area growth and change strategy that has funding to it. Main Streets program has funding to it. So I was just very interested to see what your opinion, and we are doing record $3.8 billion capital program this year. So my second, and it's interesting because I was having a conversation with P&D team this morning that why, because I've heard from residents about infrastructure capacity and so on. And what I was asking was to them was, why can't we make it more public so residents fully understand that those analyses were definitely done and they can see where the capacity is, what are the limitations, what is the plan. And you're telling me you don't see it in LAP, because I was told that is in the LAP.
Well, with ASPs, you have to determine what the density is firstly. That's not necessarily the case within ARPs/LAPs. And I can tell you that, yes, there is public information. There was a briefing that was put out just before this hearing on March 11th. In that briefing, it said there are 30 wastewater trunks nearing or have surpassed their design limits. On average, you spend $29 million a year going through that. What I don't see is the linkage between where we should be spending money and where development is being encouraged. And really, we should be encouraging development in specific areas. And my thesis here is that really it does work well on the nodes and corridors. And if you want to take it one more step, if you do remember my last presentation, I'm sure it stood out among the hundreds you heard. But if you do remember my last presentation, I did suggest that the HDO in the LAPs is probably a good area to start, and I see that as a recommendation that has come up in where we can actually encourage growth in the future, is to say, well, let's take those LAPs, let's see about seeing if those HDOs actually have capacity, and those areas primarily are along the nodes and corridors. So it's probably not a bad start. Still adds a lot of capacity to the system. If you go back even further, I'm old enough to remember when Planet was done. We actually did have, Planet did say we could accommodate all growth within the city, and we didn't have to go we didn't have to go and change 311,000 units to come up with this. It is much more finite than that, and it's something that it can be focused on, and we don't have to go out and spend money we can target our expenditures properly.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things I discussed with our P&D team is potential norm where we can, potential notice of motion for a policy change where future LAPs are fully supported and accompanied with infrastructure analysis for public to see that what is done, what is the capacity, where is the biggest capacity, and so on and so on. So we'll be working on that, but thank you for your presentation.
No, thanks. I can go on ad nauseum about this in terms of how things are planned, but you've certainly got a lot of more highly qualified planners than myself. I'm an engineer, but so who are able to do that and determine, number one, where are the opportunities and constraints within the plan. They do that. They do a great job of doing the visioning. I think it needs to be, there needs to be a more targeted approach. And that's
I totally agree. I come from oil and gas, and we always pick the worst case scenario and then work backwards by putting proper controls in place. Right. Because you can say you can put a probability towards a risk, but always assume a failure. That's okay, great. Thank you so much. That's it for me, Chair.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Actually, just on this particular slide, if you could just leave it up there, quick. Do you have a similar slide for population change?
I do not. I'm afraid that this is the information that came obviously from the city. So I pulled this out. So this is just simply the heat map, and I do have some data in terms of where the units have been built, but I think you guys have all that information as well. So
And that's what I wanted to ask, just because you said you,
what are the numbers?
as an engineer, like.
Non-practicing.
Fair, totally fair. One of the things I sort of struggled with a little bit through this whole process is that taking a look at the difference between dwellings and the infrastructure that's required for a dwelling versus the infrastructure that's required for a person who's living in a house. Because if we take a look at this, for example, we've been building more dwellings there, but on the right-hand side, as you can see from the map, we're building a lot more dwellings. But on the left-hand side, as it relates to the infrastructure for housing-related infrastructure, like in 1991, we had 7,226 people living in Glenbrook, but the most recent data we have is 7,209, which was before the blanket rezoning. So I'm just sort of curious from the engineer's perspective, like how much additional housing infrastructure is required for 16 less people?
The point being is that we see in the city's information they've given us that there's one house for every 240 houses have been built in accordance with the RCG rezoning. That's all really interesting, but it doesn't really relate to what happens on the street, and it doesn't relate to each year we're going to be building whatever it is, 8,000 more units every year, and sooner or later we are going to run out of capacity. Clearly, Glenbrook and Glendale, Glamorgan have the capacity right now, and as I mentioned, it is probably less. There's probably fewer people in that neighborhood than, as you say, it's only 16 people less than its peak population, which is astounding because most neighborhoods, as been pointed out, actually do decline, and then they bounce back, but they never quite meet their original population. Now, everybody also probably realizes that there is, when you design a community, you design for 22 people per acre, and I'm pretty sure those communities were designed at that level based on the age of their community, which 3 people per unit, you actually end up translating that into 7 units per acre. There is a bit of capacity because you can't actually build a pipe to the exact size. You always have to select the next size up. So there is some capacity there, no question. There's less capacity when it comes to storm, because storm is designed based on a runoff factor. And so as we start to decrease the permeable areas, then we have increased storm, and we will have runoff, and we will have increased flooding. And so we have to be cognizant of that. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen, though. We also have an electric system that is designed, again, for 22 people per acre. As we start to see additional units being built, each electrical box, if I remember correctly, allows for about 14 units to connect to it. That means we're going to have a massive amount of a massive electrical problem, and if
I agree with you on that one. That is one that's a lot better to focus on by dwelling count than by person count, because the amount of electricity, when the lights are on, the amount of electricity that one person's using versus 3 people is not significantly different. So you're right. There's definitely NMAX definitely has some.
If we could go to slide 17 on my presentation, you'll see that in fact we haven't actually studied this. This is from this. They indicated when they did the citywide growth strategy that they actually didn't have the capacity to figure out what the issue was going to be. So, we haven't quite done it yet. Is really my point.
No, point well taken, especially as it relates to NMAX. Thank you.
Yes.
Maybe Deputy Mayor, just to bring us home to the dinner break, if I may, Ms. Stainer, are you still on the line?
Yes.
I really appreciated your presentation. It was a complete breath of fresh air. Can you remind my council colleagues again how old you are?
I'm 13.
Thank you so much for coming and presenting today. Do you know which ward you live in?
And perhaps before that question is answered, sorry, Ms. Stainer, given that we're about 20 seconds away from 6 p.m., if we can just have unanimous consent to continue. Thank you.
I think we'll probably only need about 30 seconds more.
Okay, here we go.
Do you know which ward?
I'm in Ward 7.
Ward 7. Have you met Councillor Atkinson yet?
Yes, I have.
I am so happy to hear that because I am confident that he would be happy to have you down to the office to learn a little bit more so that someday in the future you will be well prepared to take his job from him.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're really happy to have had you here today. Thanks. That's all from me, Deputy Mayor.
Well, Councillor Atkinson, you're on the hot seat now. Your turn.
I gotta, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Stainer, for that. I guess I have to ask a question, so I'll, maybe a proverbial one. What are you gonna do with all that bank that you're making off of shoveling and babysitting? Absolutely loved your presentation. Thank you. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chabot.
Just one question for Mr. Clark. You mentioned that you worked for Brookfield. I thought you worked for Karma.
That's the question?
It's a trick question.
It's one and the same. Brookfield acquired Karma in, I think it was 1989, and we called it Karma for a number of years after that, and then eventually changed the name to Brookfield.
And whilst in that capacity, were you predominantly focused around residential development?
Yeah, primarily residential. That was my job. Brookfield has operations throughout North America, as you're aware. Most of my work was done in Calgary. As I indicated, yeah, I've been involved, and I don't want to say I was totally responsible. It's a big team. But with a lot of the communities that have been developed in Calgary, and have spent since literally 1981, even with a predecessor company that was acquired and then merged with Karma, and then we moved to being Brookfield. So it was basically since 1981 that I had been working with the same company, and I was fortunate I didn't have to fill out a resume all those years, but it was.
Long and short of it, you have extensive experience in the residential sector.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as I indicated, Brookfield is really good at giving us insights into developments that occur throughout North America, because we did have operations, or we still do have operations throughout North America, and so able to compare and contrast. In fact, I chaired a committee at Brookfield that compared and contrasted development protocols within each municipality that we worked with. So I have a pretty good idea as to how things work in a lot of different communities.
Okay, I'm not sure if you were asked, and maybe I missed it, but have you looked at the proposed amendments and whether or not you think those are workable?
You mean the which ones?
There's a number of them, like the reduction of the number of units, like the 60 units per hectare versus 75.
You're talking within the land use itself.
Yeah, the district.
I have, and I listened at length to Mr. Borkrystal yesterday, talking about the same thing. I would rather defer to somebody who has. I didn't personally have a problem with them, but I would rather defer that to not making a decision on the floor of council, but sending that back to let others have a look at that before I make a pronouncement on it.
I was wondering about that myself, actually, whether or not it's the appropriate time to do that without having input from industry experts specifically on the workability of some of those amendments.
I would concur, and it's not going to. We know the industry; they're pretty quick at reacting, and they have a lot of expertise in the house building end of things. I can tell you on a personal level, what I think works, but I think Mr. Barkrystal had some very specific things that I hadn't thought of, and would be worthwhile to put, to see just how workable they all are.
Well, I'm not sure how workable it would be with this council, because one of the amendments he wanted was for us to go from 75 units per hectare to 100 units
Yes,
per hectare.
I caught that. A little bit of mathematical manipulation going on there between the two of you, but anyway, so.
Oh, there was actual rationale for him wanting to go to 100 units per hectare.
No, exactly, and I think we'd all agree that how we're doing things in that way, and that probably makes sense. But the specifics of setbacks and just to actually get a house or a unit to actually work on the lot is, I had some questions about the 20 meter. How does that apply? When I looked at it, I looked at it strictly from but that's become a partial lot. Where's the 20 meters measured from? In my particular case, I live second from the corner. 20 meters would come midway through my lot, sort of thing. So it was kind of there's some specific things that I think have to be looked at if we're going to make a change. Is just
you have to apply the Bill Bruce rule on that. If it's any part of it's on public property, you hook onto it, and whatever comes. Sorry. Be captured in that. I would think. Okay, thanks. No further questions from me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right, so at this point, we will be returning at approximately 7:21 for the benefit of the public. After that, we'll have panel 55 with MD Redazum, Maddie Carter, Sean Jensen, Devin Klingenberg, and then panel 56 follows with Brenna McLean, Claudia Hudspeth, Patricia Peck, William Daniel, and Scott Hawley. Thank you.